This commentary is pertaining to events surrounding the disappearance and unaliving of Madeline SOTO. We're going to take a deep dive into her biological mother, Jennifer SOTO, a sociopath. Dissecting a sociopath. I'm going to play you commentary by WKMG, 4 clips of the story, backstory pertaining to Madeline's disappearance, and then I'm going to take you into her interview at the state's attorney's office. Thank you for joining me. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $BigAngie 129 Cash App. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Deputies go door to door in search of missing 13-year-old Madeline SOTO.
Hi, have you seen this child? No.
She's been missing yesterday since 8:30 a.m. in the morning. I have not seen her.
Less than a week later, authorities found SOTO's body in these woods just outside St. Cloud. Investigators say the 13-year-old had been sexually molested and then strangled to death by her mother's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns.
Hey, Sky.
In this video series, we'll show you how law enforcement investigated the teenager's disappearance, and you'll see what prosecutors are doing to seek justice for Madeline.
Do you need police, fire, or medical? Police, possibly. I'm reporting a missing child.
On February 26, deputies were called to this office near SOTO's school, where a relative happens to work.
Hey there.
Hey, what's going on?
So, my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it.
Here, they met SOTO's mother, Jennifer, and Jennifer's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns.
Didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either. So she never made it.
The couple told deputies what Madeline had been wearing.
Green hoodie. Green white Crocs. White Crocs. Blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts. Okay.
Now, I will be diving in between audio, if you don't mind, because it helps break things down, because I won't be able to remember everything said in each clip and audio. Here, he's describing what the child had on, she's describing. But always remember, this is the same person who didn't see the child, okay? Jennifer SOTO did not see her child allegedly. She was asleep. She heard moving about in the kitchen. And also the infamous interview that has now been released that I'm going to play later, where you get all these different versions of that morning. We, then he took her to school. She's asked about the child saying goodbye to her. Oh, I would think so. Or what did she say? I would hope so. So did you see the child or not, Jennifer SOTO? This would make me believe she did not see her child. If she saw her, she was not alive. So how can you describe what she had on? He's saying blue or black pants, and she's saying, oh no, they were black shorts. But yet some people believe they were in collusion to, after the fact, in the morning, in getting the child, put in the car. She didn't know that she was dead. What is the truth? And you also have to ask yourself this: what time was the child unalive at that address? Morning, wee hour, or the night before?
When was the last time you seen her? Do you know what time? Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
Although you heard Stearns say we dropped her off, he and Jennifer SOTO later told investigators that Stearns was by himself when he brought Madeline to school. Stearns says the 13-year-old was embarrassed of his car and wanted to be dropped off right here, a few blocks away from Hunters Creek Middle School, and across the street from a church.
So it's like around where these communities were,
Okay.
and it's just like in district.
That night, Stearns showed deputies the spot where he
Yes.
says Madeline got out of his car, a silver Lincoln MKZ.
When I left her, she was on the other side of the street, rummaging through her backpack and just kind of moving towards the school area, so looked normal.
It's gonna be hard to tell whether she went left or right.
A sheriff's K9 was brought out and given some of Madeline's clothing to sniff in hopes of tracking where she might have gone.
I don't know if she was trying to walk back home on her own or if she was trying to go to her friend's house.
But after 15 minutes of searching, the K9 was unable to pick up Madeline's scent.
So weird.
So the officer deputy says so weird. Why did she say that? Why did she say so weird? She trusts her dog, does she not? Of course she does. So for her to say so weird, one would think she's wondering why the dog didn't pick up the child's scent if the child was in the parking lot or on the side of the road, dropped off and walked over to the parking lot at the church. That's because she was neither. She never got out on the side of the road, to the right of the road, to cross the street, which would be to the left of the road, to go over to that church. And that church is massive as far as from the road to the actual front door to the church, okay? You're talking about a lot of space. But the child didn't make it to either, okay? She never got out of the car because she wasn't alive. And as you hear this reporter say, I dropped her off, we dropped her off, he dropped her off. So what is the ruse? Did she keep saying this I, slipping up all the time because she was trying to give her lover an alibi? If you believe that, then you're also saying she knew that her child was dead. Stay woke.
I'm finding it, bro. It's your job. Literally your only job. Finding it.
At the nearby church, a deputy viewed surveillance video that showed a girl being dropped off that morning.
Wait, there's a person getting out of the car.
Due to privacy laws, authorities have put a black box over the computer monitor so we cannot see the video ourselves. But detectives later showed it to Madeline's mother, Jennifer SOTO.
I mean, the quality's terrible.
She could not say whether the video showed her daughter or Stearns' silver Lincoln.
Does that look familiar at all?
No.
You don't know that anywhere?
I don't know that.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Detectives questioned Madeline's friends at Hunters Creek Middle School.
She had never told me about anything about her running away other than her saying if she were to run away, she'd go into the woods.
But they did not know where the 13-year-old might be.
What can I do for you?
We're here regarding this. She's been missing a missing juvenile.
Deputies canvassing nearby neighbors.
Now remember, this question was posed to Miss SOTO, Miss Jennifer, and I believe her version was, oh, it's pertaining to the Ukraine war, blah, blah, blah. My daughter made that commentary that that's why she would want to go live in the woods because of the war. Well, we're not at war, so why would she want to go live in the woods? Just saying. And as someone has said here on this network of YouTube, that's the worst place for a child to want to go. It's into the unknown. The woods has always been known as a bad place in fairy tales. The Big Bad Wolf, Little Red Riding Hood. Very interesting analogy. Why would a child want to go live in the woods? Jennifer, you have any ideas? Because I don't think it has anything to do with the Ukraine war. She'd want to run away from the world of war and famine. She was at war in her own house. Isn't that correct? And you played an intricate role in that war. You were the orchestrator.
My neighborhoods could not find any witnesses.
Bill, have you seen this girl?
Madeline celebrated her 13th birthday with relatives the night before she vanished. Her mom, Jennifer, was at work and did not attend the party, but says she caught up with Madeline at the condo they shared with Stearns.
So you last saw her Sunday night, about what time?
It was at 11 p.m. before she went to bed.
And you were here at home? Gotcha. And where did did she go to bed? Was she in her room, your room, or something else?
We were all going to sleep together in the same bed, but I needed some good sleep. I got a new job.
Did you catch that? That laugh? The child is missing and you go, I needed some good sleep. Well, many mothers and fathers need good sleep. And their children have their own rooms. Checkmate. I had my own room growing up. My mother had her own room. And as they say, there's a time and a place for everything. And we're going to go into that as well. Why is this 13-year-old child sleeping with grown people? Or was sleeping with grown people?
Job recently, I haven't been well rested. I needed some sleep, so I asked, hey, can you guys go to the guest bedroom upstairs?
These crime scene photos show that guest bedroom, which has one bed in the corner and locks on the door. Stearns told police he and Madeline went to sleep here and then got up early the next morning for school.
Let's interject right there. How crazy it sounds to say that off your own tongue. I sent my child and my boyfriend, on again, off again, lover, upstairs to room 4 to sleep because I needed rest. And you're going to hear later, the daughter slept wild like a monkey, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's why she needs to be in her own damn bed. Checkmate. Come on with it, Queen. She sleeps like a monkey, then that monkey should have had its own bed. Oh, that's right. She did have her own bed. And boy, are we going to talk about that as well. What's seen in these crime scene photos that people have released. Hamper with undergarments and all that type of nonsense. Nothing makes sense. Repeated by Jennifer SOTO and Stephen Stearns, if you are following the content. Not one explanation makes logical sense. And these officers listening had to have been baffled. What in God's name am I listening to? I know this lady did not just tell us she sent her child and a grown man to sleep in a room so she can get some good sleep. And it doesn't matter what size her bed was, is, it's principle. You don't send your child to go sleep with a grown-ass man. Really, anybody. She's too old to be sleeping in the bed with other people.
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there. Which is an early start for us, but shoot, we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30, 7:45-ish maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there.
When they got to this McDonald's, Stearns told detectives that Madeline was no longer hungry. So he says he continued down the road to Hunters Creek Middle School, about a mile away from here. After dropping Madeline off at school, Stearns says he went to a vape shop across town and then back to the condo. Next on Justice for Madeline, we'll take you room by room inside that condo. You'll hear Jennifer SOTO describe her family's sleeping arrangements, and we'll show you why detectives believe someone was secretly taking photographs underneath one of the bedroom doors.
As someone has said, who turns down breakfast at McDonald's? Because we learned later from the mother, interview audio, she would make her breakfast. So see, this is what happens with people who are orchestrating lies and colluding to the lies. They have no idea what questions that someone's going to ask them, and they're not prepared for the answers that they're going to give that's going to show that they are lying. Because later we find out she cooked for her daughter in the morning, made breakfast, allegedly. So why on this morning you can't get up and make your child breakfast? This is why you have to pay attention to the details, because everything's in the details. There's a little bit of truth in the details, and then there's a whole lot of lying in the details. Let's go to the second installment A closer look at Madeline SOTO's home. What investigators found there. Thank you for joining me. This is all disturbing. I don't know what she told the truth pertaining to this child. Her government name, that's probably it. And where they live and where the girl went to school.
Her mom, Jennifer. Her mom's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, occasionally stayed here too. These photographs taken by crime scene investigators show the place where prosecutors say Stearns sexually molested the teen and then murdered her.
Very loving. Very loving. This girl knows nothing but love here in this house. She hardly ever hears the word battle. Double-edged sword that is.
Sound that interesting? This child knew nothing but love here. Double-edged sword, that is. So see, he's basically telling us a story there. Double-edged sword. No one ever told her no. Well, we don't know that because what we've seen in her so far is disgusting. So we don't know what was said and not said in her child rearing time with Jennifer SOTO, Mr. Stearns. Sounded like you had a little contempt in your voice because you seem I don't want to use adjectives. You seem sickly obsessed with a child. You've been touching her inappropriately, filming her as well and taking pictures. But it's interesting you use that double-edged sword, because that's probably one part of your statement that's the truth. You felt some type of contempt for her as well. Is that the reason why she is no longer alive? You felt some type of contempt for the child. Couldn't get your way. Something wasn't right. She was moving on. She doesn't like you anymore. Don't want to play funny games anymore. Is that what that contempt is all about? I say yes. I say something was about to happen between all three of you all, and the hammer had to come down. Or it's just a funny game that went too far. Please, enlighten the queen. Because we know you're never going to tell the truth. Because who's going to believe a liar, a pedophile? Nobody. And nobody believes her either unless they're half-ass crazy or stone cold crazy. What was the reason for unaliving this child, strangling this child to death, sir? I'm curious.
The condo here at Venetian Bay Villages in Kissimmee is owned by Madeline SOTO's grandfather. Court records indicate he rented out rooms in his condo to Madeline's mother, as well as at least 2 other tenants. Prosecutors believe evidence found inside that condo will help them bring justice for Madeline.
How weird is this? I know people rent out rooms and houses. I don't recommend it because you're talking about blind trust. And as I always talk about blind trust on this network, you have to trust someone at some point. But some things I don't recommend, and this is one of them. Renting out rooms in your house, renting out rooms in a condo. This isn't a college dorm. This isn't an apartment owned by a college. This is something that universities would do. Rent out rooms in a apartment building owned by a university. And this is not a university. This is a privately owned condo. And it was nothing much to look at either. It looked good on the outside, but once you got in, it was nothing. Sterile, small, was nothing. And I told you all about that the other day. I said, something is not right about this apartment. Everything's light. Refrigerators in every room, refrigerator on the top floor, white shower curtain, white curtains. I said, it's almost like a hotel. And now that we know that her father owned it, checkmate. It was a business. And what doesn't make any sense, why would you sign off on your daughter being in this apartment with a makeshift room for her daughter, your granddaughter? Help me understand. Mr. Soto, if that's your last name. Because I don't know what kind of damn name arrangements you all got. And how you must be feeling now knowing that this setup you had has fallen down, way down. She's paying the least amount of money for rent. She also gives us information that one room was $850, another room was $650. Just none of it made any sense. And she's only paying $400. And then we got the empty room number 4. Infamous number 4 that also belonged to her on again, off again boyfriend who moved out because his daddy couldn't pay his portion. This is a story within a story. And as I've told people, if you pay close attention, there is more to the story. There's way more to the story than the boogeyman, Stephen Stearns. You see, the boogeyman had been in the picture. It just was a female version. Checkmate. Did you hear what I said? The boogeyman had been in the picture. The biological mother. You see, she's the catalyst to why we're talking about Madeline Soto now. Look at the end game of this hotel slash Airbnb slash what the hell they had going on. Different people running in and out of an apartment with a child that's already being assaulted. So what you have to ask yourself, who else was taking turns with the little girl? But you didn't think about that. I told you, you got to pay attention to the details. Because you got different people running in and out of this house. We also learned she had different lovers interchangeably while still dealing with Mr. Stearns. He's her friend. He's her lover. They're on again, off again. Oh, I think I want him back. He's supposed to come back to make it work. A companionship. We learned that this woman is codependent. And the child paid the ultimate price for her mother's codependency, loneliness, insecurities. And you see no compassion nor empathy by Jennifer Soto. Why is that? It's very scary.
Left. On the right is the living room. In the living room, behind that divider wall, was Madeline's makeshift bedroom, which had a desk, a dresser, and a TV. Although there's also a bed, Jennifer Soto told detectives her daughter would not spend the night here.
She'll hang out there during the day, but she never sleeps there. She always sleeps with me, and then the rare occasion upstairs. But most of the time it's with me.
This is Jennifer Soto's bedroom, located on the first floor. Jennifer Soto told detectives she often shared the room with her daughter and her boyfriend.
A lot of times we will sleep together in the king-size bed, all three of us.
But Jennifer Soto says she would occasionally send her daughter upstairs to sleep in a guest bedroom with Stearns. That room has one bed in the corner and locks on the door. This is where Stearns reportedly spent the night with Madeline just before she was reported missing.
Why would you send your child occasionally? Because that also differs in your commentary to authorities. First, it's occasionally. Then it's like what? Rarely. Well, which is it? Because it can't be both. It doesn't really matter where the room is. Makeshift room, king-size bed, room number 4, room number 8, number 2, it doesn't matter. It's principle. She had no business sleeping in a room with him or any other man. And she didn't have any business sleeping in a bed with you and him as a child, period. And Jennifer Soto, you knew that. And you knew what they were thinking. That's why you kept taking all those deep breaths through the interviews. I loved it. Oh, Queen's woke. Every time they ask you a question, sign. See, sign is a sign that you are aggravated. The hell you aggravated for? You don't want to lie. Your daughter's dead. We later learned you cried, what, once during the interview? And when you cried, I find it interesting the time you cried. You cried as soon as the attorney asked about, or the investigator who was asking the question, what time she went to sleep. All of a sudden, here come the waterworks. So that let me know something there. Oh yeah, Queen been watching this really well. That's probably when she left here. Checkmate. I think she was already dead before morning. Because why cry when they ask about what time the child went to bed? You didn't cry when they were talking to you at the tax office. You didn't cry, moan, and fall out when they did your second interview at your apartment with Stephen Stearns in the background watching like a hawk. But then you go to the state's attorney, you want to whimper when they ask you about what time she went to bed. All of a sudden, here come the waterworks, and then you switch it up and jump back right. You're a chameleon. You are most definitely a sociopath. Mr. Strategic Eyes said that in his commentary today. Shout out to him. Please check out his network. Sociopath indeed. Oh, he was on the Money Today in his live stream. You are a crafty little heifer. You've been watching this unfold the whole time. And with this information of people buying all this content, releasing it to the public, it gives us a better view of the SOTO household. That she had full knowledge of what was going on between Stephen Stearns and her child. There's no way in hell you could come back to the Queen and tell me you don't think so. You might need to go shut your eyes and reopen them. Because now, with this interview I'm going to play, it shows she had full knowledge. She had full knowledge. And what did I tell you about lying? If you lie about one thing, you'll lie about another. Because my thing is, if you're a child molestation, you are no different than the child molester, and you are no different than the murderer. Checkmate. You can't have one without the other. And you can't argue it either, because that's your child. So if you didn't care about your child being touched, you don't care that your child was killed. And you wouldn't care about aiding the killer. So how are you different? You're not. So I don't argue about what Miss Soto did and didn't do. I don't have to. Because her own words tell the story.
Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room? Sometimes. When I really need a good night's sleep, I will send them upstairs.
2 additional bedrooms rented out by other tenants are also upstairs. Detectives say they found nude photographs of one of those tenants on Stearns' cell phone. According to investigators, Stearns had placed his phone under the tenant's door, similar to this, and snapped images of the naked woman in her bedroom. Detectives say Stearns' phone also contained images of him sexually molesting Madeline. According to authorities, bedding from Madeline's makeshift room downstairs can be seen in the background of those molestation videos.
Checkmate, right there. Taking pictures of the roommate, taking pictures of the child, taking videos of the child in sexual activity, SA, and then in his pornographic material of the child, you can see it's in her room, in the makeshift room that she only is in the daytime. What did I just say about it don't matter which room it is? See, I tell you, ain't nobody listening. They They were all over the house doing unsavory things. Isn't that right, Jennifer? So now you got to ask yourself this. Because, see, it's more people guilty in this story. If you are now in the mother's room doing things with the child, which I think you did, you're in her room, her makeshift room, doing things with the child. Your laundry basket's in the picture. Your drawers is hanging over the damn laundry basket in with the same clothes with the little girl. Everybody better wake up. Why the laundry basket ain't in mama's room? Why your dirty clothes is in with a little girl's clothes? Because you've been in that room with her. Bingo card. Now, we got to go up the stairs and play reindeer games up there with a lock on the door. What you need a lock on the door? Because I was trying to figure out, is it a lock on the outside or the inside? Oh, no, that was the inside because it had the little light switch right by the wood trim, which is what you will see in most bedrooms is your night switch. Checkmate. Well, you need a latch on the door for Jennifer, Stephen Stearns. Or the father made it that way for security. Then that means you don't trust the people who you're living with. If you need a latch on the door, don't hurt them, Queen. Pay attention. Then that means you can't trust the people who are in the house. So anything can get missing, get stolen, get assaulted. And then we hear that another child was in the house with a child molester who's taking pictures, and God knows what else he was doing in that house. See, I keep trying to tell everybody, ain't nobody listening. You don't know the roommates either. Because if the mother is stupid enough to go on and off with a man who don't work, don't keep a job, he's just as crazy as she is, medicated, childlike, pedophile, what are the roommates about? Where'd you find them? Where did the father find them to rent the rooms out? See, ain't nobody really listening. This was a free fall and a recipe for disaster, what I already said. You already got a pedophile coming and going, so you don't know nothing about their roommates either, do you, Jennifer? Because let one of your ex-roommates say, you are very green. But she realized you had really went downhill after the information pertaining to the child and Stephen Stearns. But see, what I have to question, if your judgment isn't good with Stephen Stearns, your judgment ain't good with your other partners and your roommates. And if Stephen Stearns can go from a boyfriend to a roommate, how do I know you ain't had sex with them roommates? Checkmate. You better wake up, because I'm woke. Say it again, Quinn. Who's to say that the roommates weren't also sex partners? Uh-oh. They don't hear you, Queen. I done told you this ain't really about Stephen Stearns. He's just the icing on the cake. He's the icing on the cake. But in order to put icing on the cake, you got to start from the beginning. And that's a little milk, a little flour, a little sugar, a little dough. Come on with it. And that's where we have Jennifer SOTO.
Detectives say this pair of men's boxer shorts found in a laundry basket in Madeline's room also appear in the sex abuse images. Crime scene investigators collected this notebook, which has sexually explicit drawings that are sketched on the same paper as algebra equations.
On Sunday night, y'all went to bed around 11, and the reason that you sent her upstairs with Stefan was because you had work in the morning, was it? Or you just started a new job?
I just started a new job and I haven't been sleeping well. I take psychiatric meds every night for my bipolar disorder, and if I don't take them the right way, eat, and go to sleep on time,
They don't work.
they don't. Sunday I was not myself, so I asked them, like, hey, I need to be medicated, I need to sleep.
You were not yourself. Why were you not yourself? Psychiatric meds. I don't hear people talk like that. Who talks like that? People just say their medication. Don't say my psychiatric meds. Because your ass is crazy. And there's no disrespect to anybody that takes anxiety or anything else. This health is crazy. I just want myself. I need sleep. Well, you should have carried your ass to sleep. I found it interesting that the day before you didn't take your medicine, so that means you were loopy and off. Then Sunday you claiming you're loopy and off. And then your boyfriend, he comes up out of the blue, flying in like a motherfucking drone. For what? To tend to a 13-year-old. And as somebody has said on that network, you all try to play this little girl like she's so handicapped, disabled. Wasn't nothing wrong with Madeline SOTO. The problem is you and Stephen Stearns and whoever else you have allowed to abuse your child. It's a personal problem, not a child problem. Did you fall out with your daughter about something? Went off, got to talking crazy, flipping out, wigging out? Hell, how do I know you ain't the one that strangled her? I'm just saying. See, we ain't gonna never know. Because as I've told you before, in order for Stephen Stearns to preserve his life, he's got to throw her under the bus. His lawyer is going to tell him to do so. That is the only way he's going to be able to survive, trying to appeal to 12 members of a jury. He got to give her up, no matter what she did and did not do. And it will be up to 12 people to decide if this heifer killed her child. Because he ain't about to say he killed that girl. He gonna say, yeah, I took pictures of her. Yeah, I touched her inappropriately, penetrated her, but I did not strangle her. That's where Jennifer comes in. Bet your bottom dollar. And then everybody gonna be sitting there wondering, trying to figure out who killed the little girl. So it's gonna be a hot mess when trial comes. And what's gonna be fucked up? Somebody hangs the jury because they gonna, we're gonna go back to Casey Anthony days. That's all you need is one to think he didn't kill that kid. It's gonna be a hot mess. Now here she is explaining why her child is going to sleep in a room with a grown man.
Take care of the morning duties so I can go and sleep.
According to investigators, Jennifer SOTO sent a text message to Stearns at 11:39 that read, "Make sure she goes to bed right now." About a minute later, Stearns replied, "She's built her nest and she's settling in now."
What time did you wake up? I'm going to say around 8 o'clock in the morning. Stephen came into the room.
When Jennifer SOTO
Before we get into that lie, because these are all lies, we don't really have proof of anything except for a child dead. That's all we have. A child found out in the middle of nowhere, assaulted and thrown out like trash. You see, even the text message is possibly a ruse to set the scene if this is indeed an orchestrated murder, accidental murder / cover-up. Who's going to tell you the truth? That's where we have the problem. So this is where the roommates come in. All this shit going on in his house and y'all don't hear nothing, see nothing. I don't believe that. Because what did I tell you about grown folks doing things? Somebody got to make some noise, because I don't know too many grown people that have sexual relations don't make noise. And although he's messing with a child, he's still a man. He's going to moan and groan. Come on with it, Queen, because somebody is asleep. Everybody played a role in this child's demise. No way he's sitting up here doing this with this little girl and he ain't making no sounds. And where the hell were they at while he's upstairs with her and she building her nest? I'll wait. See, that's something else you don't hear in these interviews. Where were your roommates? What time did they come home? Did they come home? Did they come home that night? Did they come home that morning? I ain't heard none of that. Because that goes to complicity as well. So it ain't even just about Stephen and Jennifer. Where were the roommates? Anybody got any ideas? Because the one thing ain't nobody talking about are the roommates. He had to get a dead kid out of that damn apartment. Somebody help me, because I'm drowning up here. Say it again, Queen. How did he get a dead kid out of there from room number 4? And all this 7:05, 7:15 in the morning, her phone moving up and down the steps. You don't have proof that's her. Who said it was Madeline SOTO? Because you're dealing with two pathological liars. This is what I keep trying to explain to people. This case is like all the cases pertaining to missing and dead children. You are listening to versions from the same people who killed them. So how are you going to sit here and decide what is the truth? It's a he said and she said. So what? The phone moved up the stairs 10 minutes. How many steps it took? Oh, you counted the steps her phone took that night. That don't mean that was Madeline SOTO with that phone. Why do you think they're asking her questions about where does your child plug her phone in, charge her phone? As Mr. Strategic said in his live stream today, everything is orchestrated by law enforcement. If they ask a question, it's because they already have the damn answer. Checkmate. You better pay attention. Every question is strategic. Where she slept, where she charged the phone. You're going to also hear about the app put on her phone, the gaming app that Miss SOTO says has to go through her. And see why they asking her that. It's because you said you was asleep. So that means they got proof somebody went in Madeline's phone and downloaded a gaming app. Uh-oh. Come on with it, Queen.
Woke up. She says she thought Madeline might still be in the condo.
I heard noises in the kitchen, but I'm not sure,
Not sure who it was
who
exactly.
it was exactly. Yeah, it could have been any of the roommates.
Jennifer SOTO told detectives she never actually saw Madeline that morning and assumed Stearns was taking her to school.
I had an appointment. I had a doctor's appointment at like 10:15, but they took a while. And then by the time they did my blood work and whatever, I think I got home somewhere between 11 and 11:15.
Okay. When you got back, was Stefan here?
I'm pretty sure he was, yeah.
Sadly, by then, detectives believed Madeline was already dead. But where was she and what happened to her? Before investigators could answer those questions, they discovered Stearns took a mysterious round-trip drive to Southwest Florida early in the morning.
All right, that's going to be the next audio I play. When you watch her talking at the tax office, you can decide she's either telling the truth or she was lying. But as more information has come out and information brought by law enforcement, district attorney, and release the information pertaining to the police report, when you go back to watch those videos, audio, it gives you a new spin on Stephen Stearns and Jennifer SOTO. It takes you into the abyss. Because you always have to remember something. When people spin lies, they don't know that other people are going to hear the lies, okay? They don't know mom, dad, sister, cousin, neighbor are going to hear what they told the police. And people who lie don't tell that lie, continuously. They may tell somebody else another version. So I won't doubt that these two have spun different stories to mom, dad, sister, brother, cousin, whomever. And we've already seen that Jennifer can't even get the lie straight on who took the child to school. That tells you a lot because that's the beginning of this story, allegedly. But like I've told people, you don't really know when the child died. We have to get an answer from the medical examiner to say, I put her death at 7 a.m., 6 a.m., 4 a.m., 11 p.m. Because she could have died when she got home. And then that's a lie as well that's been spun by Jennifer SOTO. First you say your sister took her home at 8:30. Then we find out Stephen took her home. Then you say, oh, Stephen wouldn't have been invited because he and my mom don't get along. But then somebody zoomed in on the balloons at the party, and there's a reflection looking like Stephen Stearns standing right near the girl out on the patio. So who took her home, Jennifer? Do you see the lies? So if they've given her this partial immunity, whatever, it doesn't really mean anything because everybody watching the story unfold knows she's complicit because of her own words. And as Mr. Strategic said earlier in his live, innocent people don't get immunity. Checkmate. Say it again. Because damn, that hit me like a ton of bricks when he said that. Innocent people don't get immunity. For what? You haven't done anything. One, you don't need a lawyer. Why do you have a lawyer? Because you are complicit. It's just I got to prove what you did and did not do and what you know. Let's go to part 3. WKMG News 6 Click Orlando is the source of this information. All audio is on my community page if you need verification for a source. James Earl Jones has passed away at the age of 93. Prayers to his family. 1 minute, everybody. Because I'm buffering right now. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the Vault XL.
Hey, guys.
On February 28th, 2 days after Madeline SOTO had been reported missing, her mom, Jennifer SOTO, and Jennifer's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, found themselves temporarily homeless. Deputies had sealed off the Kissimmee condo where they lived so investigators could photograph the potential crime scene.
Hey, Peter.
Detectives had also just seized Stearns' cell phone and his car, a silver Lincoln MKZ. Early that morning, the couple, along with Stephen Stearns' father, checked into this hotel near Disney. All three went to bed, but then, according to investigators, Stearns snuck out of the hotel and went on a mysterious mission. Detectives wanted to know where he went as they tried to seek justice for Madeline.
Where did he go?
Do you think your son's capable of doing something like this? I know it's a hard question as a father. Nothing would surprise me at this point. I don't know.
You're listening to the voice of Christopher Stearns, the father of Stephen Stearns.
What time did you get here last night? 3 a.m. 3 a.m.
Christopher Stearns says that he, his son, and Jennifer SOTO arrived at the Town Place Suites at Flamingo Crossings and checked into 2 separate hotel rooms.
I brought my stuff up, went over and said goodnight, and then hit the sack.
About 2 hours later, at 4:42 in the morning, surveillance cameras captured Stephen Stearns leaving the hotel through the main entrance. Investigators believe he then climbed into Jennifer SOTO's white Nissan Sentra and drove for more than 2 hours to the town of Northport, which is located between Sarasota and Fort Myers. Stearns has occasionally lived in Northport at his parents' home.
He waited for the people, went to sleep and snuck out. Not long after we all said goodnight.
Christopher Stearns told detectives he had no idea why his son would drive to Northport in the middle of the night while authorities were still searching for Madeline.
I don't know what it would say. Flabbergasted or impressed that Stephen's endeavors.
What does that mean? You are either flabbergasted or what? Intrigued by his endeavors. His endeavors to do what? Cover up a crime? Do you hear this? This doesn't make any sense. Why would you say something like that? I'm flabbergasted or what? Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. You know that your son is going to do something wrong or went to do something wrong. He's supposed to be in the bed with his lover. He's up driving her car in the middle of the night going back to your house. The house you share with your wife. Did he go back there to try to use the Wi-Fi? We learned that he tried to ping, use the Wi-Fi, didn't work. What else did he do over there in that town? This is very diabolical information. And the mother tells us later, he didn't get in the house. He didn't come in the house because he didn't have a way to get in, which that doesn't make any sense. He stays with you, but he doesn't have a way to get in the house. That makes no fucking sense. This is why I keep trying to tell you all you have to pay attention to the details, because there's something not right with these parents. You're going to tell your son to come back home to live, but he don't got a way to get into his own house where he lives. He can't steal anything because he don't got a way. This doesn't make any sense. Then why is he there? So he's coming and going back and forth between Jennifer's house, his house with his parents, but he don't have a way to get in his own house with his parents. I want you all to think about that for a minute. Somebody's lying here. Everybody is full of shit.
Canine trained to detect the scent of dead bodies checks out a silver Lincoln MKZ belonging to Stephen Stearns, the last person to see 13-year-old Madeline SOTO alive. The dog does not appear to notice anything unusual. The canine handler then brings the dog over to a white Nissan Sentra belonging to SOTO's mother, Jennifer. According to investigators, the canine alerted to possible human remains near the rear passenger wheel well. Earlier that day, authorities arrested Stearns.
So the dog has hit on both cars. The dog has hit on the Lincoln, which we learned the child was in that car, passenger seat, front passenger seat. We also learned he took her and put her in the trunk, just threw her on top of all that junk and debris in the back of that Lincoln. And then the dog hit on the rear passenger wheel. Why would the dog be hitting back there? Any ideas? Anybody? Because now you got to go into the belly of the beast. He went and used Jen's car when they went and stayed at that hotel. He, her, and his father. So he's doing a lot of sneaky business late morning. Sir, did you go over to the dead body? What did you do when you went back to the crime scene, Mr. Stephen Stearns? Because there's a reason that dog would hit on that rear tire of Jennifer's car. Stay woke. Because you parked your car on that same side of the road where the body would be. Am I correct? Were you trying to get the body over? I don't know. I don't know what the hell you were doing. Because I don't know why the dog would hit on her car if the child was in your car the whole day riding around dead up until the disposal spot. So something's weird there. Why did the dog hit on her rear passenger wheel? This is creepy.
For sexually molesting Madeline. At that point, investigators believed she was likely dead, but they did not know where her body might be. So detectives used license plate readers, surveillance cameras, and other investigative tools trying to bring justice for Madeline.
I hope so, Kat.
with our servers designed for it.
All right, brief intermission. Dear God, I hope so, because this is some bad business. Because her walking free will be an injustice just like that Casey Anthony business.
Green hoodie, green white Crocs. White Crocs.
Stearns told investigators he and Madeline woke up in their Kissimmee condominium early that morning, climbed into his silver Lincoln, and headed off to school.
We made such a good time. We were so impressed. We made such a good time getting out the door. We were probably out by 7:30, 7:40.
Do you hear this, sicko? We made such good time. We were so impressed. We made such good time getting out the door. We were probably out by 7:30, 7:45. Well, Mr. Stearns, they have you at the dumpster at 7:30. So you about got that right. You were out the door. You were out the door with a dead person, a dead kid. That part you got right. So you were impressed with getting out the door with a dead kid? That's what you're saying? We. Who are you speaking of? We. You and Jennifer? Because one person's dead. The person that you're spinning this lie about. We were so impressed. No, she wasn't impressed because she wasn't breathing. I don't think she was impressed at all. I say she was unimpressed. So who are you speaking of? We were impressed. I'm being quite cynical. We were probably out by 7:30, 7:45. What is interesting about the lies that he and Jennifer spin, they're pretty much okay on the timing. It's just they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing at these certain times. Yeah, he was out the door 7:30, putting somebody's backpack and laptop and one white Croc shoe in the dumpster. Isn't that correct, sir? So that part you did get correct. But believe me, Madeline SOTO was not impressed. I don't think she's been impressed for a very long time. She was just riding the wave of disaster, a choice she didn't have. Because her mother is so disgusting and vile, she's allowed any and everything to be around her kid and assault her kid. So there's no impression. She was never impressed, sir.
45. But at that very same time, 7:30, detectives say surveillance cameras at the Venetian Bay Village's condo complex captured video of Stearns putting trash into a dumpster. Deputies later followed this trash collection truck to a sorting facility. In the trash, deputies say they found Madeline's backpack, her school laptop computer, and one white Croc. According to investigators, a matching white Croc was located in the bedroom of Madeline's mother.
She was asleep in the car.
Well, so see, this is where there's the problem, Jennifer. You didn't see nothing. You don't know nothing. He's in your room, fumbling around with a damn dog on a leash. You can get up for that, but you can't get up for your daughter. But then let you tell her, oh, well, yeah, she should have came by and said goodbye to me. But yet you can describe what she had on, but you didn't get up. And then the one Croc is found in the dumpster and one in your room, which means what exactly? I'll wait. Why was there only one shoe found in the dumpster? Anybody have any ideas? You were rushing to get her things. Were you not, Mr. Stearns, trying to gather everything up, probably in the dark, running through the room, grabbing everything to throw away? So we have to ask ourselves, if one shoe was in the bedroom, then that means that other shoe was also in Jennifer's bedroom. Checkmate. Oh my. The webs we weave. So was everything in the bedroom? Was everything in the bedroom? Do we even know where the child was unalive. Pay attention. We don't. Because we now have information that Jennifer texted him at some point, don't know the actual date, that she can't sleep in her room with her anymore. And that could have been a ruse, meaning you can't sleep in the room with her alone. But she puts I instead of him. See, we don't know what's the truth. Maybe there was hanky-panky in Jennifer's room on February 25th. Who's to say? Because you're dealing with two pathological liars. And it's a matter of what you believe. But her shoe is in Jennifer's room. That would lead you to believe that's where her things possibly were, because she always stayed in her mom's room. So for all I know, her clothes were in there, book bag. And when they killed her, I said he gathered up all her stuff, but forgot about the other shoe. Because we also learn now, Jennifer also wore white Crocs. Checkmate. Size 8. So he was running through there getting Crocs. Probably didn't know which was which. Did you not, Stephen Stearns? My, the plot thickens.
Most of the time, just snoozing until we got there.
Stearns told detectives that Madeline was not awake during much of the drive from the condo to Hunters Creek Middle School, located about 6 miles away.
Do you remember what time you dropped her off?
I estimated it to be sometime between 8:20, 8:40.
But at about that very same time, 8:19 a.m., detectives say surveillance video shows Stearns and Madeline returning to the condominium complex through this security gate. The female appeared to be completely slumped over and with her mouth ajar, investigators wrote. They believe she was dead.
How creepy is that? Child in the car, dead, mouth open. Macabre. Stephanie, why did you return back to the house? Help us understand. I know why you left out and went in that direction of the school. That was to make it look like you took her to school. But where you fucked up is when you came back worrying about a clicker, which makes no sense to anybody breathing. That's because you knew you were going to be ripping and running and doing all type of stupid shit. And you need to be able to get in, get out, and also use the back entrance. Is that why you came back? Because you knew you wanted to be using the back entrance instead of the front? You still messed up, sir, because you're riding around with a dead corpse in the car. You hadn't planned this out thoroughly, as most murderers, they don't do. You didn't plan this out, because when you left out with her, you should have kept going to the disposal spot. All this running back and forth makes no sense. Alleged McDonald trip that never happened. This nasty talk about Danishes, which I'm praying this is not some type of sex term that's in the Urban Dictionary. But I did find that interesting. She changed her mind, but I gave her Danishes. That don't make any sense. Why would you have Danishes if you're going to take her to McDonald's? And then that conversation that they allegedly had the night before, that's a suspect as well. It's almost like it's orchestrated to some degree. Stay woke. Because a lot of people say, well, it's not orchestrated because of what he was doing and how he did it. But what you got to remember, if a person has never murdered someone, you can't expect them to be an expert in the cover-up. That's your assumption. Oh, they planned the murder, then they should plan the cover-up well. Well, come on now. We live in a modern day with cameras, eye in the sky, Ring cameras. There is no perfect murder. That's why people get caught. There were cameras everywhere. I'm surprised there's not one showing them carrying the dead girl out. Because we got to ask ourselves, how did he get her out? without anybody seeing him. Now, the setup of the way the apartments are made, yes, easy access, glass door out. But we still live in a modern day. People are getting up for school, work. Still, you were able to take her out. Nobody noticed you dragging that body limp. And for all I know, it wasn't limp. Could have been stone cold hard, because we don't really know when she died. We just hear information about him putting her in the trunk. She appeared limp on the camera. Was she really limp? I don't know. I wasn't there. I say she wasn't breathing.
I talked to him. He showed me his little clicker. And he's like, hey man, I'm clicking, it's not working.
This security guard says he opened the gate to allow Stearns back in.
Just remember there was a woman like sleepy beside her with a green shirt.
Did you see her move at all? Oh, she was just still.
Stearns never mentioned that he returned here to the condo until detectives confronted him about it. His explanation contradicted that security guard who says Stearns had a gate clicker.
I had forgotten something. I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry, I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left. I forgot my gate clicker.
So he's been calling a lie. I forgot my gate clicker. Well, now we have an eyewitness who worked the security gate to say the clicker wasn't working. So I'm assuming it wasn't. So, Mr. Stearns, why did you go back to the apartment? What did you forget? Because this is odd. You've killed a kid, you put a dead kid in a car, you ride in the direction of school, and then you double right back, and then you're going back and forth about a gate clicker. You go inside. This is where Jennifer tells us you all played around with a dog and a dog leash. This doesn't make any sense to me. Why did you return back to the apartment? Help us understand why you returned. Because when most people kill people and they put them in a car, the truck, they're not coming back to the house. If they come back, they're coming back empty-handed. They're not coming back with the dead person still in the damn car. So what did you do exactly when you got back to the house? What did you do? Something off here. And I doubt we'll ever know the truth.
Did she go inside with you?
No, she was in the car still. She was asleep.
Where in the park?
Passenger side.
Stearns told investigators he left the condo again and took Madeline to school. But instead, it appears he came to this area around SeaWorld, miles away from her school. At 9:02 a.m., investigators say those traffic cameras up there captured video of Stearns driving through this intersection with Madeline's lifeless body. At 9:35 a.m., cameras at an Orlando office building reportedly show the silver Lincoln entering this parking garage. According to a report, Stearns can be seen moving Madeline's body from the passenger seat to the trunk of his car, which was filled with other belongings. At 10:14 a.m., cameras captured the Lincoln returning to the condo again. Detectives asked Stearns why it took him nearly 2 hours to get back from Madeline's school.
You see, this is where this makes no sense, all this running around. So I'm assuming that when he put her in the trunk at this open garage, because it's almost like a portico, you just drive up under it, but it's open. It shows you that people really aren't watching cameras. Because if you were watching a camera and saw somebody putting a dead person in a trunk, wouldn't you dial 911? Hello? That's what's so strange about CCTV footage. It's always after the fact. Somebody has a story to tell. So what is the damn purpose of a camera? Nobody's watching it. He's pulling up on private property, dilly-dallying around with a dead kid from front seat to trunk. I just want you to think about that for just a second. Front passenger to trunk. And we only learn this after the fact. When they start trailing his movements Obviously, he's a suspect from the information from his phone with pictures of the child and videos of her and engaging in SA. So now he's public enemy number one, suspect number one. So now we follow his trail. We're asking him, where'd he go? Where'd he go? So now we're going to all those places, pulling up footage. That's how he got caught. That is how he got caught. Because if there was no footage of his car and there was no pornography on his phone, he might be walking free today. Stay woke.
Can't explain it. I wasn't going anywhere in particular. Wasn't doing anything in particular.
At 12:19 p.m., security video reportedly shows the silver Lincoln leaving the condo once more. Using images of the car from license plate readers and traffic cameras, investigators say they can prove the vehicle traveled east from Kissimmee along US 192 towards St. Cloud. According to detectives, the last documented sighting of the Lincoln was near Hickory Tree Road, where it turned south off 192. That just happens to be about 9 miles from the spot where investigators would later find Madeline's body.
I had a couple errands to run over on 192.
While driving to some stores in Kissimmee, Stearns says he got a flat tire, but he could not tell detectives exactly where he stopped to put on the spare.
I'm so sorry, I'm drawing a blank as any specific business.
Let me go back a minute.
Police photos
Because,
show the rubber
hold
tire.
on, let's go back. 1219.
According to detectives, the last documented sighting of the Lincoln was near Hickory Tree Road, where it turned south off 190. Yeah. Security video reportedly shows the silver Lincoln leaving the condo once more. Using images of the car from...
So this is a problem. This is getting really ignorant now. Okay. Why does he keep going back to this condo? At 12:19, they got him leaving the condo. So it hasn't even made it to Hickory Road yet, where he dumps her. And you also got to remember he got a flat tire. This is deep. Why does he keep going back to this damn house? Stephen Stearns, well, what was going on, honey? You keep going back and forth to this house with a dead kid. Back and forth, back and forth. We got dumping her stuff at 7:30 in the morning. You ride up near the school, you come back to the apartment talking about a clicker, you're in the house for 12 minutes or so, you go back out, then you're taking her body to the garage and dumping it inside of a trunk, then you're going back to the apartment, and they've got you leaving there at 12:19. I didn't know you were still going back and forth to this apartment. Why? Why are you going back and forth with this dead kid? Somebody help me understand, because I'm confused. This commentary says 12:19. She should have been already on her way to be disposed of. Why is he doing all this running around? You're almost at 5 hours, and she hadn't even been dumped yet. I had no idea it was going on this long. 7:30 is when you start dumping her things in the apartment dumpster. 12:19, they have you coming out of the condo again. Why? Both of them are dumb if the police can't get both of them for this. I don't know. Yeah. Because something's not right here. All this running around with a dead kid in a car. And then we also heard about him going to the vape store and sitting out there and all that. All this is barbaric.
From license plate readers and traffic cameras, investigators say they can prove the vehicle traveled east from Kissimmee along US 192 towards St. Cloud. According to detectives, the last documented sighting of the Lincoln was near Hickory Tree Road, where it turned south off 192. That just happens to be about 9 miles from the spot where investigators would later find Madeline's body.
I had a couple errands to run over on 192.
While driving to some stores in...
He was running errands on 192. So her body was found 9 miles. I don't understand. Did he know this area, or he was just looking for somewhere to dump her? I'm confused. Because none of this makes any sense. All this damn riding around with a dead person. Moving the body. Help me understand why he's doing all this ripping and running with a dead person in a car. Because it seems like to me that when you first left the property and pretended to go to her school, you could have went, stopped, turned the car back around, and just went straight to the dump site and been done with it. You're doing all this back and forth to the apartment, then going to the parking garage, dumping her in the trunk, then back to the apartment. What the hell is going on? Maybe it wasn't planned and didn't know where to put her yet. Yeah, but guess what? That's the best way to get caught, is to be riding around with a dead person in your car. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It makes no sense. You kill that girl either in the wee hour or that night. You've had ample enough time to think of somewhere to dump her body. You already see the footage was allegedly grainy at the near the church, because that church is a little ways from the road, so you can't see nothing over there in that parking lot any damn way. They knew that. It's far from the road. That church parking lot. You got the curb, then grass, then a big long parking lot, then the church. Hell no, you can't see anything. So that's why this makes no sense. You could have just went on your merry way and dumped the kid. All this back and forth, taking her back to the property, I don't understand it. Chris Watts dumb, I guess. Yeah, I agree.
Kissimmee, Stearns says he got a flat tire, but he could not tell detectives exactly where he stopped to put on the spare.
I'm so sorry, I'm drawing a blank as any specific businesses or names.
These police photos showed the rubber tire was completely shredded off the wheel. While changing the tire, Stearns says he injured his hand. That tire change delayed Stearns from returning home, he says, so he could not pick up Madeline after school. Instead, Jennifer SOTO headed out alone to get her daughter.
Well, I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out.
Jennifer SOTO reported her daughter's disappearance to law enforcement that evening, launching the missing child investigation. She and her boyfriend then returned home, but Stearns reportedly did not stick around.
Stefan went out sometime in the middle of the night and went searching, cruising around to see if he could figure out where she might be. What car was he driving? My car.
Detectives say they have images showing Jennifer SOTO's white Nissan leaving the condo around 3 a.m. and then taking the exact same journey towards St. Cloud that Stearns reportedly made hours earlier.
Stephen Stearns, number one, why did you take Jennifer's car? Because you didn't want to risk your car being out there, get stranded again, another tire blow off? Why did you go back to the crime scene, sir? Help me understand. Because this is where the dog would later hit on her car. So this is just another piece of mystery in this debacle. What were you doing out there, sir, in Jennifer's car? I don't want to know. One last hoorah with the victim. Some more funny games with a corpse, because we hear from one of your exes, you appear to like a woman to lie dead, face down, to engage in sex. So what I have to use is deduction. You anteed up your sex games with a child to death. Because what have I said before pertaining to sadism? There's only so much you can do with a body, such as what we learned with the Finnegan case in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. You're beating, you're torturing the body, cutting the body. How far are you going to take it? Stay woke. So what would be the ultimate high of a sadistic psychopath? Death. I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. I still can't get a rush. There's nothing left but death. You're sexual assaulting, binding, gagging, assaulting the person, cutting them, doing all these wicked things. There's nothing left but death for the victim. So I'm not getting off on sexual assaulting, drugging them. They're playing dead. You know, anal sex, this type of sex. I gotta take it farther because I ain't getting no rush no more. Which is it? The girl fought back or he needed an ultimate high? And if he's into necrophilia, which you can't get into that until you actually kill a person. Bingo card. Come on with it, Queen. You can't get into something until you perfect it. Yes, so am I. You can't perfect it until you do it, right? So we're going to ante it up, this sadistic side of myself. I done done all I can do with her. I got to go farther. Is that what happened with Madeline SOTO? He had to take it a step farther. Death. And then even after death, it wasn't enough, obviously, because he had to go back and took the mother's car. That's how crazy he is. So what did you do? Go play funny games with a corpse, sir? Because we heard that when they got to her, partial hand, arm, whatever, has decomposed, one side of the face decomposed, and then flies around her mouth, whatever. So please don't tell me you went back to do something sexual with a dead kid. Of course you did. Of course you did. But where we are confused is why the dog is hitting on Jennifer SOTO's back rear tire. That's where I have a real problem. Because that's an odd place for a dog to hit. So what the fuck were you doing out there? For the dog to hit on the back tire? Anybody have any suggestions? Because I'm out of suggestions right now. I can't touch this because this is crazy to me. And the more people keep uploading content pertaining to Madeline SOTO, I get more frustrated and pissed off by the hour. Because I'm just over the moon with this nonsense. I'm just over the moon. And not in a good way.
A police canine indicated the Nissan may have come in contact with a dead body at some point. Stearns denied knowing anything about a late-night trip in this car.
I don't recall us going anywhere last night. And honestly, at that point, my brain was mush and I was on so many tranquilizers.
4 days after Madeline's disappearance, Kissimmee police asked the community for help pinpointing where Stearns may have changed the tire of his silver Lincoln.
If anyone saw this vehicle or noticed anything suspicious, we're asking that they call Crime Line.
Hours after that news conference, a witness came forward claiming he saw a man who resembled Stearns changing a tire right here on Hickory Tree Road. Just a few feet from here, over that fence, and in those trees back there, investigators found the body of 13-year-old Madeline SOTO. The medical examiner determined she had been strangled to death.
So where the reporter shows the car going in a certain direction and walking over is barbed wire. She's over that fence, obviously, through some trees. I'm trying to figure out if she's past the barbed wire, how'd you get her over there? This don't make no sense to me. I thought maybe she was thrown like right over the barbed wire. She can't be over the barbed wire and through the trees. She can't be both. Well, which is it? This shit is ridiculous. Why did the dog hit on that damn woman's car? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because this ain't adding up.
Stephen Stearns has been indicted by the grand jury on first-degree murder for the killing of Madeline SOTO.
The state attorney's office interviewed Jennifer SOTO after her daughter's body was recovered. She said she did not know Stearns had been molesting the 13-year-old and did not know how Madeline died.
Basically, you have two warrants, so I'll let you know what those are.
Stearns, who faces the death penalty if convicted of killing Madeline, has pleaded not guilty to more than 60 criminal charges, including child pornography possession, sexual battery on a child, and first-degree murder.
How can you plead not guilty when you know what you've been doing? You know they have proof, because why wouldn't you be arrested? Stephen Stearns. How are you going to plead not guilty knowing what you've done to the child and you kept a record? You kept a record. You kept photos, videos of the girl. You got a video of another a tenant in the house filming her naked, plus the other pornography found on the hard drives in the storage unit belonging to your father. And you would go into court and plead not guilty? Really? And then got the audacity not to even want to go before the judge. You must know Brian Kohlberger. You two must be cousins. You think that means something to the judge? You don't want to get your lazy ass up at your cell and stand before the court? The trial or whatever is going to go on eventually. So you can play possum and delay shit like what they're doing out there in Idaho, playing all these damn mind games, Kohlberger and his attorney, Annie Taylor. You gonna stand account one way or the fucking other. So these reindeer games you're playing is a waste of time. As you told your mother to email, when this nasty business is over, I hope to be home. You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. Could have been. That's what they do. Underground stuff. And that's a question many people have, I'm sure. Did he upload content to any websites? Did he sell any of the content? Did he trade any of the content? I won't doubt that he probably did. Because that's what sadists do. They have to show their handiwork. What was all the running around with the dead body in the car about? That's something I don't understand. Number two, why did the dog hit on Jen's back tire? Make me understand. What would he be doing back there? Is it because he was fumbling with the dead body? Then he walked back to the car? But why would he be at the back of the car near the wheel? For what? He's in Jen's car. Did he get scared? Check the tires? Some type of DNA rubbed off on the tires? I don't know. None of this makes any sense to me. This is all bizarre. I've had just about enough of all of this. Let's see. I played you part 1, part 2, part 3. I want to make sure I played everything. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. Kat says, I bet he was. Yeah, he's got to show his handiwork. That was the purpose of filming her in the first place. You nasty buzzard. Let's see. I think this is the last one I gotta play. Hope you all are well. I can't remember. I got so many of these to play. Oh, Lord. It's 4 installments by the news. But I don't know which one this is. Hold on, everybody. Gotta verify. It's 3. Maybe it's this one. I think it's this one. Hold on, everybody. Trying to check. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to get it in order.
Trained to detect the scent of dead bodies, checks out a
This is the evidence.
MKZ belonging to Stephen Stearns, the last person to see 13-year-old Madeline Soto alive.
I'm talking about her car, baby.
Anything unusual. The canine handler then brings the dog.
I'm not talking about his car. When he went to the hotel, his father got him a room, and her a room, and himself a room. Stephen went back out in her car to the crime scene. Well, when her car got taken in, the dog hits on the back passenger tire. I think it's the back driver tire. Why would the dog be hitting on that back tire? Not his car, her car. Why would it be hitting on her car? That doesn't make any sense. So that's why I'm saying, did he do something to the body and then went over to the car, got nervous, thinking, let me check all the tires because I got a flat the last time. So did he brush up against the car? He had to. That means he was down there having sex with the body and it went back and rubbed up against her tires, checking her tires to make sure they all had air in them. This is crazy. Dear God, I can't. I can't breathe. This is ridiculous.
Dog over to a white Nissan Sentra belonging to Soto's mother, Jennifer.
See, he's barking.
According to investigators,
back tire.
the canine alerted to possible human remains near the rear passenger wheel well.
Oh, passenger wheel. Okay, passenger, not driver.
Earlier that day.
Okay, let's chop it up. Let's chop it up before we go farther. I got a few people in the chat. Weigh it out. Why did that dog lay down on that ground by that back passenger wheel? Oh, dear God. Make me want to throw up. As I'm tired, I can't keep talking about this. This case is making me sick. I didn't cover this months ago. I did not want to talk about Madeline Soto because I talk about other true crime cases with children. Runner says, yep, transferred her DNA. He makes me sick. He had to, because her car has been at her condo allegedly the whole time of the transferring of the body from place to place, place to place. So why is he wanting her car after they have roped off the Kissimmee condo? He's in a hotel, father in a hotel. He sneaks out with her car. They later check her car, the next day or so, and the dog lies flat on the ground, barking at that back tire. And that is a cadaver dog. Say what, Cat? I'm going with propped up theory. What do you mean? Up inside the car, around the tire. What's your point? Well, what difference do it make? Inside, outside, and still, why would it be at the back tire? If her car is not involved in the case of transporting a body, when you transport the body, that's inside of the car. Unless he's detecting smell emulating from inside of Jennifer's car. Checkmate. Stay woke. Maybe he propped her up to take photos. Sweet Jesus. What? Girl, do you hear yourself? Why do you need to prop her up? You can just take pictures of her lying down. Oh, I can't. Oh, you're going to make me throw up.
sexually molesting Madeline. At that point, investigators believed she was likely dead, but they did not know where her body might be. So detectives used license plate readers, surveillance cameras, and other investigative tools trying to bring justice for Madeline.
Propped her up. Oh, I can't touch that. I can't touch that. Well, he did something with her.
Well, she last seen wearing green hoodie, green white Crocs. White Crocs.
Stearns told investigators he and Madeline woke up in their Kissimmee condominium early that morning, climbed into his silver Lincoln, and headed off to school.
You made such good time.
All right, Kat.
So, you made such good time getting out the door. You were probably out by 7:30, 7:45.
But at that very same time, 7:30, detectives say surveillance cameras at the Venetian Bay Village's condo complex captured video of Stearns putting trash into a dumpster. Deputies later followed this trash collection to a sorting facility. In the trash, deputies say they found Madeline's backpack, her school laptop computer, and one white Croc. According to investigators, a matching white Croc was located in the bedroom of Madeline's mother.
She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there.
Stearns told detectives that Madeline was not awake during much of the drive from the condo to Hunters Creek Middle School, located about 6 miles away.
Do you remember what time you dropped her off?
I estimated it to be sometime between 8:20, 8:40.
But at about that very same time, 8:19 a.m., detectives say surveillance video shows Stearns and Madeline returning to the condominium complex through this security gate. The female appeared to be completely slumped over and with her mouth ajar, investigators wrote. They believe she was dead.
I talked to him. He showed me his little clicker. And he's like, hey man, I'm clicking, it's not working.
This security guard says he opened the gate to allow Stearns back in.
Just remember there was a woman like sleepy beside her with a green shirt.
Did you see her move at all?
No.
Oh, she's still.
Stearns
So the eyewitness sees a woman in the car not moving. The clicker. Whose clicker is it? Is it Jennifer's clicker or he had his own clicker? Do they give you clickers pertaining to how many people live in your apartment? Can you order 1, 2, 3 other clickers? Wonder how does that go? Because that might be relevant down the road as well. How many clickers are allotted to a renter owner of a condo? Can you ask for another clicker? Do they get suspicious if you need more clickers? Just curious. Just asking all questions. How macabre is this to now know you were looking at a man and a dead kid in a car and you had no idea? Somebody says, maybe not the tire, but around it. So could be when he touched Jen's car back there after touching Madeline's body, could have put something in the trunk. Yes, he could have. And what might that be, dear? What could he have put back in the trunk or back seat of her car? Maybe when he went back to fool around with her body, he got spooked by a passing car and pretended to be checking the tires. Very good. Just knelt down, hiding beside the car, and he transferred the DNA. Very good, Sam and Moon Rain. Yeah. So he went back fooling with the dead body. If we're to believe her car was not involved in transferring Madeline's body, that is the only other alternative. He went back, they tracked the car there, her GPS puts her car there, he touched that dead girl, and we already know what he was doing with the dead girl. I am over this. It's one thing you've been molesting her, filming her pictures, but then you got to go back to the dead person. So see, this leads you to believe that perhaps her murder could have been orchestrated. He just didn't plan it out to dispose her properly. Because we have an eyewitness to say he seemed like he liked, lying flat sex, play dead sex. I mean, I can't tell that woman that's not what she thought. She would know him better than me. So what did I just tell you? Could this be the ultimate high? I've had enough of playing with her, doing nasty things to her, assaulting her. I've got to take it a step further. I got to now strangle her. I can have my way with her. I don't have to hear any complaints. I don't have to worry about her waking up. I don't have to worry about drugs wearing off. I can have her completely uninterrupted. Is that what happened in that condo? He wanted no malfunctions, complaints. He wanted to feel death. Is that what we're talking about here? Creepy mutt, that's a good one. Cat says he could not resist. Exactly. So this will lead us to believe he was into necrophilia. That might be the reason why he unalived her, was to get that sensation of having sex with a dead person. Maybe that was the goal all along, and he finally acted it out the 25th to 26th.
Never mentioned that he returned here to the condo until detectives confronted him about it. His explanation contradicted that security guard who says Stearns had a gate clicker.
I had forgotten something. I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left. I forgot my gate.
So he has to change the narrative.
No, she was in the car still. She was asleep.
Where in the car?
Downstairs.
Stearns told investigators he left the condo again and took Madeline to school. But instead, it appears he came to this area around SeaWorld, miles away from her school. At 9:02 a.m., investigators say those traffic cameras up there captured video of Stearns driving through this intersection with Madeline's lifeless body. At 9:35 a.m., cameras at an Orlando office building reportedly show the silver Lincoln entering this parking garage. According to a report, Stearns can be seen moving Madeline's body from the passenger seat to the trunk of his car, which was filled with other belongings. At 10:14 a.m., cameras capture the Lincoln returning to the condo again. Detectives asked Stearns why it took him nearly 2 hours to get back from Madeline's school.
Can't explain it. I wasn't going anywhere in particular. Wasn't doing anything in particular.
At 12:19 p.m., security video reportedly shows the silver Lincoln leaving the condo once more. Using images of the car from license plate readers and traffic cameras, investigators say they can prove the vehicle traveled east from Kissimmee along US 192 towards St. Cloud. According to detectives, the last documented sighting of the Lincoln was near Hickory Tree Road, where it turns south off 192. That just happens to be about 9 miles from the spot where investigators would later find Madeline's body.
I had a couple errands to run over on 192.
While driving to some stores in Kissimmee, Stearns says he got a flat tire, but he could not tell detectives exactly where he stopped to put out the spare.
I'm so sorry, I'm drawing a blank as any specific businesses or names.
These police photos showed the rubber tire was completely shredded off the wheel. While changing the tire, Stearns says he injured his hand. That tire change delayed Stearns from returning home, he says, so he could not pick up Madeline after school. Instead, Jennifer SOTO headed out alone to get her daughter.
Well, I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out.
Jennifer SOTO reported her daughter's disappearance to law enforcement that evening, launching the missing child investigation.
Why did it take you so long to report her missing? You reported her missing after 8 o'clock. You already knew she was dead that morning, did you not, Jennifer? I think you did. Your police report, body camera footage tells the story. You knew all along she was dead. The question is, when did Madeline SOTO leave this earth? February 25th or February 26th? What were the circumstances? She rebuffed him, or it was deliberate? He no longer wanted to play the funny games. He wanted to take it a step further. Also, was the mother involved? We get information that she sent him a text at some point, don't know the date, but she said she could no longer sleep in her bed, which makes no sense. She's been sleeping with you. Why are you sending that text to him? Makes no sense. That leads him to believe that she was involved in the hanky-panky and or she said I instead of you. Just in case somebody got a hold of her phone, she wouldn't be implicating Stephen Stearns as a predator. Oh, she can't sleep here anymore. What she was saying was, you can't sleep here anymore with my child. Meaning she knew all along her child was having sexual relations, assaulted by a grown-ass man, her friend, her best friend, her on-again, off-again boyfriend. That proves that by that text. So the state, you do have something against Jennifer SOTO. That text message shows she knew what was going on with her child and Stephen Stearns.
She and her boyfriend then returned home, but Stearns reportedly did not stick around.
Stephen went out sometime in the middle of the night and went searching, cruising around to see if he could figure out where she might be. What car was he driving? My car.
Detectives say they have images showing Jennifer SOTO's white Nissan leaving the condo around 3 in the morning and then taking the exact same journey towards St. Cloud that Stearns reportedly made hours earlier. A police canine indicated.
Okay, so now it's saying her car left the condo. So that would have been right after they've talked to authorities about the child missing. So that means you've gone to the crime scene 2 times in Jennifer SOTO's car. Okay, everybody? That's 2 times. One from the condo, which is the commentary you're hearing now, because you hear her saying, oh, he went out to go look for her. So that's number 1. Jen's car at the crime scene is right after the girl is reported missing. So that will be going into the 27th. Okay? But when the father rented them the room for himself and them, he took her car back out again. Stay woke, everybody. So you have gone to the crime scene 2 times in Jen SOTO's car. Meaning you have touched her body 2 times in probably a 24-hour period. Because they said you were arrested 2 days from when you all reported her missing, because they found data on your phone. So in that short period of time, 48 hours, Stephen Stearns has gone to play funny games with a dead kid. Are you all hearing what I'm saying to you? This man has gone to the crime scene 2 times to have sexual relations with a dead corpse. I'm done. I'm done now.
Indicated the Nissan may have come in contact with a dead body at some point. Stearns denied knowing anything about a late-night trip in this car.
I don't recall us going anywhere last night. I honestly, at that point, my brain was mush and I was on so many tranquilizers.
4 days after Madeline's disappearance, Kissimmee police asked the community for help pinpointing where Stearns may have changed the tire of his silver Lincoln.
If anyone saw this vehicle or noticed anything suspicious, we're asking that they call Crime Line.
Hours after that news conference, a witness came forward claiming he saw a man who resembled Stearns changing a tire right here on Hickory Tree Road.
Sorry, I replayed this, you guys.
From here, over that fence, and in those trees back there, investigators found the body of 13-year-old Madeline SOTO.
Okay, so I replayed this. Sorry about that, because I got a little confused in how many videos I played. So where he has this car parked, the reporter, you walk just a few feet over to the barbed wire fence, and over that fence you go a little ways into some trees. So I'm trying to figure out, how did you get her over that barbed wire fence and into the trees? Or you went around where that other little gates were and carried her what, over your shoulder? This is crazy to me. And then it was broad daylight at that, because your car allegedly was broke down across from the barbed wire fence. If I'm telling this correctly, this is all macabre. He says, Moon says he means Madeline was on so many tranquilizers, I'm sure. Well, he's got to say something because he's caught in lies. So he's got to, keep respinning the narrative. Oh, I don't remember where I was. Oh, I was just riding around. Oh, I wasn't going anywhere particular. Well, see, that's the whole point. Nobody expects to be interrogated by police. Let's say you are an innocent person. You don't have to keep up with the time. You don't have to, rarely remember every little place you went to. Some people are forgetful. So somebody's asking you, well, where'd you go? Where'd you go? And you got to sit here and think, well, I went to Target. I went to Walmart. I went to the vape shop. You understand what I'm saying? He knows he's caught. That's why they're asking him the questions. That's to give them a timeline, because they know eventually they will use all that against him. That's why they tell you don't speak, get a lawyer. But he didn't. He spoke freely. What I find interesting is that she has a lawyer. And the commentary we're going to play is with her lawyer at the state's attorney's office. Why did you get a lawyer, Jen Soto? Why did you get a lawyer? Because you knew that when you spun the story that you sent your child to a bedroom with a grown man, it was not going to sit right with detectives or the district attorney. If she was involved with the sex part, then she couldn't tell on him if he killed Maddie. Interesting. If she was involved with the sex part, then she couldn't tell on him if he killed Maddie. Interesting. Couldn't tell on him. Well, see, that's what's going to be interesting. Stephen Stern's version.
The medical examiner determined she had been strangled to death.
Stephen Stearns has been indicted by the grand jury on first-degree murder.
Yes, Peter.
For the killing of Madeline Soto.
The state attorney's office interviewed Jennifer Soto after her daughter's body was recovered. She said she did not know Stearns had been molesting the 13-year-old and did not know how Madeline died.
Basically, you have two warrants, so I'll let you know what those are.
Stearns, who faces the death penalty if convicted of killing Madeline, has pleaded not guilty to more than 60 criminal charges, including child pornography possession, sexual battery on a child, and first-degree murder.
Okay, so that was a repeat. Sorry about that. Lots of charges, more than the average person would ever accumulate in a lifetime, and yet he's pled not guilty. Why has he pled not guilty? Because he should have known when he got arrested, they found his phone. And they gave him these charges before they found her body, because these are just sex charges, not murder. Why say not guilty when you you've done these things and they have proof that you've done it? You left a blueprint. This is crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. So he's gone to the crime scene 2 times in Jennifer's car and transferred DNA back to the trunk, tire, whichsoever, or back seat of her car. So that means he was probably out there lying on top of the child. Don't mean to be descriptive, but there ain't no other way to word it. Because allegedly they said she looked like she was in a fetal position where she was found. So you went out there crouching over a dead corpse. Are you serious? Are you serious? That is the only way DNA would have gotten anywhere near Jennifer Soto's car. And the child's been dumped there for over a day. So why would there be a hit on a car from a cadaver dog? This is bad, 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 bad. We're going to go to the next content, and it is the information from Miss SOTO. Her narrative to law enforcement pertaining to the disappearance of her child. I don't believe a word has come out of her mouth. She's a liar. A damn liar. April 18th, 2024. Thank you all so much for joining me. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $DeGanji, 129 Cash App. I've brought you commentary to backtrack this horrible, horrible, horrific, heinous story of child abuse and willful intent by two parties. I do believe both are willfully involved in the SA and disappearance and murder of Madeline SOTO, and nobody could tell me different. With all the latest information from police reports, evidentiary material from pictures that people have bought and purchased, her own interview with the state's attorney's office, she has knowledge of what happened to her child beforehand through text messages, and she allowed this man to abuse her child, and there is no reasoning for it. So whether it was for companionship, he paid her, loneliness, she also participated, it doesn't matter, because there's no logic in molesting a child, allowing a child to be molested, your own child or anybody else's child. And the fact that she acted like she was so concerned about this child being molested, flying out to the father, worried about somebody doing something to her on an airplane, didn't want the little girl to spend the night with anybody. The child was being molested all along. That would make you think she was saving her child just for Stephen Stearns. Because if you have knowledge that she's being molested, then no, you wouldn't want her going somewhere else to get molested by somebody else. You were saving her for your boyfriend. That's the way it looks. All this is deep. Viewer discretion advised, everybody. All right. Very sick information.
Good morning. We are at the State Attorney's Office in Kissimmee. It's 8:57 a.m. It's April 18th, 2024. I'm William J. I am the Division Chief for the Homicide Unit. With me is Danielle Pinnell, also from the Homicide Unit in Kissimmee.
Thank you, Tracy.
Can the detectives identify themselves?
Detective Mark Morris.
Detective Kyle Smallwood. And with us is
Jennifer Sutter.
with your attorney, Matthew Bark. All right. We went over some things before we went on the record and told you had the opportunity to ask any questions that you need to ask. If you need a break to consult with your attorney, that is absolutely fine. We'll all step out of the room, turn off our recorders, and let you exercise your constitutional right to have counsel. There's no problem with that. There's water fountains here. There's restrooms. I don't know if you're a smoker or not, but if you get desperate, we can make an outside break time, but we are kind of under time constraints. With that all said, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. All right, this is an investigative subpoena, so you've been compelled to be here. And in our country, under the 5th Amendment and 14th Amendment is applied to you under the Florida Constitution as well, you cannot be forced to incriminate yourself. So anything you say today can't and won't be used against you unless you just don't tell us the truth. And I've already explained to your attorney, Mr. Bark, whether or not you've made any inconsistent statements in the past, that is dirt under the bridge, and either a misdemeanor was committed or it wasn't, but we're not going to be using that as a basis of some sort of perjury by false statements, because those other charges wouldn't be perjury anyways. So the most important thing today is to tell the truth I also explained derivative use immunity, which means if you said that there was a gun, and obviously there's no gun in this case, buried in your attorney's yard, we couldn't go dig up that gun if you told us that, oh yeah, there's the gun that was used is right there. We wouldn't be able to do that. We would have to show that we learned all those things independently from this interview. Okay? Do you have any questions? All right, so let's get started.
Before you start, let me just make sure we're clear on the record. I had, off the record, we had discussed our position on the concerns we have. Ms. SOTO was interrogated by law enforcement previously. She was under a tremendous amount of duress and stress, being that her child was missing and she was informed was found deceased. There's been media hysteria about this. There's been people asking for her to be prosecuted, tarred, feathered, executed. And so with that said, we have the concerns you brought up about if there's something said inconsistent today not being used against her for filing a false police report.
All right, so for example, if she said something that was false then, and we have no idea that it was false now before this interview, but she comes in and admits that it was false today, we can't use these statements or that admission that it was false against her, just like we couldn't use anything else against her from this interview. Okay? All right. My understanding is that on February 25th of this year, you were working at the hotel on Disney property out at Coronado Springs.
Yes.
You have to answer out loud and loud to get caught on the report. I know you're right. I know.
Yes.
All right. And did you get off at 10 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. Did you go directly home?
Yes.
About how long does it take you to get home?
About 25 to 30 minutes.
And when you get home, who is downstairs, if anybody? You have a two-story, is it a townhome? Is that the best word for it?
Yes.
If anybody is downstairs, who is downstairs?
I saw my daughter Madeline and Stefan.
Do you recall what Madeline was wearing?
No.
And do you recall what Stefan was wearing? When you get home from work, do you need to kind of eat a late dinner?
Let's stop right there. Thank you for joining me, everybody. Welcome to the Vault XL. Jen Soto, you can't keep your lies straight. On the body cam footage at the tax office, you and Stefan attempted to describe what the child had on. He said blue or black pants, and you said black shorts. Now, talking to the state's attorney, April 18th, which is a little over a month later, you're whispering, no, you don't remember. Because you know you have lied back and forth with the I, the we, the he, took her to school. So which is it? Do you know what your child had on or you didn't? You don't know. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for the donation, sweetheart. It doesn't make any sense. And I've noticed throughout this interview, you play possum a lot. And you will hear other people give commentary. Mr. Strategic Eyes has given the same commentary earlier. Up and down during this April 18th interview. You talk as if you're talking about somebody else that you don't even know. You pause a lot on questions that you should know the answer to, number one. Why is that? You have to think about what you have to say. You don't want to mess it up. Or you really don't know how to follow the script because the script is a lie. Help the queen understand. And then you sigh after every question. We're talking about your dead kid. What are you sighing for? Oh, were they bothering you? Oh, wasting your fucking time? Well, Ain't that a blip? Who does that? Pay close attention to this interview. She pauses on damn near every damn question except what's pertaining to Stephen Stearns. Number 2, she has to think about what she's saying. 3, she has to sigh after every question, which shows me she is lying.
Before you get settled in for bed?
Yes.
And do you eat there at your home?
Yes.
What do you eat?
Yes, Mo.
A pub sub waiting for me.
Yes, Sam. I agree with both of you.
Did anybody join you in sitting down and eating?
No, I ate in my bedroom.
Okay. Did it look like anybody else had recently cooked food or eaten any food there that night?
What I saw, no, I didn't see anyone cooking, or it didn't look like anyone cooking.
Okay. I believe in one of your former interviews, you mentioned that Madeline might have gone over with you kind of what she got at the birthday party since you didn't have the chance to go because you were at work. When and where does that occur?
That occurs right after I get home. It occurs in my bedroom. Everyone's in my room.
And so by everyone, let's just be clear since I understand you have some roommates. So what do you mean by everyone?
Madeline, Stephen, and myself were in my bedroom.
Okay. At this point in time, do you recall what Madeline was wearing?
I don't know.
Let me ask it a different way. Can you tell me whether or not she was wearing a long sleeve green sweatshirt and jeans?
Oh, no.
Okay. Would she have kind of been in her bed gear, or do you think she could have still been in the dress that she wore to her birthday celebration?
She would have been in pajamas. I can't recall the exact pajamas, but she would have been in pajamas. She had already, by this point in the evening, she had already showered and changed out of that birthday dress.
And was it your understanding from your sister that she had gotten dropped off about 8:30, she being Madeline?
8:30, 8:45, something around that time, yeah.
And what's your understanding as to when Stefan had gotten there? If you know. If you don't guess, it's fine.
Actually, while he's saying that this is important, so there's things that you might think should be a certain way, because that's just me.
Sorry about that. Brief intermission. I agree. She's probably happy the child is gone. And yes, you would remember everything. It's just a month later, how could you forget? Hold on 1 second. Lost my place. What do you mean she would have been wearing? See, everything's in the details, everybody. That's why you have to pay close attention when people speak. She would have been wearing. She would have been wearing, it sounds like a person who don't know what the person was wearing. So, Jennifer, do you know what your child wore to bed? Did she wear sleep clothes or not? She would have been wearing. That doesn't even sound right. If you saw her and you spent 30 minutes with her before she went to bed at 11 o'clock with your boyfriend, I think you'd know what she was wearing. Wouldn't you say she was wearing a pink top or long bottoms or short bottoms or what? Red bottoms, green bottoms. 1 minute you know what she's wearing the morning that you allegedly never saw her, which makes no sense. But at night, it's she would have been wearing. So which is it? What was she wearing? Okay. Let's go back. Let me see if I get back a little bit.
That her child was missing and then she was informed was found deceased. There's been media hysteria about this. There's been people asking for her to be
Went back a little bit.
part of that executed.
I lost my place.
And so with that said, we have the concerns you brought up about
Go runner, yes. Some are saying that, yes. She's watching herself.
All right, so for example, if she said something that was false then, and we have no idea that it's false now before this interview, but she comes in and admits that it was false today, we can't use these statements or that admission that it was false against her, just like we can use anything else against her from this interview. Okay? All right. My understanding is that on February 25th of this year, you were working at the hotel on Disney property on the Coronado Springs. Yes. Not allowed and loud to get caught on the report. I know you're right. I know. All right. And did you get off at 10 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. Did you go directly home?
Yes.
About how long does it take you to get home?
About 25 to 30 minutes.
And when you get home, who is downstairs, if anybody? You have a two-story, is it a townhome? Is that the best word for it?
Yes.
If anybody is downstairs, who is downstairs?
I saw my daughter Madeline and Stephen.
Do you recall what Madeline was wearing?
No.
And do you recall what Stephen was wearing?
She can't tell you.
Get home from work, do you need to kind of eat a late dinner before you get settled in for bed?
Yes.
And do you eat there at your home?
Yeah.
What do you eat?
I think I had a pub sub waiting for me in the house. Sandwich.
Okay. Did anybody join you in sitting down and eating?
No, I ate in my bedroom.
Okay. Did it look like anybody else had recently cooked food or eaten any food there that night?
From what I saw, no. I didn't see anyone cooking, or it didn't look like anyone cooking.
Okay. I believe in one of your former interviews you mentioned Madeline might have gone over with you kind of what she got at the birthday party since you didn't have the chance to go because you were at work. When and where does that occur?
That occurs right after I get home. It occurs in my bedroom. Everyone's in my room.
And so by everyone, let's just be clear since I understand you have some roommates. So what do you mean by everyone?
Madeline, Stephen, and myself were in my bedroom.
Okay. At this point in time, do you recall what Madeline was wearing?
I don't know.
Let me ask it a different way. Can you tell me whether or not she was wearing a long sleeve green sweatshirt and jeans?
Oh, no.
Okay. Would she have kind of been in her bed gear, or do you think she could have still been in the dress that she wore to her birthday celebration?
She would have been in pajamas. I can't recall the exact pajamas, but she would have been in pajamas. She had already, by this point in the evening, she had already showered and changed out of that birthday dress.
And was it your understanding from your sister that she had gotten dropped off about 8:30, she being Madeline?
8:30, 8:45, something around that time, yeah.
And what's your understanding as to when Stefan had gotten there?
See, this is why this makes no sense to me. It's just a month later and you don't even know what pajamas she was wearing. That night should be engraved in your brain. But yet later in this interview, she's going to start crying, talking about that night, which makes no sense. You're going to cry, then jump back rosy, but yet you can't even remember what pajamas she was wearing. Make it make sense, everybody.
don't guess. It's fine.
Another side.
Actually, while he's saying that, this is important. So there's things that you might think should be a certain way, because that's just the way things go. But don't just guess based on past history that it's the same as what happened on that particular day. If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what time he got there.
Okay. You were at work, so I just didn't know if, like, sometimes families check in, hey, I made it, by text or by phone call or anything like that. You do not remember any of that?
I don't remember.
Okay. How long were the three of you in your bedroom?
I'm going to say for about 30 minutes.
And did Madeline tell you about the party? Did you?
See, she throws in happy, kind of like how he talked about Madeline. She was so happy. Many people believe these two conferred with one another with their concoction of dropping the child off that morning. We don't really know when this girl was murdered, okay? For all I know, she was already dead when Jennifer SOTO got home. Did that ever occur to anybody in the chat? Because you can't even get that time right. You can't tell us anything, can you, Jennifer SOTO? First, it's your sister dropped her off. Then Stephen dropped her off. Well, ask yourself this. He comes up out of the blue to hang with you and a kid it seems, but yet you also tell these same investigators, state's attorney, whomever, he didn't get along with your mother, so he wouldn't be invited, but yet his reflection is in a balloon at the party. So then how did he get there? So what are we supposed to believe? The girl invited him? So what? She would invite her child molester to her birthday party? Everybody pay attention. She dealt with him because she didn't have a choice. She dealt with him because she was confused. I'm not here to blame her because she's a child. I'm just trying to make sense of what the fuck happened. In my understanding, you also said he came up on Saturday. So he's had ample enough time to still play funny games with your child before she goes missing, then dead. Checkmate. You want me to believe when he came up on Saturday, he had not done something to the girl child? Everybody pay attention. So how did she end up dead? Bingo card. Oh, there's no distancing herself. There's no distancing. She took care of that the moment she said she sent them both to the room. She signed, sealed, delivered her child as a willing participant, knowing what was going on with her child. And she knew that as soon as she opened her mouth. That's why I don't know why she told it. This goes to show you this bitch is crazy. No sane person would tell that. This is why you know she and Stephen are the same. So it would not shock me she was messing with her own child because he's done the same. This is why I keep trying to tell you all, pay attention to what both have said. He's already told a girl at his job that he's dating, that he dated, he was sleeping in a room with her. Oh, I got to go over there and put her to bed. She can't sleep without me cuddling her. She needs cuddling. Oh, I woke up with an erection. Who tells a person this? Nobody's saying. This is pedophile talk to where your mind is so warped, you don't even know how to refrain from talking about your sins, your crime. Now, fast forward. She's talking to a detective at the tax office and kindly says, oh yeah, send him to bed, blah, 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 wherever she told this version to. Are you all not paying attention? They both have equally told their part as if it's nothing. As if it's nothing. That's like a serial killer going out here and just ordering a Subway. And the girl behind the counter says, what would you like on your sandwich? And he decides to start saying, well, how about an arm and a leg? Kind of like what I did last night with that girl on 15th Street. See where I'm going with that? And the girl gonna look at him and say, what the hell did you just say? That's my point. You are sadistic that you would tell a woman you dating you got an erection from a child. I had to turn away. No, you didn't turn away. Because they got you videotaping her penetrating openings and you pulling apart openings and all that with your nasty ass. So therefore, I'm going to sit here in my right mind and believe you laid in the bed with a little girl that you've been obsessed with and you didn't do nothing and you've been molesting her since she was a kid? Oh, hell no. You told it because you needed to relieve yourself. You got to tell somebody. It's like any secret, is it not? Exactly, Gold Runner. I gotta tell somebody I like him. I like her. I'm in love. I'm feeling good. Woo, girl, I got me a little nookie last night. Girl, let me tell you about it. It was good. He don't got the type of common sense. You telling somebody you dating that you got erected from a child. You all better wake up now, because I'm woke. I got to tell somebody my secret. Why do you think you hear people later testifying in court that the killer told them, yeah, I killed that girl. Yeah, I cut that girl up. Yeah, I shot that girl. Yeah, I buried her. Because they can no longer hold the secret. So both of them are evenly yoked in this essay of a child. There is no doubt about it. She had to know how it would sound telling a fucking deputy, oh yeah, I sent them to bed because I can't sleep. I take psych meds. I don't give a fuck what's wrong with you. You don't send your child to no room with no man. Ever. Ever. Not your daddy, not your brother, not your uncle, not your grandpa, nobody. And I wish a motherfucker would talk to me about my child sleeping in the bed with you. I'm not about to let a boy child sleep with you. My boy don't need to sleep with you. For what? Well, they both slow, Gold Runner. That's the point of this story. They are evenly yoked. What did his mother say about her mother? That's the only thing we agree on, that they don't need to be together. And even Jen Soto told that out her own mouth. So that shows that's one truth that Mrs. Stearns has told. We didn't want these two together because they're the same. He needed to do better. She needed to do better. Both on meds, both psychotic, both are sociopaths, both are sickly. They're both ill, but they both also know right from wrong. Okay? They know better.
Did she tell you what food they had there at the party?
Yeah, they had her favorites.
What are her favorites?
So I was wondering is.
All right, so you're gonna have to translate to English. I know frioles and arroz and all that things, but.
If I recall correctly, she had requested rice with it's a type of rice and beans. Mm-hmm. Rice with beans.
Okay.
And beni, which is I'm not sure how that is. It's a pork, but I'm not sure how they cook it.
Okay.
So cooked pork. That's typically what she requests for her parties. That's like her favorite meal.
Okay. And what kind of gifts did she get?
She got a lot of money. Okay. That's what she ended up showing me. I think she had a few trinkets, but like most of it was just a big wad of money that she was so excited for.
Okay. Is there any particular reason Stefan couldn't make it up to the party? Because it's my understanding he didn't exactly work or anything.
He wouldn't have been invited. The party was held at my mom's house.
Pay attention.
And my mom and him have never had a great relationship. She's never liked him. So he wouldn't have been invited to the party at all. It just would have been my whole family. And then me, if I had more.
Well, Jennifer. Now. You know that's not true. Wasn't that the purpose of Stephen coming up to Kissimmee in the first place? Was to get one last partake in sadism with your daughter. Exactly, you are. Let's stop the bullshit. To some degree, it is orchestrated. Because what you always have to remember, you're never going to get the truth, you see. So everything's about your interpretation of the evidence and the commentary and the police reports. You're entitled to your opinion of what you think of either party and who did what. But from their own words, they are both guilty as hell. There's no doubt about that. And all this lying with an I and a we and a he and that shows you are complicit. And as I said, if you lie about one thing, you'll lie about another. So if you'll lie about going to pick her up, then you'll change it back to he picked her up, we picked her up, he picked her up, he dropped her off. I could say you also be the same motherfucker to kill your kid. That's how Queen rock. See, that's what people don't understand about lying. You can't come to me with one lie and then say, oh, but I ain't lie about that. Uh-oh. Break it down for him. Say it again, Queen. You can't come to me with one lie and then say you didn't lie about that and that and that. Well, Yvonne, that's what I'm trying to say. She's a child. So who's to say if she invited him or not? We don't know. That's hearsay. I don't know. Bring me hey, you know how I rock. Bring me a receipt of a text that she texted him. Hey, you want to come to the party? I don't know if she did. Because why would she want this creepy crawling at her party when she'd already told the counselor she don't feel comfortable? She was sending signs then she was being molested. She just couldn't come out and tell the person, hey, he's touching me. I want out of this life. You see, everybody done played a role in the demise of Maddie. And don't nobody want to own their shit. But Queen gonna call you out. I'm gonna call you out because you're a willing participant. Room-based, you guilty too. Hell yeah. Mom and daddy, all y'all guilty. The daddy owning the condo, you're really a fool. Oh, I'm gonna get crunk now. Who the fuck rents out rooms in a fucking condo? Who does this? With your grandchild? Just random people running through a fucking condo, don't know them from a can of paint. What did I just tell you all? If she would allow him to rape her kid, she would allow some other people to do it. Y'all don't hear me. This shit been going on with SOTO. You're going to hear that later in this commentary. She had other people running in and out of that house even after she broke up with Stephen Stearns. Checkmate. So that means she has never cared for Maddie. I told you all this. Everybody's focus is on Stephen Stearns. That's just the icing. You got to have the cake, the batter, before you get to a full cake. Come on with it. The mother is the fucking problem. Because if you don't have good judgment with Stephen Stearns, you don't have good judgment in picking out roommates. Uh-oh, come on with it. You already fucking folks while he coming and going. Uh-oh, that's why Stephen Stearns' mother knew about the other people, because Stephen told her. Uh-oh, where'd Stephen get it from? Jennifer Soto's mouth. I'll be damned. This girl has probably been molested before Stephen Stearns came in the picture. Come on with it, Queen. She's lonely, codependent, mental problems. She'll fuck with anybody, come in, come out. You want to do that single? Hey, that's your business. But you can't screw everybody with children in your house. I don't care if you like women. We know that now she's gay, bisexual. Ain't nobody listening. Exactly, Kat. Everybody's guilty. What type of grandfather gonna say, yeah, you give me $400 and put your baby in a fucking living room? Does that make any sense to anybody out here? And Madeline, Jennifer so cheap, she willing to sell her daughter out for a room in a condo her daddy owned. A dry ass condo, they ain't got no pictures on the wall, it ain't got no home decor. You all better wake up. I knew what time of day it was when they released the photos last week. I said, this is a rooming house. This ain't no fucking home. This was a rooming house in a nice gated community. So you see all that prettiness, clickers and gates and palm trees. There was sadism right up under these people's noses and didn't nobody do a fucking thing about it. You damn right I'm pissed the fuck off right now. Because you don't know people. And there's another Madeline SOTO floating around here right now crying out and ain't nobody doing nothing. You see, you got to go in the belly of the beast. There probably was child molestation going on in the life of Jennifer SOTO. Why she couldn't go get HUD for her and her daughter? You're drawing a check. Everybody know that you can get HUD with a check. Uh-oh, did you say something, Queen? I did. She can get a check because she draws a fucking disability check. She could apply for HUD in the state of Florida and got her a nice place to live somewhere in Florida. Uh-oh, ain't nobody listening because I'm getting ready to wake you up. You get more assistance with a child than if you're single. Now you disabled with a child and you want Queen to believe you couldn't go to a local fucking HUD agency to get housing for you and your child. You could have went to another agency and got fucking HUD. Her father likes owning properties. Well, go buy you some property and rent to your daughter through HUD. Bingo card. Y'all better wake up. I'm woke. Nobody cared for Madeline. That's the problem.
Okay. Now, during this 30 minutes that the three of you are in your bedroom, is Madeline engaging in any of her kind of nighttime routine or, getting ready for bed? What else is going on, if anything?
We spent a long time talking about this and I can show you and try it out. I can't remember if she had.
Right there. The other day, because I try not to get emotional, but the very reason I don't show myself when I talk about these topics, because I know I will cry. Jennifer, why do you need to stutter when he asked you what you all talked about? Why do you stutter and pause at every question? Because you had checked out from child rearing. And you were checked out April 18th when they conducted this interview at the state's attorney's office because you had moved on. And what will be even more disturbing, besides the essay of Madeline by Stephen, is if we found out you also were participating in abusing your child sexually and child neglect, gross child neglect, child endangerment. I don't believe a fucking thing you're saying here in this interview at the state's attorney's office, for the obvious reason. You have to think before speaking, and all this should be fresh in your mind as if it was yesterday. So all these excuses about being bipolar, you need your psych meds, you were out of it that day, the day before, you didn't have your meds the day before, is all bullshit. It's a part of the ruse and the game that you and Stephen have been playing with this child for 7 years. Checkmate. She handicapped. She don't know nothing. She ADHD. Like somebody had said on the network last week. I bet when you get down to the bottom of it, was nothing wrong with Madeline SOTO except she was acting out from being fucking abused. That's what the hell was wrong with her. You gonna have some fucking mental problems. Somebody been touching you and penetrating you. What the fuck? And as somebody else said, could this be retribution? They did it to me. Is that right, Jennifer? Is this what this is about? Somebody SA'd you, so you said, I'll hand my child over because they did it to me. Nobody cared about me. Because it looked like your parents were kind of well off. When we look at the child running through the grass in a nice area of nice houses with the pond in the background, somebody got some money. But little old you just settling for a room in a condo. Oh, shit. Come on with it, Queen. Somebody done shortchanged you. Woo! Lord, I'm about to get the spirit up in here. Somebody shortchanged you. And I think you are bitter. You mad as hell. Isn't that right? So who you mad at? Jennifer SOTO. Mommy and daddy living well, and you stuck in a condo that ain't yours and your name ain't on nothing. The only thing you got going for you was that nice little Nissan, Toyota, whatever the fuck you were driving. Other than that, you've been living a lie down there in Florida. You like a lot of people walking around. You're living a lie. You had a king-size bed in somebody else's shit. Woo! I'm gonna preach now. You had a king-size bed in somebody else's shit. And you running around the city perpetrating like you got it going on, but you in the closet, out of the closet. Oh, have mercy. Come on, Queen, bring it home. You all over the place, and you're letting anybody be around your kid because you thirsty for attention. You getting kitty cat, ding dong, you don't care where you get it. Yeah, I sleep with a pedophile. I sleep with Susie. Oh, I saw your little, what you call it, LGBTQ rainbow bow on your Christmas tree. Oh, Queen pays attention to everything. I see right through you. You lonely as fuck. Well, guess what? It's a lot of us lonely. But there comes a point when you got to stand in the gap for yourself. And if you have children, you got to stand for your kids. So what you do single, you can't do with children. You can't fuck everybody because you're horny. You can't let everybody come in your house and sleep in your house and sleep in your bed. Who the fuck puts a kid in a bed with a man that ain't his fucking child? Trust. No such thing. No such thing as trust. Trust no one. I don't trust nobody with a fucking kid. Not now, not never. And let me tell you something, sister. Had it been me and I found out that motherfucker was fucking with my baby, there would be no Stephen Stearns. Checkmate. Because just like he laid your baby out there in that field, that's where the fuck they would have found his ass. You in on this shit, lady. This interview told the story. You are complicit. You knew all along Stephen was sleeping with your child. So I don't care the circumstances. You were down with this, you nasty bat.
Finished with all of her bedtime routine.
Okay. Does she brush her teeth at night?
In the shower.
In the shower? Okay. And that occurred before you got home?
Yeah.
And my understanding with her nighttime medication is that's something that you would like to make sure she had bedtime or so?
Something like that, yeah.
So were you present for that occurring, or did that occur after you got home?
That did not occur on my call. I believe I had instructed Maddie when she got home to go ahead and take them herself.
Okay. And is that something that she's allowed to do?
From time to time, yeah.
When you say they, is there what my understanding was there was some hydroxyzine? Is there anything else she takes at night?
Just hydroxyzine.
All right. And the Miralax is when?
Miralax is.
So that would have been earlier when you were at work too. She took it?
Yeah.
May not have because she's at the party.
Yeah, because I had training at work that week and we had been going back and forth with my mom's a lot. The Miralax wasn't consistent.
Okay. All right. Now, Matt.
Bingo card. I just caught that. This is why you have to always go back and re-listen to everything. Jennifer SOTO, Queen won't talk to you for just a second. They got your ass, honey. The state of Florida got your ass. If they don't bring your ass up on charges, everybody need to go down with you. We've been going back and forth to my mama's checkmate. So then what the fuck was Stephen Stearns doing at your house, ma'am? Why did you need him to get your child ready for school, ma'am? She been staying with your mama and sister. They been helping, ma'am. Uh-oh. I'll let that sit right there. I need help. Get her ready for school. She's 13. What did she need help with? Help me understand, you dodo bird. What did your child need help with? Who drives 2 to 3 hours to help a 13-year-old what? Put her undergarments on? Or take her undergarments off? Checkmate. I need help. You need so much help. I'm trying to understand how the fuck was you gonna work a job with your dumb ass? Because Mrs. Stearns telling you couldn't keep no job nowhere. So how long were you gonna work for this Disney company? You was not. Ding, ding, ding. You was just living. Just enough. You were just living enough for the city. How many hours were you working? 20? Come on, bring it to him, Queen. You were working 20 hours because I refuse to believe you were going to let go of that disability check. So don't try to school Queen, because Queen woke. I'm 53. So you run that game with them detectives, I know better. You is not that gave up that disability check, because that's your bread and your butter. That's why your father only charged you $400 money a month for rent. Say it again, because somebody in the back sleep. You see, your father could only charge you $400 because you're only getting so much from disability. So I'm supposed to believe you getting ready to get up and go work a job full time and get rid of your disability check, knowing how hard it is to get a check. Oh, no. Hell no. No. See, you spun this web to the detectives because you got to say something. But Queen know better because Queen know people. Your mama and sister been helping you, let you tell it, so there was no need for Stephen Stearns to ever be at your address. Checkmate. Helping with Maddie. Checkmate. So I'm going to ask you again, why was Stephen Stearns at your house the day of your child's birthday? What we say in the street, even swap ain't no swindle. Is that what this was about, ma'am? An even swap. You've been swapping out your child for some type of sick camaraderie friendship with a pedophile. Because really, in the book of life, you are a pedophile yourself. Uh-oh. Somebody in the back said, wait a minute, Queen, what did you say? You heard what I said. You a pedophile your damn self. Well, I didn't touch my baby. I ain't never touched my child. But you allow somebody to touch your child willingly. So therefore, sister, you are also a pedophile. Checkmate. And I don't trust nobody running around, jumping from bed to bed, and their child sleeping in their bed with their lovers. You see, we don't really know what you were doing with Madeline SOTO, because you want me to believe that you would not have sex with your child. Lonely as you are, yes, you would. Yes, you would. Because we don't really know what happened to Jen SOTO as a child. And I got a feeling you've also been SA'd. You and Stephen Stearns equally. So 2 molested children turned into adults with sick ideologies about life and sex, and they navigated, and as they would say in the book of life, scientifically, 6 degrees of separation you two met in the universe. The 2 wounded birds linked up. And I won't doubt you have partook in a lot of nefarious business sexually. Because we've heard of women molesting the children. Maybe not as often as men, but it has happened. And I can't sit here and say Jennifer SOTO wouldn't do that. That would sound foolish. If you're a pedophile, you can be a pedophile. You can't have one without the other. Sounds stupid. Say, well, I would never touch a kid. No, I would never. Oh, but you'll let somebody touch your kid. So you better. You're not better. You're the same. And you lonely as fuck. That's what got you in this mess in the first place. You lonely. You been knowing that man been fucking your kid, lady. And you stood right there. You didn't do nothing. That's what would lead me to think, shit, you might have been doing it too. Your nasty bat. Because what did you tell the detectives? Oh, that's not evil. But the murder is. Oh, okay. So penetrating your child ain't evil. See, you told on yourself right there that you've been knowing he been sleeping with your child. You're disgusting, man. I don't give a fuck what they do to you. If right now they told me somebody mowed your ass down there in Florida, I wouldn't give a fuck. Leave her there. Let the crows peck at her till there wasn't nothing left.
Madeline, does she lay out her clothes for school the next day, or is that something she gets in the morning and makes a game time decision like my kid?
Typically, it is a game time decision morning of.
Okay. What about this specific evening? Do you remember anything about it?
Yes, this evening we had, I had already discussed prior to Stefan coming to visit that he was going to help me take Maddie to school that day. So because I knew that that was what was going to happen that night, I had asked Maddie, pick out your clothes, have everything ready, have your backpack ready, your water bottle, everything you need ready so that way you can just grab your stuff and head out. It won't be...
This conversation makes no sense, Jennifer Soto. Your child has been getting ready for school for how many years? Why on this particular night she needs instructions on water bottles and laying out her clothes? I want somebody in the chat to help the queen. On this fateful night, Madeline Soto needs instructions and 13 years of age. Somebody, come on, somebody, help me out. Make it make sense. Oh, I told her that. I want you to lay everything out to make sure what? What was she doing days before Stefan Stearns came? A week before, 2 months before, 1 year before, 2 years before, 3 years before. Come on with it, queen. Lady, who are you fooling? Nobody. Why was he there, ma'am? Why does she need to lay out her clothes? You act like she getting ready to get married. Well, make sure you got your stockings and your wedding dress, and make sure you got your shoes and your corsage ready. This shit is made up. That girl was probably dead as soon as she got to the house. This shit is orchestrated. Fuck what you're talking about. All this whole interview is lies. This whore is lying. When did somebody need to tell Queen at 13 what to do before going to school? Nobody. I know the routine. Don't need no instructions. It's the same routine every fucking day, every fucking night. Ain't nobody got to tell me go take a shower. Lay your clothes out. Ain't nobody never had to tell Queen nothing. And you want me to believe you got to tell her, no. You're lying. You are making all of this up. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say this during this live stream. Jennifer Soto, Stefan Stearns, if I didn't know any better, I think you all killed this kid deliberately. And the only reason I would think that you all killed this child is because there was something that could cause permanent damage to the reputation of everybody in the circle. So what I'm going to say is this. Was she pregnant, Jennifer? Did you suspect your child of being pregnant? Because Queen was thinking about something about 2 weeks ago when she saw her in that dress. Looked like she had a little stomach on her. So I need to know what the child was made like in her clothes. So if there's a video or picture of the child before death, I'd like to see a photo of what she looked like in her clothes. I'd like to know what type of clothes did she wear. Did she wear fitted clothes or baggy clothes? Because that's going to tell the story. Whole month of February, she ain't used no feminine products. Checkmate. Was your child pregnant, ma'am? Was this an orchestrated hit on a 13-year-old pregnant girl? Exactly. Exactly, Kat. She ain't got her period, Stefan. What we gonna do? Well, you know, they're going to wonder who she's pregnant by. We can't allow her to go to school pregnant. Because somebody going to ask, well, who's the daddy? Can't call Maury Povich. So who's the daddy? And that too. Was this an orchestrated hit on a 13-year-old because she was pregnant? Number one. Number two, she was tired of conforming to child molestation by her mother and Stephen Stearns. Had the child started to act out, talk back, speak up, she's a liability. I say it's probably all of the above.
Too much of a hassle in the morning. And so she did. She picked out her clothing. I asked her what she was wearing, and she told me what she had picked out. I said, okay, fine.
All right, so she picks it out, but does she physically take it out of somewhere wherever she stored her clothes and put it somewhere?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she took that clothes upstairs with her or anything like that.
All right, so you didn't see them in your room, and did you have the opportunity to kind of see her cubby part of the living room to see if she put them on her bed or anything like that?
I haven't seen them.
You see, as Strategic Eyes said on his channel today, there's a reason why police ask these questions, because they already know the answers. They have an idea about the answers. Jennifer Soto, it hasn't occurred to you why they asked you about her clothes being laid out? Ooh, Lord have mercy. I love this gift of discernment. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for the gift. Amen. Jennifer Soto, you didn't get the gift of discernment, obviously. So when he's asking you these questions, it ain't dawning on you why they're asking you these questions, because you got to be the stupidest person breathing. You see, Jennifer, I don't know, Sam. The reason he's asking you about lying out her clothes is because of the one crock found in the dumpster. Ding, ding, ding. See, there's always a reason for the season. If she took her clothes upstairs, then all her clothes would be together. Would they not? So you don't really know where the child navigated February 25th, 26th. You just know she's dead. And assumingly she got dead at that condo. But you don't know if it was upstairs, her room, or Jennifer's room. But what's interesting is the mother plays possum about pajamas, what she had on. 1 minute you telling the cops she had on a green sweater or whatever and a black pants. Then this, I don't really know. You fucked yourself. You have really fucked yourself, lady. Because most people put all their clothes together. And now that we've learned that he has assaulted her in her day room, the bedroom you say she don't like to be in, then anything you say at this point cannot be believed. Where'd you get that from, Sam, about that sister act? So you can't believe anything that this woman has to say, or Stephen Stearns. That's obvious. Because she's changed her version throughout her interviews with police. And one of her shoes was found in the dumpster. So if one of the shoes was in the damn apartment dumpster, then you have to use common sense. They dressed a dead person. Checkmate. Say it again, Queen. Because, see, I don't know if she goes to bed with socks on or socks off. See, that's another question. Does the child sleep with socks on? Because they said her socks were clean. So that means she didn't walk to her resting place. And if she wore pajamas to bed, then that means she was assaulted and then dressed. And then you got to ask how she got herself out of her space, upstairs or downstairs, without anybody wondering why this grown-ass man is dragging a dead body to a car. Checkmate.
Does Madeline have like a water bottle or a hydro flask or whatever the kids call it that she likes to sleep with and bring up or bring wherever she's sleeping?
Okay.
Typically not. That stays downstairs in her backpack, and then she'll clean it in the morning.
It's probably a lie, Sam.
And leave it in her backpack. That's typically stays in her backpack.
Favorite stuffed animal or stuffed animals? Anything that always goes with her wherever she's sleeping?
And they can trace that from the app.
She does have a few stuffies and blankies. Did I see any that day?
Yeah, specifically, did you see if she brought any of that stuff upstairs with her?
No, I didn't see any of that stuff upstairs.
Now, a separate question. Generally, habitually, like your attorney was saying, there's a difference between specific memory, but generally, would she do that? Not saying that you saw it that night.
Generally, would she do what?
Have stuffies and blankets and her favorite stuff.
Yes, she typically would.
So if Stefan says something like Maddie building her nest and getting settled in, would that, to you, mean like her stuff is part of this nest, or what do you think that would mean, if you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall getting that text from Stefan that night that Maddie had settled into her nest for the night?
No, text.
Okay.
It's so interesting how this heifer don't remember nothing. You don't remember getting a text about her settling in her nest? That's a ruse too. That's all a lie. Who talks like that? She's settling in her nest. She's sleeping in a bed with a grown man. Stephen Stearns. I'm going to tell you why the police officer asked her about the nest. The photos released that these YouTubers about, excuse me, if you go back and look at the pictures, I want you to pay close attention to Stephen's bedroom. On the floor is a round stuffed animal, which would show, or prove rather, that a child had been in the room. Uh-oh. Come on, Queen. I told you I don't miss nothing. I don't miss nothing. Thank you, Gold Runner. If you go back and look at that photo, look on the floor, you will see a really round stuffed animal on the floor. That's why the cop or this person who's interrogating her, or this whoever this district attorney, whoever, is asking her about the nest. Would she take something in the nest? Well, obviously she did or does, because there's a round stuffed animal sitting right there on the floor across from Stephen's bed. Checkmate. Why would that be in room number 4? Because our little friend Jennifer has kindly told us, I allow my child to sleep with my man. I want you to think about that. It's in the picture. And I also noticed something in one of the pictures of some gray underwear in the floor that I believe were probably Maddie's. I do believe they were soiled. And some of you gonna say, oh shit, Queen, don't do that. Yeah, I got to. I got to do that. They're gray underwear in one of the photographs. Matter of fact, more than one photograph, if I'm not mistaken. Because I've seen those underwear in another spot, like on the carpet. I believe those belong to Maddie. And they look soiled in one of the photographs I noticed last week. And it got me to thinking the obvious. She had been tampered with. And it's not to say that naturally men don't secrete in their undergarments, but you see where I'm going with this. And all this shit about Miralax and sedatives and medicines. The girl had been tampered with. That's why she was having internal problems with her bowels. And I don't have to go there with you. You can use your imagination where I'm going with this. She's having trouble with her bowels for the obvious reasons. Stephen Stearns, you have any ideas? You dirty motherfucker. And then you got to use deduction. That also means that this trifling mother never took her child to the doctor, pediatrician, to get to the bottom of what's wrong with her stomach because she knew they would find out she had been penetrated. Checkmate. Because you can't have one without the other. No way a doctor is not going to look at a person's bowels, bottom half, to see what's going on downtown. But then you might have some doctors that don't. Well, oh, her tummy's upset. Well, I'll prescribe her this. But you don't look at her cavities. If you doctors aren't doing that, you are failing the children. You need to look in their vagina, penis, and their anal cavities to make sure they have not been tampered with. That's common sense. Because that's probably what was going on with her tummy. Packed up from being penetrated. Because we don't really know what Mr. Stearns looked like downtown. You know, not to be graphic. But if he's a well-endowed person, he's messing with this child's organs and bowels internally. And that's a terrible thing to even imagine, picture. That's why I get so pissed off in talking about Madeline SOTO. And my spirit must have been right months ago. Don't touch this subject. You talk about enough true crime with kids, leave that SOTO case alone. And now look where I am, months later, talking about Madeline SOTO. This case is nasty, as he said to his mother in the email. When this nasty business is over, I hope to come home. You not going nowhere. Do us a favor. Kill yourself in there. I don't fuck what you do. You and that fucking Jennifer SOTO are two simple bitches. And that's the very reason why her ass is hiding out, because she knows what she's done to her kid. The reason she went and got a lawyer, because she knows what she's done to her kid. An innocent person has no reason to go get no motherfucking attorney. For what? You didn't take her to school, remember? Because you know what he's been doing to your kid. And you want to make sure if anything comes back as you complicit, I better have a lawyer.
Okay. My understanding was that at some point you told them it was time to go to bed. Yeah. Do you recall about what time that was?
Around 11 o'clock.
So that's consistent with getting home at 10:30, having this half-hour discussion, and eating your pubs up?
Yes, Sam.
Yes. All right. Do they comply with your wishes to go upstairs when you say that at about 11 o'clock?
Yes, they do.
Did you hear that? He says, did they comply to your wishes? Do you hear how macabre that sounds? Hey, you two go upstairs. We already know there's no complying. This evil shit has been going on between Stephen Stearns and Madeline Soto. There's no conversation. Hey, get out my room. I need to sleep. Y'all go in another room. It was probably already preordained. Lights off. Good night. She turned over and they knew to go to the sick place on the top floor. There probably was no conversation, like there hasn't been a conversation in years pertaining to who sleeps where, because it's obvious the child has been sleeping with Stephen and Jennifer since he entered their lives. I won't doubt the first night she had sex or slept with Stephen Stearns, her baby was right there in betwixt them. Isn't that right, Jennifer? Your child has been sleeping with you and Stephen the very first moment he came to your house and slept in your bed. And you knew you had no right to have a stranger in your bed and have your child there beside you, between you. You a nasty bitch. And that is the very reason why you are hiding out down there in Florida, because you are guilty. And now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, sister. You can't hide, because your sins will find you out. You can color your hair purple, blue, cut it, get contacts. You are a dirty bird, because you willingly allowed this man to sexually assault your child. That's on you. And the rest of you rode the ride right along with her. Ain't no, I didn't know it. I didn't know. Now you want to go run to the news and probably want to set up shit with YouTubers to tell your side. You ain't got no fucking side. You ought to be ashamed to go repeat it. Because what you should have done was call the police. Hey, I live in this house and this girl got her child in the room with a grown-ass man. I'm hearing some crazy sounds in there. That's what you're supposed to do instead of worrying about trying to pay some cheap-ass rent in Florida. What the fuck? That's what you got to even swat for $850, laying up in the house with a child molester molesting a kid. I said it, now come for me. And I get your government name, I'm going to wear you out. Because you ain't about to fool Queen with this. I just needed a place to stay. I didn't have nowhere else to go. Well, you should have rented a fucking hotel room. How the hell you going to sleep up in a house and see a grown man going in a room with a child without the mother? You that desperate for a place to sleep? Because I would have hemmed that little bitch up, let me tell you. I would have hemmed her up. And when I got through with Jennifer Soto, oh, guess what? She showed me calling her daddy talking about, well, you need to evict her because she put her hands on me. Yes, bitch, I'd have whooped you to sleep. And Stephen Stearns, I'd have whooped his ass too. He would have got some too. But let me tell you something. When Queen got through with him, he would have definitely grew some fucking balls when I got through with him. The fuck wrong with you? What the hell you doing going in the room with this little girl? Huh? You don't understand. I don't understand. Hold on a second. I'd have got a fucking frying pan and I'd have whooped his ass. And I took the charge. And guess what? Florida's a stand your ground state, so I don't think I'd have done no fucking time. Y'all just as nasty as Jennifer Soto, the roommates. Because you ain't going to make Queen believe you wasn't hearing no sounds coming out of that room with that little girl. Now, we ain't getting ready to play crazy.
Is there any further communication between either you and Madeline or you and Stefan about, all right, kids, it's time to go to bed, anything like that? Or was that the last you had heard from either one of them that night?
I think at some point, Stefan comes downstairs to use the restroom and then goes back upstairs, but I don't.
Right there, that's crazy. Why he come down there to use the bathroom? One of the other ladies was using the restroom. He had to go real bad. And what time was that when he came to use the bathroom, Jennifer? Good God, I give up. See, you don't know what to believe. Up the stairs, down the stairs, hanging on the balcony, sitting on the roof. It's all bullshit. Thank you, Peter. No, he wouldn't have had no balls when I got done with him. Because I would have tied him in a knot. You see how mild-mannered he act, weak? I'd have broke that motherfucker down. Everybody played a part in the demise of Madeline. That's obvious. This is a typical child abuse story. Everybody has a version after the fact. You see it every day. Somebody running to the news to tell what they saw, what they heard. What you telling the news for? For what? I used to see the baby running across the parking lot. He had his diaper on. He ain't got no shoes on. He ain't got no coat on. They was always hungry. You didn't think to call the police or DHS? The fuck you want to tell the news for? The child dead. Every story is the same. Lights, camera, action. What's your name? I'm Mary Johnson, and I live next door to her. I just see her baby run across the parking lot. Baby run all day long. Oh, baby got pamper on, no shirt. Oh, baby hungry. Baby hungry. Well, did you ever call DHS, ma'am? No, I didn't want to get involved. Did you call the landlord, ma'am? No, I didn't want to get involved. Did you call the mother, ma'am? Nah, I didn't want to get involved. Now, what the fuck you doing talking to the news? Everybody is so wrapped up in their own lives until the shit hits the fan. Now you want to go talk to the local news with your story. Or YouTuber. I got the tea. I got something I want to tell you. I think he came down to the bathroom to clean up, or worse yet, tell Jenny it's done. Could be. Could be.
After that, I don't recall interacting or saying anything. So.
Okay. And my understanding is that you had some sort of parental controls over Maddie's phone. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure by parental controls exactly. I didn't have any limits or anything on the phone set up.
Well, like, for instance, if she wanted to install Game Pigeon, does that have to go through you?
Yeah. So any permissions for any apps, she would have to ask me for.
All right, and does that ring a bell as to occurring that Sunday? Game Pigeon? Okay. All right.
I don't remember.
That's the last time you hear from either one of them.
Why is the police asking about Game Pigeon? Anybody got any ideas? Because somebody was playing on Madeline's phone. Somebody was playing on Madeline's phone. Come on, Jennifer. Now, don't play stupid. You know exactly what they were trying to tell you. Oh, she has to get permission to download an app. 13 years old, and you want me to believe you were what? Looking at her phone every day to see what app she downloaded? Not. N-O-T. N-O-T. Exactly, go run, they know. It didn't dawn on you, Jennifer, why they asking you about that game? I don't know. Have you noticed throughout this interview, she gets real low with her answers. Like she whispers, no, I don't know anything. No, I don't know anything. No, I don't know. And then she perks back up. Oh, yeah, we had such and such to eat, and she had this to eat, and like a typewriter. But when it comes to them hard questions, I don't know. What are you whispering for? And then your lawyer probably sitting there, probably telling you don't fucking answer. I don't know. Your boyfriend put that app on her. And then we got to ask ourselves, if that's true, why? Stephen Stearns, did you put an app on that little girl's phone? Gaming app? Or did the little girl put it on her? She was still alive. What's the truth?
Until the morning, my understanding is that Stefan comes down and is dealing with your dog. Is there any communication other than perhaps Stefan coming down to use the restroom?
Thank you, Peter.
Is there any other communication that you have between Stefan and Maddie? Do you see them? Now, I've said communicate.
Why are you whispering? Now, this heifer is so guilty. Now, hell, a blind man couldn't even hear it as low as she's answering the questions. Did you see him when he come down the stairs at 8 o'clock in the morning? No. Like a fucking cat. No. Hey, I tell y'all what. Yeah, he knows too. What does that parakeet have to say? That should be my next video. Because the parakeet was talking during that second interview with the news. And that's the first time she smiled and paused when the parakeet was talking. That shit was creepy as hell. We're talking about a missing kid that both of them know dead. And the parakeet just chirping. And finally she tells the reporter, oh yeah, my parakeet. And then she rolls her eyes up in her head because she likes to talk up in her head every time she talks. She's also looking up at the sky. That lets you know she's lying. Jennifer, do we need to take the parakeet to the psychiatrist so the parakeet can go into hypnosis and tell us what happened in your house? Because I got a funny feeling that parakeet can tell the story. Y'all better wake up. Please come back. Subscribe, Peter. Subscribe. That damn parakeet knows exactly what happened in that house. How much you want to bet? Because that's what I was waiting on when that parakeet was up there talking on that damn live video. I said, if that damn parakeet start repeating shit from that house, oh my goodness. That's all I was waiting on. That parakeet kept going and going. I said, go on, say something, parakeet. Tell it. Tell the truth. Just tell it. Go on, parakeet. Thanks for joining us, honey. Go on, tell it. Because that parakeet probably knows exactly what happened in that house. And somebody need to be talking to that damn bird. How about that? Thank you, sweetie. What happened to the bird? Because we've learned that people like to get rid of people's pets and dogs and cats. Where is the bird? Jennifer Soto, did you take your bird and your cat and your dog with you? Oh, my dog, no, he don't like to get up on the bed. He get up on the bed, he'll pee. I told him to put the leash on him on the ground. You sure got a lot of specifications for somebody that's so jacked up mentally. Yes, question the bird. Have you ever noticed in most child abuse cases, they always have pets? That's what was said about Tennessee years ago. Authorities said, every time we go to a house and raid a house for drugs, meth, preferably, there's always a dog. So this story ain't no different. Child being abused, and the mama got a bird, a cat, and a dog. But yet she need help with a 13-year-old. Let that sit right there. You got a cat, a dog, a parakeet, but you call your on again, off again boyfriend 2-3 hours up the highway to fool only with a 13-year-old. I want you all to tell yourself, how does that make any fucking sense? Exactly, Sam. Hey, Dawn. Oh, I don't care about my daughter, but I love my cat. I love my dog. I love my parakeet. And some of you all out there, you all like your pets more than your humans. And you know that's not natural. Come on now. I love my dog. I don't give a fuck about my husband. Fuck my husband. I love my dog. I don't care about my kid. I love my dog. Love my cat. You holding funerals for the animals. You don't care about your relatives. And I get it. Some of us are nasty as humans. We are. Like this story here. But this ain't your typical natural story, you see. These people had hate for a child. She didn't do anything to them. We're not talking about an adult being nasty to you and you prefer your cat or dog over your dirty ass husband. It's not the same. We're talking about a 13-year-old. You prefer a cat and a dog and a parakeet over the child you brought here, and you're allowing your man to molest her. I'd say that's a little bit different.
Communicate. Do you see them? Do you go up and check on them? Do you see Madeline or Stefan from the point you kick them out at 11 p.m. until you see Stefan at 8 in the morning-ish, is what you guess, for the dog?
No, I didn't see them.
Whisper it again. No, I do not.
When you go to sleep, do you sleep through the night, or at least you wake up and not have consistent good sleep?
I sleep through the night.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any points in time where you get up and you're taking steps or just checking on your phone because you can't go back to sleep? As far as you remember, when you go to sleep, you're out until the dog thing in the morning. Did you hear or see anything during those hours involving Stefan or Madeline?
I didn't hear or see anything at night.
Jennifer Soto, why do you think they're asking you those questions? La-dee-da. La-dee-da. Jennifer. Jennifer. Come out to play. Why do you think they're asking you those questions, Jennifer? Could it be that you left your bedroom to go upstairs and your roommates have told on you? Ding, ding, ding. Pay attention. Why are they asking you, did you go upstairs or move around? I'll let that sit right there. As someone has said on their channel earlier, every question is meticulous. There's a reason for the questions. That's why they keep asking you what she wore, what she was doing when you came home, because you have told something different. He has told something different. The roommates have told something different. Your communications on your phone has told something different. Checkmate. Yes, secure. Did you go upstairs, Jennifer SOTO, to help out, to aid in the death of your child? Well, we later found out in trial, your roommates heard you talking, whispering. Because we heard that somebody said he was putting something on the table. What hour was that? And what was he doing? You see, that townhouse is awfully small. So as I said before, he's been sexually assaulting this child for years. Everybody put your thinking caps on, do the math. You want me to believe ain't nobody heard him molesting the child? Come on, y'all. Let's stop this foolishness. That's why I said everybody's a willing participant. And then you also got to ask the role of these gals she been slumbering with in her penthouse. Has she had sexual relations with these roommates? Because if you did it with Stephen, you would do it with them. Checkmate.
All right. What's the first thing you remember when you wake up after having gone to sleep?
I wake up to Stephen trying to put the leash on the dog.
Okay. Now, is this the first time that you've ever woken up to Stefan trying to put a leash on your dog, or is that something that has occurred before in the past?
I want to say this is the first time. It's not normal for any of us to put the leash on the dog on the bed, because if he's on top of any bed, couch, anything, he'll pee. He gets really nervous. You have to do it on the floor. So I found it really weird that he did that, but.
All right, so let me ask it a little more broadly.
Why is the dog nervous? I ain't never heard of nothing like this before. Put the leash on the dog on the floor. What's wrong with your dog, Jennifer? Now, that's probably a stupid question. Queen, you might want to rephrase that. Exactly. Exactly, Kat. What's wrong with the dog, Jennifer? Don't put the leash on him on the bed. He'll pee on the bed. I don't want to clean up no pee. You don't do nothing, no way. You sleep all day and night. Everybody know that little girl was taking care of herself. Now stop the bullshit. So all this bullshit about Stephen coming to help, that little girl been taking care of herself since God knows when. You sitting here trying to portray it to the law enforcement that she ADHD, she bipolar, she this, she on the spectrum. You on the fucking spectrum. How about that? You on the spectrum. This nonsense. Trying to play this child like she's sick. But the evidence says otherwise. You and Stephen are the problem, not the little girl. The dog probably crazy from dealing with your crazy ass. You going off, probably flipping out, throwing shit, screaming and hollering, talking to yourself. Hell, if I was a dog, I'd be pissing everywhere too. I'd be peeing on my damn self. What the cat doing? Cat, dog, parakeet. Are y'all hearing this? Here's a person that's bipolar, lonely, miserable. She got all these animals, fucking animal kingdom going on in this little bit ass townhouse, and got a man molesting her child. I just want you to sit there and think about all this going on in this house. Kitty, kitty, bark, bark, parakeet talking. Polly want a cracker. Polly want a cracker. Stephen, you shouldn't be going up there, Stephen. You know that's wrong, Stephen. Probably trying to suffocate the damn bird so the bird quit fucking talking. This is bullshit. Something ain't right about this dog. How big was a dog? What kind of dog is it? I feel bad for the parakeet, the dog, the cat, and Madeline Soto. 4 innocent creatures living in this hellhole, nasty-ass slop house with this nasty-ass cunt of a mother. I said that. You're disgusting. You sitting there calling Stephen Stearns a slob. You a slob. You a stinky slob. You sitting here sleeping from women to men, men to women. You bringing them in your house with your child. That's why I said it. Madeline probably has been assaulted before Stephen Stearns. Checkmate. You all better wake up. You're nasty. You're nasty. Oh, I was thinking about getting back together. We could be a companion, live together. Oh, to keep molesting your child. That was the plan? I got a feeling that little girl came home and she was in her feelings, Madeline Soto. Who's to say she came home? She was pissed off. Didn't want to be bothered. Mother didn't show up for the birthday. Pedophile all up in her face, slobbering all on her. She probably just fucking popped off. And you all said, oh, no, we can't have this. Oh, no, we got to shut her up because she going to tell somebody. Shut her up, shut her up. Shut her up, Stephen, shut her up. Okay. What happened in that townhouse? What happened in that townhouse, everybody?
Is this the first time Stefan's ever come into your room while you're sleeping to take the dog out for you in the morning?
I can't recall this one before.
Okay. Did you find it unusual then, or?
Every answer. I don't know. No, I don't think so. 7 years has been reduced to, I don't know. I don't think so. No. You don't know if Stephen has ever walked your dog? You've been screwing the man for 7 years, on and off, but you don't know if he's ever walked your dog. Okay. Okay. Has he ever came and put the leash on your dog, Jennifer? I don't know. But I bet you could tell him when the last time y'all had sex. How about that? I don't like anal sex. It's not my cup of tea. Well, what the fuck made you think your daughter wanted it? Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. Lord have mercy. Woo! It could not take me to get on Southwest Airlines. Lord have mercy. Jesus. Oh. Lord. Don't let me ever find out this woman's address. Please, somebody. I'm dead serious. Please. Do not let me ever find out where this heifer lives. Oh, sweet Jesus. She ain't got to worry about testifying. That's all I'm going to say.
What did you think when this is occurring?
When it happened, I think I was more. I found it off, but I was more worried over the dog. I was like, please don't pee on the bed. I don't want to be murdered.
Okay.
I found it off. Just like you found it off that he reset his phone. Oh my gosh, Becky. He reset his phone. Oh my gosh. I told him that's so peculiar. Oh my gosh. Well, Stephen, you've got to fix that. Oh my gosh. Oh, I found it so off. He wants to put the leash on the dog. Oh my gosh. I am just lying to these detectives, and I hope they believe me. Everything is, I don't know. I don't think so. No. Or long pause, sigh, like they're bothering her. Like they went to her house and they're harassing her. Daughter dead, been molested. Why are you here? I didn't do anything. I want to host this cake. Jennifer Soto, have you had sex since your daughter died? Checkmate. I'm getting ready to go in the belly of the beast now. Have you had sexual relations with a human being since your child was murdered, ma'am? Because I bet you have. Have you been sleeping around with men and or women, ma'am? I say yes. Who are you staying with, Miss Soto? Because we know you're lonely and you're miserable. Has somebody been playing with your kitty cat? Something weird about the dog leash thing. Yeah, because it's all lies. Cat. Has somebody been playing with the kitty? Because we know you don't like anal sex, but you like somebody playing with the kitty cat. So who's been playing in your kitty cat since your child was murdered, ma'am? Yeah, I'm going to go there. Because we know that you're lonely. And that's how you got in this mess in the first place with your child and Stephen Stearns. And as I've told the chat before, I do believe your child was in harm's way long before Stephen Stearns came into the picture. Checkmate. You've been doing this bullshit. It's no telling who else has tampered with your child. Uh-oh. Queen, don't do that. Oh, yes, but I got to. Oh, but I got to. Because you see, old habits die hard. That's why I keep trying to tell you all, you might want to focus on them roommates too. I'm not leaving a stone unturned pertaining to Madeline Soto because of the obvious. You didn't wake up allowing somebody to molest your child at 7 or 8 years old. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Something you want to tell us, Jennifer Soto? I'll wait. I've got all the time in the world. Is there something you'd like to tell us? Ooh, I've got a sneaky suspicion you've been doing this before with your child. Have you been doing this before, ma'am, before Stephen starts? Because everybody is focused on Stephen Stearns. He's the boogeyman. Oh, but no. Rephrase that. The boogeyman has a friend, a female friend. You see, there are two boogeymans. We have a boogeyman and a boogie woman. Isn't that right, Jennifer SOTO? You have been a detriment to Madeline from the womb. Because you see, you can't think for yourself. You can't navigate for self. You have been lonely a mighty long time. You are codependent. You have mental problems. So your child was in harm's way, probably from the womb, birth. She's been in harm's way. Isn't that correct, Jennifer SOTO? Your child has been in harm's way. And we don't really know the truth about these bedroom antics of her wanting to sleep with mommy dearest. As somebody said in the chat, we don't know that, Queen. You're right, we don't. This could be all lies. She want to sleep with me. Because are we going to find out that you are also a pedophile, ma'am, yourself? Uh-oh, don't do that, Queen. Oh, but I'm going to. Oh, I got to do that. Because I got to show a pattern. I got to show a pattern of a bisexual woman who could also be secretly a pedophile. Uh-oh. Is that true, Jennifer? Are you a closet pedophile? Are we going to later find out you were doing nefarious deeds with your child, so it was easy for Stephen Stearns to come into the picture and also play funny games with your daughter? Checkmate. Are we also going to find out that you had other people, such as other females, play funny games with your daughter? Checkmate. Are we also going to find out you were playing funny games with the roommates that were there, that you had sexual relations with those women who were there? Because as I've told the chat before, if Stephen can break up with you, you break up with him, you keep him around, daddy charge him rent, he's a roommate, why couldn't it be the same for the females? Well, I'll be damned.
So I was more anxious over that. He put the dog on the leash and told me to lay down and go back to sleep. And I said, okay.
So were you not laying down when he told you to go back to lay down?
No, when he put the leash on the dog, I shot off the bed because I was going to help him. I was like, no, let me do it. And he's like, no, go back to sleep. I'm fine, I got this. I said, okay.
Now, do you go back to sleep or do you check your phone or do anything?
I think I go back to sleep. I don't look at anything.
So we're going round and around about a dog leash and peeing on beds. Is this why you came back to the apartment? Stephen Stearns was to walk the dog? Oh, I got to get back. I got this dead kid in the car, but I got to get back to walk the dog. Help me understand, because I'm confused. Help the Queen. Somebody in the audience help the Queen. Because we learned he was going back and forth in this city, county with a dead kid in a car. So you're riding around pretending to go to the school, come back to walk a dog? I'm just saying. What is all this riffraff running around about? Got this dead kid. Oops, gotta walk the dog. Help me understand. Jennifer, you ever gonna tell, excuse me, Jennifer, you ever gonna tell the truth?
In this period of time that you have been awoken by Stefan, do you hear or see anybody else in your household?
I hear somebody in the kitchen. I'm not sure who it was. I'm not sure who it was.
Okay. Could you identify it by size, like their steps? Could you identify gender by their voice? Anything like that?
All I heard was sounds of like cabinets shutting, like somebody in there shutting, like looking for something and shutting.
Okay.
Is this true? Doors covered, shutting back and forth. She hears somebody. Don't know if it's her daughter, which we know it's not Maddie. Maddie's more than likely dead already. So let's go here, because this goes to who was in the house. If somebody was in that kitchen shutting doors, cupboards, then that means they more than likely slept there that night. Checkmate. Uh-oh. Come on with it, Queen. That means somebody was there that night and they heard what was going on with Stefan and the little girl and the shuffling about and also toting the dead body down the stairs. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I wonder about that leash shit too. Because I think I saw two of them in that car. Know what the hell that was all about. All this shuffling about, running up and down with phones and shit, putting stuff on the table. Somebody heard that in the room. All this moving about. How did you get the girl dressed down the stairs and she's dead? And just so happened, nobody comes out while you are toting a dead person down the stairs. Ding, 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 ding. Walking out the door with a dead girl. Ding, 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 ding. Gotta open the door. Clicker, clicker, clicker for your car. Do you have a clicker for that, Lincoln? Does that car come with a key fob? Uh-oh. Ain't nobody asked that question. Woo! Queen good. Because if you ain't got no key fob, then that means you got to open the door manually with a key unless you left your car doors unlocked. Woo! Imagine that. Trying to fumble with a fucking door with a dead person under your arm. Okay. How did it go, Stefan? Running out that fucking door with a dead kid. Gotta get her in. Gotta get her in here. Woo, 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 woo. Gotta get her here. Come on. Gotta get her in here. Sweating like a pig, were you not? And Jennifer, what were you doing? Oh, that's right, you were asleep, which I doubt. Because I got a feeling this death took place, this murder, homicide, probably took place February 25th, not in the wee hour morning. I don't know. I'm throwing all possibilities out here because you're a liar, and he's a liar. So therefore, I will never sit up here and say what time Madeline SOTO left the earth. Because we're dealing with two sickos. And we're also dealing with roommates that should have heard something and been curious to peep out a door. So it goes to show you we've got Dylans everywhere. Angela, that wasn't nice. I know, but I said it anyway. Exactly, Mom. And that's a point made too. Oh, the dog, to pee on the bed. But you don't get up to check for your child and say, good morning. And the cops asked her that too. Did she say good morning? She was leaving? She would or should have. Well, which is it? She did or she didn't? Because none of that took place. She was already dead. We got to figure out when did the girl die. So I need to hear from the medical examiner. What is your time on the manner of the time of death? What hour do you have this child dead? Wee hour or nighttime? night before. That girl could have been dead. Who's going to tell the truth? She touched down at that apartment. Words were spoken. He tried to put his hands on her, do something to her. She rebuffed him. There was a struggle. He had his way with her, dressed her, and waited until the wee hours to take her body out. Hey, Gigi.
Now, if your daughter had been awake, would she come in and say goodbye to you before school or not? Just let you sleep?
I would have hoped she would have come by and say goodbye to me.
There's your answer right there. Bingo card. You see, it's the interrogation interviews that give you a glimpse into the lies that they tell. She told on herself right there, I would hope she would come by. Well, see, I'm going to tell you why that doesn't make any sense. Somebody in the chat should know what I'm getting ready to say. I want somebody to say it before I say it. I would hope she would come by. Come on, somebody in the chat, say it. Would she normally come by and say goodbye? Oh, I would hope she would come by. Why does this not make any sense? Come on, where are my smart people? Why would the daughter need to come by to tell her mother goodbye in the mornings? Let's go back before the murder. It's sitting right in front of you. Come on, you guys. What has been going on with her and Madeline every morning before Stephen Stearns came in the picture? You all are making me give it away. Come on. Come on. I would hope she would come by. Why would you hope she would come by? See, the reason why we know this is a lie, because allegedly you are the one that take her to school. So she wouldn't have to come by and tell you goodbye. Exactly, Kat. She don't gotta tell me goodbye because I'm the one that take her to school every day. Checkmate. See, everything's in the details. Jennifer SOTO signed her own death warrant in these interviews. I would think she would come by. Well, why would she need to come by when you're the only one taking her to school? Who was taking her to school when Stephen Stearns wasn't around? You've only named 2 other people that help you with your child, and that's your mother and your sister. So you just told on yourself. Because she was already dead that morning, and you knew that, didn't you? Because I got a feeling she was dead long before 7 a.m. He could not resist having playtime with his obsession. He felt like he owned her, Madeline SOTO. So use deduction of a pedophile. Come on, y'all. A pedophile is not getting ready to wait until 7 a.m. to unalive no damn kid. He ain't getting ready to wait to 7 a.m. to play funny games. He's a sex crazed maniac. He's horny 24/7. And I'm supposed to believe he has walked into a house at 8 o'clock, 8:30, and he's going to wait until a.m., wee hours, to sexually assault a kid and kill her? Hell no. Hell no. He had already unalived that girl about as soon as he got in that damn house, because he couldn't contain himself. Because more than likely the sex led to the death, because he's a wacko. So at whatever time she went to bed, he was right there with her. Probably she didn't want to. I don't really know how it went, but her murder came as soon as she got, let's just say, in a lying down position, because we don't really know how it went. And the sick part of the story, if this was a violent sexual assault, then why didn't these other roommates hear anything? Because that apartment's not that big. And even if he violently assaulted her downstairs, he would have probably had to muffle her to keep her from screaming. Stay woke. So this is where I could see strangulation, suffocation coming into play. Got to keep her quiet, so nobody in the house can hear her scream. Because definitely upstairs, you're going to hear some scruffling and ruffling around. This is bad. This is really bad.
I can't remember if this is one of the first times that Stefan actually took her to school, so I would have hoped she would have said goodbye. I'm sure.
I would have hoped she would have said goodbye. I'm not really sure. I don't know if Stefan took her to school before or not. This woman's so guilty. Oh my goodness. You don't know nothing, do you? I don't know this. I don't know this. I don't know she went to bed. I don't know nothing about a Nest. I don't know nothing about a game app on her phone. I didn't see her that morning. I don't know what she was wearing. I didn't take her to school. I did take her to school. No, I didn't take her to school. We took her to school. No, we didn't take her to school. No, he took her to school. I don't know. Maybe. Hope so. These are her answers, and I'm only 22 minutes into the interview. Hey, Jennifer, you think you can fly? I don't know. Sometimes. Could be. I don't know. Sometimes. I don't know. Everything is I don't know. Could be. I don't think so. So you don't know that he's ever walked your dog and you've been with him 7 years. Don't know if he ever took your child to school, but you've been with him 7 years. Okay. But out of the blue, he comes up and your child gets gone, dead, 7 years into dealing with him. Right after turning 13 days later. Help me understand. You don't know nothing about that either, right? I don't know. But first video with the deputy, what was she wearing? She was wearing a green sweater, with black pants. What did she wear to bed? I don't know. I think she'd be wearing pajamas. I don't know. Oh, okay. Wow. Hey, do you know if she's really your daughter? I don't know. Maybe she's been hanging around with Casey Anthony. You two been bumping tails down there? Because I'll be hearing that next. Breaking news. Jennifer Soto, Casey Anthony, hanging out at your local bar. Where did you see them? Oh, they were at Hooters. Well, shut your mouth. Both of you sitting in there swapping secrets. My story's better than yours. No. My story's better than yours. Oh, honey, Jennifer, don't worry about it. You'll get off, honey. And you'll get to go bump all the kitty cats you want and wear your LGBTQ ribbons in your hair and fight for justice for gay people, transgendered persons. You hope. Well, she don't need to be here. She carry her ass on. We don't need that trash in Tennessee.
All right, so do you fall back asleep? I do. And when do you wake up and how do you wake up?
I wake up at like 9 o'clock in the morning to my alarm.
9 o'clock. Wow.
I wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning to my alarm. I get ready. I think at around 9:30, 9:45, I leave for my doctor's appointment.
Okay. So in this period of time from when you're waking up and getting ready, do you see anybody else in your home?
At this point, I'm not too sure. I know throughout the day I've seen my roommate in the kitchen cooking and doing her thing, but I don't recall if it was at this time.
Did you see your daughter this morning on the 26th?
No.
Did you have any texts or phone calls or any other type of communication through any possible app on your phone? Like, hey mom, love you at school, whatever. Any communications from Madeline?
Nothing.
All right. How about from Stefan by the time that you wake up at 9? Any texts or communication from him? Maddie's dropped, I'm off to the game store or whatever he's doing?
No. I didn't hear back from Stefan until 10:20ish, and he had told me he left his phone at home that whole morning by accident. And I had asked him how the morning went, how was Maddie, and he let me know that this morning went great. We made great time. She got busy super quick. He was going to take her to McDonald's for breakfast, but she changed her mind. All she wanted to do was sleep in the car, so he let her sleep. He took her to school and dropped her off, or he said he dropped her off, and that was it.
And you had a 10:15 appointment for a blood draw?
Yes.
And did you go anywhere else prior to getting to your appointment for your blood draw? Did you go directly there or not directly there? That's basically the question.
Oh, I went directly there.
And after your blood draw, did you go directly back home?
Yes.
About what time did you get home?
Sometime between 11:15 and 11:30.
Did you have any other appointments or doctor's appointments later in the day?
I was supposed to have had one, but I canceled it
When did you cancel it?
that same day
Why did you cancel it?
because it was a $350 Botox appointment that I didn't want to spend the money on. I changed my mind last second.
When you get home from your blood draw appointment, is there anybody else at your home?
Yes, Stefan was on.
All right. And can you describe what he's wearing, what he's doing, his demeanor, what's going on?
I can't recall what he's wearing. It might be a red shirt with a graphic on it.
Okay.
He's sitting in my bedroom on my desk.
Prior to you getting there, he's in your room? Or is that where you guys go to talk?
He was hanging out there in my room.
Okay.
My room is kind of like the general hangout spot.
Okay.
I walk into my room. He's sitting there on the computer chair. He's talking, acting normal, asking about the morning and how everything went. That he let me know the errands that he ran that morning and what he was up to.
And what did he say he was up to?
He said he had dropped Maddie off at school and then afterwards went to a vape shop so he can buy vaping things.
Okay.
But that the store was open, so he waited a long time for them to open. They never did. But he drove around, killed time, and then eventually made it back to my house at like 10:20. When later on, when I got home and he was home, we started discussing, or he started telling me that he was going to
Go running, you're horrible.
start a few more times and a little bit down on maybe 2. And he gave me the name of a few
Yes.
stores that he might stop at. I'm like, okay.
See, this is where this is a problem for detectives, as most of you are saying in the chat. All these versions about leaving phones 2 times. The one thing I did not hear from detectives is the obvious. So we're going to go ahead and chop it up in this live stream. How did he call you, Jennifer? Detectives, you missed that. You were supposed to ask her, well, how did he call you the first time? From where did he call you? Number 2, when he went back out, called you again, what phone did he use to call you to say he forgot his phone, he was doing this, doing that? Checkmate. That's very pivotal because that's going to come out in trial. Sir, how did you notify her about whatever? And you detectives missed that. You were supposed to ask him. Ask her. Well, how did he call you if he left his phone? Bingo card. That's a golden opportunity that you all missed. Come on now. So, Jennifer, how did he call you those 2 times? Because most people don't have people's numbers memorized. I can tell you right now, I don't have anybody's number memorized inside of my the few numbers I got. I don't have any of those people's numbers memorized. I have to always go back in and look at their numbers. If I was using their numbers for something important, reference, whatever, I do not have anybody's number memorized. My memorized days went out with the landline. There ain't but a few people's numbers I probably could spew off my tongue right now, and those were landline phones because they had them numbers 30, 40 fucking years. I don't know anybody's cell phone number. And most people don't because you just automatically hit that button, touch screen, dial the number. Most people do not have people's cell phone numbers memorized. I think we should memorize a few of the numbers, but I haven't. So how did he call you? See, all this is a script because that's what they're saying, a lot of people, that their stories match each other as far as who did what, who went where, the vaping situation, him coming back, the leash on the dog, sitting at the desk with the computer, all that scripted. You could only script something if you're complicit. Stay woke, everybody. I'm not getting ready to script anything if I don't have any involvement in anything. As I keep saying, you can't have one without the other. I have to know why I'm lying. Oh, shit. What you say, Queen? I got to know the lie in order to run with the script. You don't run with a script and don't inquire why I'm running with the script. You can't come in and start saying, hey, pretend I was fooling with the dog. Pretend you got up at this time. Pretend I called you. Pretend this. That doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't I say, well, why am I lying? I would only lie because I am complicit to the events that transpired, which is the unaliving of my own child. And I don't know why some people can't understand that. People kill their kids every day. This SOTO lady would not be any different. We already have commentary. She wanted to get rid of the kid. They're arguing every day. She wanted her out of the house by 18. She wanted out. Now, FBI stats will say the average child is killed no later than birth to 8. But we have seen cases of children who are murdered after the age of 8. The determination is on the parent, the guardian, not FBI, not my assertion. You kill your kid when you're ready to check the fuck out. Lori Vallow Daybell is a prime example. She played the role for years and she checked out with a fucking 16-year-old. That's rare, I'm sure, but it happened. That's the point. When they decide to check out, it ain't on your schedule. It's on their schedule. They want to check out, and the child's 16, 17. They want to check out, the kid's 18. I mean, we had a case of that recently. Man killed the whole family. The woman killed her whole family down in Georgia. Black lady, well-to-do. She killed grown kids. She didn't kill no 8-year-old, 9-year-old. She killed her adult damn kid. So that should tell you something right there. Heifer was crazy. Because the mind don't need a time clock. It don't need instructions on when is the best time to murder somebody. It goes off when it's ready to go off. So if it says, hey, kill your kids and they're 30 years old, then that's what your mind told you to do. And as we've learned with Lori Vallow, her mom Ben said, oh, she's always been crazy. Oh, well, thanks for letting us know. Maybe you all should have told those husbands that we wouldn't be here today. That's the point. You're a day late, dollar short. Oh, God, not Free Willy.
I asked him if he wanted to meet me at my house by 2:30 so that we can go pick up Maddie from school together. And he said, yeah, he'll be back by 2:30. And I said, okay.
So was that the plan, to get her together, or was it ever discussed that he would get her alone?
The plan was for us to get her together.
Okay. All right. And so does he leave before you leave?
Actually, before this, while we were still discussing, while we were having the conversation in my room, he did mention at one point, while he was sitting there, that he had to reboot his phone, or that he had to update his phone. And what was it? He had to update his phone, so I told him, stop avoiding it, do it. Like, it's updates take a while, like, do it. And while he was updating his phone, he said, I don't know what I did, but I just factory reset my phone. And I said, that's weird. I didn't know that you could do that. He said, yeah, a button popped up and I pressed it and it just reset my entire phone. And I'm like, oh, that sucks.
I doubt that he got a notification to reboot factory reset, because we learned when he went to the hotel with his dad and her, he went back to his parents' house trying to ping off the Wi-Fi. So that shows you pattern and calls to hide and deceive information. He was up to no good. So he was up to no good that day with this factory reset story, which is a bunch of hogwash. And he went to his parents' house to do some nefarious business as well. He was trying to hide shit off his phone. Sam says, I don't believe Jen became a piece of mom at age 13. I can't believe she still had custody of Maddie. I think this poor baby has been abused from birth. We know for a fact since 7 or 8. Yes, that's the point I've been trying to make in the past week or two of talking about Madeline SOTO. This story did not start with Stephen Stearns. I think that should be evident if you are aware of child abuse, because it's like any child abuse. The shit's been going on. And if it's been going on since she got to 13, why would you think it only started at 7 or 8? You have to use common sense. You have his mother telling stories about her. Naturally, she got the information from Stefan. Stefan is complaining to his mom about his stupid ass girlfriend, but yet he's still running down there playing around with her daughter because he's getting something out of it. I don't know what his real attachment would be to her, but he's attracted more to her child than her. He can't get sex with her the way he wants. Oh, well, I'll take it from your daughter. Why not? Even swap, ain't no swindle. Yes, sadly, many children are abused. And she knew what she was doing when she allowed a man to come sleep in her bed. You can't rationalize saying, I don't think he would do that or she would do that to my kid. That doesn't really make any sense. You're putting your child in harm's way by putting them in the bed with another human being. I can see you saying that if the child wasn't sleeping in the bed with them. But you're putting your child in the bed with a human you don't know your damn self. And you then going to wake up one day and say, I didn't know what they were doing. Well, the audio I played earlier says there's photographs of her bedding in the background of the child molestation videos, and that's in the front row. Ding, 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 ding. So the sexual assault was not just in room number 4. Uh-oh. I bet y'all wasn't expecting that. The sexual assault was not in room number 4. Let's at least say all the time. They have photos showing her blankies, blankets, linen in the background. And that's in the room, in the living room. Put that together. So you're that nasty to be raping a child in a fucking partition room. You might as well just did it at the front door. Yes, I played that. Go back to the beginning of this live stream. You'll hear that information. There's a source. Pictures released show her bedding in the front room. That's her room. That the room her mom says she only plays in the daytime. That's a lie. He has filmed himself with the child doing grown folks' business, and her linen and shit is in the picture. Laundry basket, all of that. Just like the picture of his boxers hanging off the hamper, plastic hamper. Why are your boxers in the same hamper as her undergarments and clothes? Because they were wide open, having sex in that house that probably didn't even reach the 4th floor. Say it again, Queen. Information has come out that she sent him a text. Oh, she can't sleep with me anymore. I can't risk it. So you got to now decide, what does that mean? Did she mean you can't be sleeping with us, or you can't be sleeping with her, but she said I, in case somebody retrieved her text messages? Oh, I know, Go Runner. That's what I'm saying. That's why I keep trying to tell people the story is deeper than Stefan Stearns. It's way deeper than Stefan Stearns. Oh, I'll put money on it. I'll put everything I own. This shit goes further back than 7 and 8 years old with somebody else. And I'm going to say Jen SOTO is the ringleader. Because that's all I'm waiting on next. Is for somebody to tell me, one, she was SA'd and she's participated in some homosexual kiddie porn type stuff. That's what I'm waiting on next. Yes, I am. That's what I'm waiting on next. Her stained underwear was under her blanket in her room in the living room. His underwear in her basket in that same. That's what I said, Sam. I saw that last week. The gray underwear, I believe, were hers. They looked soiled. They were on the ground. And I looked at the panties and I said, those are stains in those panties. And even natural secretions from a 13-year-old, you shouldn't have no big old stain like that in your undergarments. For what? No. This story's deep, man.
So does he leave before you do to go do these errands he was telling you about?
Yes, he does.
Do you stay at home until it's time to go get Madeline?
Yes.
Do you hear anything from Stefan while he's out doing these errands?
No.
Why would he hide him? Why would he hide him?
Rolls around. Stefan back.
I want you to always think about what you're saying. Hide what for what? There's nothing to hide because we've been doing this. It's just like at your house where you live. Depending on how you live at your house right now. Some of you throw your socks wherever, you throw your underwear wherever. Why are you hiding that? You wouldn't, because that's how you live. Now, somebody else will put their stuff in a hamper. Everybody lives differently. They're not hiding anything. This is why I keep trying to tell people. Those roommates know what was going on. This is evident. His underwear in the girl's hamper, hanging, just lightly thrown over the hamper. It's in the picture. Soiled underwear lying on the floor. Pornography of him and her in a picture with the hamper and her linen showing in the photograph. Ding, 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 ding. They were having sex in those rooms that don't got nothing to do with room number 4. You should use deduction on that. Oh, I sent them to room number 4. I don't know what they were doing in room number 4. I got a feeling they were fucking in every room. Excuse my language. That's what I think. I think they were screwing in all the rooms. That's why Jen claimed Maddie washed her own clothes. He didn't hide them because this was such a natural occurrence. Exactly, Sam. Well said. This had been going on, and that's the scary part of the story, is that we hear she told a counselor he made her feel uncomfortable, but yet she didn't tell the person, hey, this man's been touching me, I wanted to stop. So she may have been texting him, hey, how you doing, what you doing, but in the same breath complaining about him as well. She's a child. Children don't readily tell all of their business. As I have said before on this network, there is things I would love to share with you all, but I have to be very careful what I talk about on this network because some of you all are psychotic as fuck. You can't tell you any damn thing. But you cannot assume the navigation of a brain of a child sexually assaulted. 1 minute they like the assaulter, 1 minute they don't. One day they speak up for themselves. Hey, no, I don't want to do that. No, stop. So the person stops. They don't want to get caught. But then one may take it further and say, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to take it anyway. And then next thing you know, they're strangling the kid. See, we don't really know how it played out with this child and Stephen Stearns. But either way, it's sick. This lady knew what was going on. She's been parlaying her baby since 7 or 8. No way at some point she didn't see blood, bowel movement, urine in her undergarments. That ain't no way. Because I refuse to believe this lazy bitch had her child washing her clothes at 7 and 8 years old. And he could have been penetrating that little girl then. I don't know. You know, children have to get physicals every year, so I don't know if a doctor will go downtown and check the private parts or not. They might just be checking eyes, ears, nose, and throat, you know, checking the belly button, but they don't go look downtown. And that's what's going to be sad. You ain't looking downtown. You should have been looking downtown, because she could have been having yeast infections, venereal diseases, all of that, and ain't nobody done said nothing. She ain't gonna tell nobody, oh, I'm itching, I got a discharge, woo, woo, woo. See, all that needs to be addressed as well. Did the girl ever get a vaginal check downtown? As somebody said in commentary earlier, she couldn't have, or we wouldn't be talking about Madeline SOTO. No way she was getting her girlfriend checked by a gynecologist, because somebody would have seen, oh, she's had sex, her hymen's broke. And if you're a virgin, your hymen stays in contact, in check, until you have sexual penetration. So if he's been doing what he's been doing, the hymen is broke. The hymen ain't supposed to be broke on no 13-year-old, because the doctor would tell the mother, hey, her hymen's broke, she's been having sex with somebody. Say what? I'm tired of people saying, no, Jay was groomed. Why? Why are you getting upset about that? Kat, she probably was groomed. See, grooming and sexual assault, that shit usually is generational curses. That's why it never gets stopped, because nobody is putting a stop to it. You get molested, the next thing you know, you're hanging with molesters. As an adult, you are now bringing your children around the same type of people that were molesting you. Could be the same person. I don't know. But it's usually a generational curse. We've seen it time and time again. As I said, I could give you personal history of generational curses with child molestation. The man had been grooming his own sisters. Now he's messing with his sister's children. Now he's messing with his own kids. It doesn't stop, because nobody put a stop to him. Nobody. He's not going to just say, oh, I'm not going to molest my own girls. He is sick. Hell yeah, he's going to touch his own damn girls. If you will molest your sister's children, you will definitely molest your own children. I won't doubt she was molested. A lot of people think she was, because you got to think about her mindset. Where in your mindset would you think this is appropriate behavior? She told the cops, oh, that ain't evil. Where would you get that type of notion that that's not evil? Come on now. You would get that because you've probably been used to that being done to you, other people. So it's a regular occurrence in your life. So now your child is up in age. You invite a stranger in. He's doing it to your kid. You suspect. You find out. Oh, well, I'm used to this. It's no big deal. Who cares? Oh, we already know it's a choice. But what we're trying to say is it won't be far-fetched that she was also molested. It's not saying this is an excuse for her to let somebody molest her child. That's not what I'm saying. But for her to be accepting of it, and she just told the police, oh, that ain't no big deal, that would lead some of us to think she probably was groomed as well. That's why it's not a big deal. Well, it was done to me. Who cares? Big deal. So what? Hell, it happened to me. And this could be also her way of giving her child retribution. Well, they molested me as a kid. I turned out okay. She'll be all right. Who cares? See, we don't really know Jen SOTO. We don't know her background. We don't know her mindset. What we do know of the mindset, she willingly parlayed her kid. I believe that. But I don't know if she was molested or not. But I'm saying I won't doubt that she was. That's why it didn't matter about this man messing with her kid. Because she's already experienced this before. It was no big deal. Nobody saved her. I ain't getting ready to save my kid. Fuck it. And you have parents who have that type of attitude. Well, they hurt me. Nobody saved me. Who cares? I don't care that they're touching my kid. For all we know, Jennifer SOTO was touched by her own father. Yeah, I'm saying it. I don't trust nobody. Because let me tell you something that I don't think nobody's talked about. You don't find it strange the mother was taking the little girl to her house and Madeline was sleeping with the grandmother? You all better wake up. You better wake up. Oh, she goes and spends the night at your mother's house? Oh, yeah. Well, where does she sleep? With my mom. Okay. Well, she does have a room, you know. Well, that's the same story you're spinning about her makeshift room. She got a room over there by that window with those screens, but she ain't sleeping in there allegedly. She's sleeping with you. Why? Now we're hearing she's sleeping with her mother. Then when she goes to Stern's house, she's sleeping with his mother. And sleeping with his sister or whoever that Debbie person is. You all better wake up. This shit is fucked up. I pay attention to stuff. You are not going to make me believe this is normal for a fucking kid to, every time she goes to different people's houses, she's sleeping in their fucking beds. And these people got guest rooms. Everybody's got a guest room, but the kid is sleeping with them. And you want to sit here and say, who the fuck ain't been getting molested? Okay. Yeah, like a couple. When Stephen's mom said it, Stephen's mom said, I thought, what the hell? Why is she sleeping with you? You don't got a couch, a let-out couch? And then you got the nerve to sit up here and say, oh, what her mom was doing. And you mean what your son was doing too? That just don't sit right with me. Everybody got this kid in their bed. Because when I grew up having sleepovers, I don't remember sleeping in my friends' mother's beds. Hello? Anybody listening? I don't remember sleeping in any of my friends' mother's beds. If it happened, I don't remember. But when I think of the sleepovers, I don't recollect being in nobody's mama's bed. That's why I'm trying to tell you all. This shit was going on before Stephen Stearns. So nobody can talk about nobody as far as SA. Because we don't really know the Stearns. We don't know Jennifer's parents. We don't know those roommates. The one roommate that gave information, she don't live there. She's been gone. Let her tell it. She fell out with one of the other people who turned her on to Jennifer. Did it ever occur to any of you all? They were fucking each other. Exactly, Sam. That's what I'm trying to explain to you all. If she did the same bullshit with Stephen, on again, off again, rent a room, who's to say she didn't do that with the women? Didn't one of the women say, oh, the person that got me this apartment through Jen, we don't speak anymore, we fell out? First thing came to my mind, why? What you two fall out about? Because for all we know, Jennifer was probably fucking the person that got that girl to come in to live in the apartment. Stay woke. And who's to say Jennifer didn't start messing with her? She became a roommate. And Jennifer was probably fucking that other girl. That's why the new girl fell out. And then she moves in, something happens, she's out. I pay attention.
Back home yet?
No. At this point, I leave.
Do you try and call him or text him or communicate with him?
Yeah, I have been calling him, like, maybe starting 15 minutes before I was supposed to leave just to see where he was.
4 hours and a half of this live. Lord have mercy, help.
I leave at 2:30. Around 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him. And he said, I'm so sorry. I left my phone at home again on accident. I was driving down 182 and my tire exploded or shredded.
Once again, how is he talking to her without his phone? Yeah, because it's not like normal folks would have lived there with them. Yeah. How is he calling Jen Soto without a phone? Somebody answer. Stay woke, everybody in the chat. Make it make sense. Queen is at 4 hours and 40 minutes. I did not expect to go this long. I'm sorry. I played other content earlier instead of this audio. Make it make sense. How are you talking to him? He ain't got no phone. He keeps calling you without a phone. Where is he calling from? Cops don't say shit in the damn interviews. I'm trying to tell you all, this stuff with child molestation is deep. People do know they're dealing with a child molester. She said, but Maddie's phone was supposed to be with her, remember? Why would you have a burner phone? For what? Make it make sense. Thanks, Tracy. Make it make sense. You got a burner phone with you for what? You got a burner phone unless you planned this. Checkmate. Great point. Didn't think about that. Was this an orchestrated unaliving of a girl child? When you look at these pictures of her in her little blue dress and her little shawl, she's smiling. She's got her little black wedges on. She looks so happy and carefree. And as somebody has said, I believe that was on News Nation, what is there to smile about? How could she smile knowing these people have been touching her? I think Vinnie Politan has said that. Also, Court TV. What is there to smile about? I think it was Vinnie Politan that said that. What is she smiling about? Being molested by this man. Mother don't give a fuck about you. She's smiling. 13th birthday party. But isn't that life? Yes, Gold. This is very deep. Because that's what people don't understand about children. Children are resilient. They put up with the worst of humanity, yet they smile. Have mercy. Mother hurting them, daddy hurting them, grandparents, adoptive parents, foster parents, and yet they smile. Abused, neglected, yet they smile. That's deep. And we as adults, we do it too. We get shitted on every day, do we not? We get talked about, lied on, damn near stoned to death. But yet we smile. Wow. It hurts me so much that I literally have to take deep breaths when I watch any content pertaining to Madeline Soto because it eats away at me. And even like last night, probably the night before or so, I've been having nightmares. This is why I don't like talking about kids. I don't want to talk about children being hurt. Talking about the adults is just as bad. This is why I kept trying to tell people, this is not a true crime channel. It is never going to be a true crime channel. Never. I happen to talk about true crime, but this is not a true crime network. I don't want to talk about dead kids. I don't want to talk about dead people. Because one thing I've told myself in talking about true crime is that you can summons the devil by talking about death every day. And I don't think a lot of people on the wire realize that. Because see, I talk a lot of junk up here. I flip out and wig out. That's just part of my character. But I am a spiritual person as well. And I also have the gift of discernment. And I know that when I start having those bad dreams, it ain't just because I'm sitting up here talking about it on the network. I know that God is trying to tell me something. See, I'm not your average YouTuber. A lot of YouTubers are summoning the devil and don't even realize it. You think it's funny listening to the content every day about dead people? You should be very careful. Because how many times have we heard that the people who were found dead and murdered listen to true crime podcasts? Checkmate. Say it again, Queen, because they don't hear you. People who listen to true crime usually end up dead. I'll let that sit right there. So you think you running to YouTube every day, listening to this garbage is enlightening and informative? No, it's not. Because you may just be summoning the devil to your doorstep. Did that ever occur to any of you in the chat? If you think it's a myth, you might need to reevaluate yourself. Because you see, you can summon the devil by the content you watch, the company you keep, and the things that you imbibe. That's why people are telling children that. Violent video games, hanging with the wrong crowd, getting involved with drugs, alcohol. That's not a myth. That's the truth. It leads to bullshit. You can't think you're going to go play with the devil and something good's getting ready to come to you. It don't work like that. That's any situation. I don't care what the situation is. You play with the devil, you're going to get just what you're looking for. The day you see the signs, you're in the abyss, you need to run like hell. Climb your ass out of there. This is why I try to be careful. The company I keep, even though I'm flawed, I make mistakes, but you have to be careful talking to people, going places with people, inviting people over, getting in their car. It's all the same. And talking about true crime every day, it ain't a good idea. Because every story I hear, damn near, first thing I hear about the victim is that they like true crime. Oh, he listened to true crime. Didn't we hear that about Kaylee from the Idaho 4? She was listening to Chronicles of Olivia. Okay, well, look where she is. Sam says, I never thought about true crime summoning the devil until I heard you talk about it months ago on a live, and it scares me, made me really think about watching this mess. The Victorians used to say children should be seen and not heard. That's what I'm trying to make people understand, is that a lot of people, you know, don't believe in God. They're not spiritual. You know, that's their choice. But I am. You know, like I tell people, I talk junk. I own my crap up here. But I am a spiritual person because I do believe in God. And I know he sends us signs that we are not doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're in the wrong place. Every time I go live, he sends me warnings about my content, what I should be doing, what I shouldn't be doing. Now, it's up to me how I navigate, but I can't ever say He didn't send me a warning. He's trying to show me something. He's trying to tell me something. He's been showing me. I don't think that's what you should be talking about up there. This is why I always say I ain't your average YouTuber, because I'm not. Because I do have the gift of discernment. I have seen signs of shit that's on its way coming. It happened the other day. And I told my friend that. I'm watching a true crime story on my television based on actual events. And while I'm watching that movie, I had already been thinking about something in my own personal life with somebody who I have been dealing with. And I was thinking about that person and their habits. And lo and behold, while the movie is playing, the script plays out to what I had already been thinking of this person. Identical in the fucking script. And I was sitting here in my bed like, what the hell is going on here? That's scary as hell. You're thinking about this person. You're thinking about their ways and what they've been doing, what you think they could be capable of. And as you're watching the movie, it plays out in the fucking movie. Are you hearing what I'm saying to you? So you want me to sit here and think God didn't make me turn that movie on for a reason? There are thousands of movies I could have watched that night. While that night, what I was already thinking about this person plays out in the fucking movie. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to make you understand. I don't want to talk about dead people every day. I can't do it, and I ain't going to. So if I don't get a view, a like, then that is that. But my spirit tells me, no. Leave that story alone. And now since talking about Madeline Soto, my dreams have gotten worse in the past week talking about her. So I don't want to keep talking about her. Because I know there's more to the Madeline Soto case than what the police has revealed by police reports. Oh, I know that. Nobody can make me believe different. There's way more to this story than Stephen Stearns. You're welcome, sweetie. Yes, he is cunning. Because he uses people. He uses people. And that's why I'm trying to make people understand with what's been revealed about Madeline Soto, if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss obvious signs. This story is way deeper than what you've heard. There's way more to this story than what's been told. Oh, I'll put money on that. This ain't just about Stephen Stearns. There's going to be somebody that's going to jump out of a hat by the time trial comes, and they're going to give us a rendition probably worse than Stephen Stearns. Yeah, this story has a whole lot of other sides to it. It's just a matter of who's going to tell the truth. Because I think there's a whole lot more to it than just he was molesting the kid. I think there's way more to the abuse of Madeline. I think the child was probably abused by some other people. Because what you have to tell yourself is the obvious. If you don't have good judgment with Stephen Stearns, you didn't have good judgment with anybody else. And that's not to be nasty. That's not to judge anybody else that got in cahoots with Jennifer. But let's keep it real. Stephen Stearns is the epitome of evil. So who else has she been fucking around with that's just like him? That's my point.
And I had to pull over into one of the plazas and change my tire. I hurt he said he heard his thumb doing that. And that, yeah, he was late and didn't make it back on time for that reason.
All right. When you leave to go pick Madeline up at 2:30, do you take her phone with you?
I do.
And how is it that you come to get her phone to go with you?
At some point in the morning, I was organizing and putting things away, and I walked into her bedroom and I saw her phone on her dresser. And I just assumed, oh, she must have left it here while getting dressed and forgot it.
Okay. Was it on?
Yes.
And sometimes when you bump or move phones, the notification screen comes up. Did you happen to do that? And did you see if there's any incoming notifications that she had missed?
I hadn't seen it.
Okay.
Did you all hear what was said? Did everybody in the chat hear what was just said? Oh, Lord have mercy. Jennifer, I thought you said you just told that officer at the beginning of this content, because I'm 30 minutes in, you told him that you told her to lay her clothes out, which would have been upstairs, right? When you tell her to take her clothes upstairs, since you got your boyfriend peddling your daughter, so she leave her phone in her room for what reason? Checkmate. Ain't nobody listening. Lord have mercy. Oh my God, I want to scream. Lady, why are you lying? You told the officer or the state's attorney, whoever the hell you talking to in this interview, I told her to lay her clothes out so it'd be easy for Stephen to get her out the door and ready. But yet, when he killed your child, he left a crock in your bedroom. Come on with it, Queen, because they ain't listening. So we got a crock in one room, a phone in the other. Clothes upstairs with a pedophile. Come on with it, Queen, because they ain't hear you. Make it make sense. She's upstairs. She's over here. She's on the roof. She's on the lanai. Shoe over here. Phone over there. Lord have mercy. Which is it? Jesus Christ, tell the truth. Huh? Pack her backpack, water bottle, blah, blah, blah. Make it make sense. You all walked that phone downstairs, did you not, ma'am? That wasn't Madeline SOTO. I thought about that last week. The phone moved from 7:05 to 7:15. That does not mean that was Madeline SOTO carrying her phone, because it would have been too dangerous to try to murder a child while she's getting ready for school and people are getting up and getting ready for work. Checkmate. She was already dead. That was you or Stephen moving with the little girl's phone up and down the staircase. Am I right? And it stopped moving when you set the phone down, wherever that was. You have been lying since day one, ma'am. So I don't believe anything about burritos, Fritos, sub sandwich, pub sandwich. We talked about this. We did this. We talked for 30 minutes. She left this over here. She put the book bag here. You are fucking lying. You and that sack of shit that you've been screwing on and off for 7 years. Both of you all are pathological liars. I don't believe a fucking thing you said to the detectives. For all we know, you didn't even fucking come home. Oops. Did I say that? I'll bet none of you thought about that. Uh-oh. Come on with it, Queen. I bet it never dawned on you. She could have never made it home. Says who? She made it home from work. Oh my goodness. That damn Queen. Because you all over the place with who brought her home. Kind of like, look, Ma, no hands. Look, Ma, no hands. Riding a bicycle with no hands. What is the truth? That's why I keep trying to tell people. I will never argue with nobody about Madeline SOTO. Never, never, never. Because they are lying. It is obvious. So what is there to argue about? You don't know if she even made it home Sunday night. Come on with it, Queen. You've lied about who took her home. Oh, shit. You don't know what she wore to bed. You don't know if she said good morning to you or not. Are you serious? You don't know what she had on, but then you told the person at the tax office, oh, she had on a green hoodie and black shorts. But now, in this interview in April, I don't know. I don't know. Well, which is it? Leashes on dogs, phone clickers. One shoe in the dumpster, one in your room. So her shoes are in your room, but her clothes ain't. Is that what you're telling us? So she packed her clothes upstairs with a pedophile, but left the shoes in your room. And then she left her phone in her room. Oh, I love it. So we got eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Shoes over here, clothes over here. Cell phone over here. Well, where was the fucking charger at? How about that? That's why they asked about that charger. Queen woke. That's why they asked about that charger. Where does she normally charge her phone? Checkmate. An app on a phone for games. It just mysteriously pops up. You don't know nothing about that either. Exactly, Go Runner. All this running around with a dead kid in a car, different clothes, shoes, and different places in the house. She's going up there to sleep with this pedophile. Now we get information he's also done her sexual assault her in her own room, the room that she never is in. Oh, she ain't in my room because I can't sleep. King size bed, calling your daughter a monkey. What the fuck? I was born in 71, but not yesterday. This new information they're releasing by police reports, this interview is telling the story. This bitch is lying. She's been lying. She's caught. It's a matter of what the district attorney can do with her ass. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't see her having any value in this case. And I've heard a few people say this on YouTube, and I will agree. What do you need her for? You don't need Jennifer for shit because she's a liar. So you're going to take her and do what? This Kayla Montgomery bullshit? Have her testify offer her a couple of years in prison for her testimony of what happened to her daughter? Is that where we're going with this bullshit? Because that's where it sounds like this is going. Hell no, they don't need her. What are you getting ready to do with a fucking pathological liar? She can't tell us shit. I took her to school. We took her to school. He took her to school. Oh, and yeah, the dog leash. I don't want the dog jumping go to bed. I don't want to have to clean up. I don't want to pee on my bed. Blah, 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 blah. What did your daughter have on? I don't know. What time she went to bed? 11. He texted me, told me she was in her nest. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't remember that. Do you all see this bullshit? This lady is a sociopath. That guy, Mr. Strategic Eyes, I listened to your live stream earlier. You were spot on in your commentary during your live stream. I couldn't have agreed more with his content on the live today. This woman is a sociopath, like he said. We know what Stephen Stearns is. But Jennifer Soto, that's a motherfucking walking time bomb as well. They don't need her. They don't ask and they don't already know the answers exactly, Sam. Thank you. And that's what Mr. Strategic was saying in his live stream. You think the police ask you questions because they are bored? They don't just throw out questions. Well, let me see if this sticks. They already know the answer. She should figure that out with her stupid ass lawyer. The lawyer should be saying, oh shit, they got something on your ass. They got something on your ass. Because the questions are too meticulous. What she was wearing. Did she download an app? Did she come downstairs? What did she have on? You know why they're asking her that? Because she has said something different in her original commentary at the tax business. Yeah, setting her ass up. And as he said earlier, innocent people don't need immunity. Because when he said that earlier in the live when I was watching him, I said, damn, he's right. You don't offer an innocent person immunity. For what? I'm offering you derivative immunity because I got something on your ass. I got something on you. I know you've been doing this, this, and this. I got proof. When did an innocent person ever get offered immunity or partial immunity? Never, ever, ever, ever. I got something on you. You know something. They knew she was guilty soon as she said she sent her child to that room. Locks on the inside of the door? Really, bitch? What are you locking the door for? Who you think's coming? Jason, Freddy Krueger? Fuck out of here. Locking up the doors. Now, it's not to say the father didn't put locks on all the inside of the doors, because I think I saw another room had a chain hanging too, but it's creepy. And I'm going to tell you something else. And this is no disrespect to Mr. Soto or whoever the hell you are. I'm looking at you sideways too, bruh. Yeah, Queen calling everybody out. I'm looking at you because I'm trying to figure out what type of mind you got to think it's okay for your daughter to live in an apartment with a bunch of strangers with a fucking kid and random people running in and out of the apartment. Now, let's remove Stephen Stearns for just a second. It's still suspect to have all these different people running in and out the apartment, renting rooms. Bingo card. I done told you. You got got random people renting rooms and you don't know them from a can of paint. And the daddy, he ain't got to live with him. What does he care? He getting the money. He don't give a fuck. He's got a disabled daughter drawing a check with a bipolar kid, stay woke, on the spectrum in a house with strangers. And that ain't including the child molester. Ding, 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 ding. And you think that's okay? So you basically saying for the almighty dollar, I don't give a fuck who's in there with my daughter and my granddaughter. Bingo card. So I'm looking at the grandfather, you know, as a baby damn Donald Trump. I don't fucking care. I want the money. Who cares is who's in here? Exactly. This is why I keep trying to tell everybody, pay attention to the details because there's more to the story. I knew something was off when the Stearns lady said, oh, she's had all these lovers and people running in and out of her house. First thing I said, well, how would she know that? Oh, Stephen told her. Where would Stephen get it from? A Jennifer. Because what did I tell you? How do you know she ain't been fucking her roommates? Uh-oh. Don't do it, Queen. Say it again. How do you know she wasn't having sex with her roommate? She likes women. Ting, 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 ting. Stephen was staying there and they were on and off. She was worried about his livelihood. So who's to say that she ain't had sex with one of the women? They just happen to have their own bedroom. I didn't know nothing about a teenage boy. I heard it was a boy, but I didn't know it was a teenager. Well, that's even worse because he has access to a girl child coming and going. She might do all her business on the bottom floor, but he's a boy, she's a girl. When you look at Madeline's photos, a lot of her pictures, she looks older than 13. Okay? I also noticed bags under her eyes, which is strange for somebody 12, 13. Why would she have bags under her eyes? Is she worried about something? Was she weary? Exactly, Kat. Who picked the roommates? Very good question. Damn good question. Who picked the roommates? But let's go there now that you opened up Pandora's box. The woman who came forward to speak about Jennifer said, verbatim, I met Jennifer. No, she said, I got this apartment through a friend of Jennifer's. They was mutual acquaintances. But me and that girl, we ain't friends no more. So who's to say this ain't no situation just like Stearns? I met her in the street at the bar. We had a menage a trois. We fucked, screwed, whatever. Now you my roommate. Checkmate. Because if you do it with Stearns, you do it with a woman. There's no difference. There's no difference.
All right. So you go to school, and due to time constraints, like an NFL football game, we're going to kind of jump ahead a little bit. My understanding is that you want to be first in line, and you have to get there early to do that, and I understand that.
Yeah.
She doesn't come out.
She doesn't know.
Did you call her phone?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because I forgot I had it with me. I was like, where is she? Why isn't she out yet? I start calling her phone, and then I start realizing I'm hearing vibrating, and then I look down, and I see her phone with me. I'm like, oh.
Is that true? She made a mistake and called the child's phone and forgot she had the phone in her possession. Some of you will probably say it's a ruse. Also, when I was listening to Mr. Strategic Eyes commentary today on his YouTube channel, somebody sent him information that the school stayed open later. She also was a substitute teacher at this school. Now imagine that. Don't get me started on that. So she knew what time the school closed. So later you're going to hear in this commentary, She went running around, whoop, come back to school's closed. Jennifer SOTO is a fucking liar. You know this school, you know the ins and outs of the school, ma'am. Because you all get out of school late. So how could the school be closed at 5? The school just got out at 4. Bingo card. They have an after-school program, which means the school stays open later. Bingo card. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You got to get better, baby. See, you and Stearns didn't bet on cameras, data, eyewitness testimony. You fucked yourself. You all have fucked yourselves. You don't even realize it. You have no idea what you've done. You've ruined the life of a whole human being because you're nasty. Both of you nasty and you vile. It has been said that school stays open later. So why are you jumping the curb and leaving? Because you don't see your kid. Exactly, Sam. And that's what's been said. Why didn't you go into the school? Why would you leave? Because you knew all along your child was dead. That's what's so riveting about this story. The more they release this content, it shows she knew she was dead. So what I keep telling you is the obvious. If you are saying she knew the child was dead, who's to say she didn't have a part in the death, in the murder? I'm not going to sit here and say Jennifer SOTO didn't kill her kid. I ain't never going to say that. Because if you lie about one thing, you'll lie about a fucking another. You are showing complicity. You two are talking the same. Who's to say you both didn't plot the death of this 13-year-old child? You were tired of her, through with her, wanted your freedom. He's wanting to see what it's like to murder a person anyway. He's into this necrophilia. Hey, let's take it all away. For all I know, you two talked about murdering a little girl. I don't know. I don't trust you. You've been caught lying? That's enough for me. I don't gotta have proof she killed the kid. I could care less. You allow somebody to molest your child, to me, you should die by the sword. I don't give a fuck. Now, somebody want to go around here thumping the Bible about second chances. Well, leave your kid with her. That's what you do. Go take your fucking kid, grandkid, and leave it with Jennifer SOTO and see how your fucking kid turns out. Come back and holler at us in about a month. Yeah, 8 p.m., 4 hours. Because really, you knew the kid was dead that morning or that night. That's why you keep stuttering every time they ask you a question. Because you're obviously thinking about what you have to say, or you ain't got no answer. But you know how to answer anything pertaining to Stephen Stearns. That's what's so baffling. You know this motherfucker from his big toe to the top of his head. But your kid, I don't know. I would hope so. You are a dirty bird. A little bitty, stinky, Humpty Dumpty egg. That's why you got a lawyer for this fucking commentary. That's why you're hiding out in Florida. You knew that girl was dead. That's why I keep telling people, for all we know, she killed this kid, man. You better wake up. I ain't about to sit here and root for her. Hell no. Because if you can allow somebody to molest your kid, you're just as evil to kill them. What's the difference? There is no difference. Let's finish this.
How am I going to get a hold of her? Because I'm the first in line. The cars behind me already have photos that are full.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to kind of jump ahead. Did Madeline ever complain to you about believing that Stefan had taken her Christmas money?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Christmas money went missing. And we were both, I don't even know how to say this. We have collected all of her envelopes of Christmas money and consolidated it into one. I'll put all her money into one. And then I said, I will put this somewhere safe. And I thought I had put it in my nightstand. A few days later comes around, whatever. We start looking for it or asking for it or something like that, and we can't find it. We can't find it at all.
So let me just narrow it down. Did she accuse Stefan of taking it?
I'm not sure if she did directly. We both had the suspicion.
We.
Has he done? No, I don't think so. We eventually found that money.
Okay, I was just gonna have the history hit. All right.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Jennifer, I think at some point you realize in this 1 hour and 13-minute conversation that you fucked yourself. I'm 32 minutes, 44 seconds. I'm going to say it again. The cop is asking you for a reason. Oh, we found the money. No, you didn't. You didn't find the money because if you had found the money, the cop wouldn't probably have a reason to ask about the money. Ooh, wee. Say it again. Why would this person ask about the money? Because wouldn't he read Madeline's fucking text to whoever she's talking to, and she would say, oh, my money went missing. I think Stefan took it. And then she would tell the person, oh, yeah, but we found it. Mama found it. It was in her dresser drawer, whatever. That's because the money was never found. Isn't that right? And you just lied. I bet y'all saying that damn queen is hell. Say it again, queen. Jennifer, you didn't find that money, did you? Because this person has no reason to ask you that if it was found. They would have read it in her text messages because this is where they're getting the information. They have dumped her phone, Dodo Bird. And in her text messages, she would have said to whoever she's talking to, my money went missing, but mommy found the money. Yeah, I thought it was Stefan. I thought it was Pookie, Ray, but mommy found it. I don't think they would mention it if the money was found. So what was the purpose in these people asking? Because the money was never found. You're lying. You never found her money. For all I know, you stole the money. How about that, you jealous bitch? You strike me as a jealous bitch. Yeah, there's mothers like you walking around mad, jealous of their children. Mad because their children have pretty eyes, pretty hair. They've got nice shapes. They're smart. They're intelligent. They're bright. People like them. Nobody liked you. Nobody tooted your horn as a kid. And now everybody's doting on your kid. You're probably that bitch. You've been jealous of this girl. How long? Oh, wow. Queen. Damn. Yeah, I said that. You've been jealous of her. She's blossoming out. He's mad too. Woo, she's filling out, getting some boom booms. Boys gonna start looking at her. Hell yeah. Not your grown ass. The fuck? We gotta do something with her. We can't keep playing these dirty games with her. She gonna tell somebody. Is that how it went? Jennifer SOTO, Stefan Stearns. You knew she was going to talk. She was going to tell somebody. Because she's 13. What's that old song from the 70s? I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I gotta let it show. Did it kind of go like that? She was coming out. Oh, as the street song would say, pop out. She was popping out. And you knew that was going to be a problem. Because we can't keep playing these dirty games with a 13-year-old. Because she's liking boys. She might pillow talk. She might tell our little dirty secret. And then we'll all go to jail. Ting, ting, ting. Oh, I kind of think it went like that. Did it not? You knew she would start talking to people because she ain't going to want to keep being sexually assaulted. And for all we know, she said something. I ain't doing this no more. I want you touching me. See, I don't know. Because I got to ask myself, was she sedated every time you essayed her, Mr. Stephen Stearns? Because they say a lot of the pictures, she appeared to be asleep. But like Mr. Strategic said, hey, you're doing some nasty things to her. I would think at some point she'd wake up unless she was really, really out with drugs. Was he drugging Madeline Soto? Did he give her an extra dose of medicine on this fateful night? Did he intend to kill this girl child? Or did something go terribly wrong in a sexual assault that led to her murder? And he felt like he didn't have any other choice but to take the child's life. How did it go? Because right now, my head is spinning, trying to figure out why this child is not alive, considering he's been molesting her since the age of 7 or 8. He definitely was doing what, Sam? See, we don't know what happened. And I don't think we'll ever get the truth to why she's not here. Because he's already saying he's not guilty to the porn. And I don't know how in the world you can plead not guilty to that. They got you on video, pictures. What the hell else do you need? So if he's going to say, hey, I ain't got no kitty porn, I didn't do it, he ain't going to admit to murdering her. Oh, drugging her? Okay. That was the purpose of looking for that drug. Did he have access to that drug? Did he get that drug? Did he give her that drug? Will we find out he gave her the drug and she died from the drug? I don't know. But then one will say, well, he wouldn't have no need to strangle her if she died from the drug. Just throwing out questions. Or the strangulation could have been a part of the, high. We hear that asphyxiation is associated with orgasms. Don't mean to get derogatory, but due to the fact that he's a sadist, he would be into these type of things. And we've learned that people have been told you can get an ultimate high by being strangled during sex. So he may have been into that. Naturally, he would probably get more gratification than she would. What the hell would a kid know about that? But as I have said before, when you are a sadist, you're looking for your next high. So you're looking for the next possible thing to get you off. So everything he's probably done since a child to teenage has been a stair step. We hear that he was a peeper. He was peeping in his friend's house, looking at his mother. So it's stair step. So you start off with peeping, then there's porn, then he possibly was assaulted himself. Now he's molesting kids, girls, boys, whatever he's into. Now he's grown. So he's now doing a little bit of this, touching, feeling, filming people, putting shit on the girls' skirts, all that type of nonsense. But it's stair step. Oh, I got to take it a little further. Got to put a little violence in there. Now we're kitty porn, violence, strangulation, suffocation. What's next after that? Death. You got to take it somewhere. Because what do I keep telling you about sadism? The high has got to get greater at some point. So I ain't getting high with just sexual assault on a kid. Tying up a kid, bounding a kid. Wanting the kid to play dead by drugging her. I gotta go farther. So here comes strangulation. Uh-oh, she ain't breathing. What's the next step? Sex with a dead person. Ooh, I ain't never done that before. It's step. How far can I take this sadism? Because that's it after death. There's nothing left after death but torture and sex with a corpse. Trying to achieve the ultimate high at the expense of a child. And we've seen this with many men and adults. You keep going and going and going and going, but everything you're doing, it's not enough. And I believe that's exactly what happened with Miss Paxton in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Mr. Finnegan and his girlfriend had to keep going farther. Oh, hit her in the head, that ain't enough. Rape her, that ain't enough. Cut her up, that ain't enough. Strangle her, that ain't enough. Okay, now we're having sex with a corpse, that ain't enough. Put her in the damn freezer. Pull her out. Start chipping at the ice. Cut off the nose, cut off the ear, cut off the breast. That ain't enough. Stay woke. Of course, peeping toms. A peeper is the start of a problem. If you don't know that, you might need to go back to Crime 101. Peeping is the start of a problem. Pornography is the start of a problem. They go hand in hand. What did I tell you about the looking glass and the mannequin in the window? I always say this to you because I grew up in the city, and that's what we used to see in the winter months, Christmas time. The little mannequins in the window, the little kids, little mannequins dressed up in their outfits, playing in the snow and the sleds. It's to entice you to come in to the store. Okay? They don't put the mannequins in the window for nothing. It's to entice you to come in. So that's why I always use this as an analogy for sadism. I gotta get you in. Come in to play. Stay woke. How long can you walk by the store window and look at the mannequins in the window? Snow falling, bobsleds, this and that, children playing, men and women posing in the window, pretty outfits, pretty hair, pretty makeup. I gotta go in. I got to go in there. I like that suit that lady's wearing on that mannequin. I gotta go in there. I gotta touch that suit. I'm tired of looking at that suit through the window. What is the old saying? Seeing is believing. I gotta go in. I gotta touch it. I wanna feel it. I wanna try it on. Sweet Jesus. You know the rest.
So you just started this job at Disney Coronado Springs like a week or two earlier, is that right?
Yes.
And your sister and other family members would help with Maddie get into school because of your job?
Yes, my mom and my sister, yes.
Okay. Why is it that now Stefan on February 26th is coming up to help as opposed to any of your family members helping getting Madeline to school?
I had asked for him to come and help me because I think I was working a lot of night shifts or like really late shifts, and I just wanted the opportunity to see Maddie, like, because I wanted to spend more time with my daughter throughout the week while I was working, versus had she had stayed at my mom's, I wouldn't have seen her all week.
Jennifer, nobody would take a job getting off at night if they want to spend time with their child in the evenings. The fact that your mother and your sister helped you proves the fact that you didn't need help from Stephen Stearns, checkmate. So once again, you've put your foot in your mouth. That's why this person asked you the question. Why is he here? Why was he here? Because what we have to use is deduction. You broke up with him in 2022, so who was helping you with your child then? Checkmate. Oh, shit. Your mama, your sister, your roommates, and whoever else. So what was the timeline of those roommates and their jobs, their professions? Who was home that night? Come on with it, Queen, because somebody ain't listening. You broke up with him in 2022 when you was half-ass living, wasn't working, doing this. I guess you was home. All of a sudden, now you want to go get a job and you want to call him back. Now you're talking about hooking back up and bringing him back to finish molesting your child. This sounds orchestrated. What Luther Vandross once sang, loneliness is such a sad affair. Is that what this is about? Loneliness. Such a sad affair. But I can't say you fell in love with him before the second show. Come on, Queen, don't preach. Your guitar sounds so sweet. Hey, don't do it, Queen. But we ain't talking about a real love affair. We're talking about sadism. You had help. But you wanted this man anyway, who can't hold his own, can't work, can't provide. So what is the real reason Stephen Stearns was in your life, ma'am? Let you tell her he's a slob, he's this, he don't carry himself. Then you flip it and say, oh, I was trying to help him out. That's why he was staying here, renting a room. You all over the place. Which is it? Because it was loneliness. Because we do this in life. We hate the motherfucker, but then we love him. We love him, but then we hate him. But your situation is a little bit different because most of us ain't dealing with somebody allegedly molesting our children. Checkmate. So what was the real arrangement between you and Stephen Stearns, ma'am? Was there a setup of money, parlaying the girl? What? Well, you like sex, I don't like. You can have my daughter for a finder's fee. Daddy needs somebody to rent that room. Woo! Queen, don't do that, but I did. What's that finder's fee on the head of your child? You can get this for this. Who was collecting the money for the rooms? Checkmate. Ooh. Daddy, did you collect the money every month for your rooms? This boarding house you had going on in this gated community? Because we already know that place ain't gonna never be the same. Shut your mouth. Do you still have those women living in that apartment? Because when they filmed this content for this video I've played to the audience, they put the phone up on the door mimicking Mr. Stephen. And I got a feeling Is it the same fucking apartment with the same fucking people living in it? Please, somebody tell me now. Who is still living in this apartment after what the fuck happened to this little girl up in there? Daddy, are you still renting rooms in this fucking apartment? It ain't killed your grandbaby in there? Because when they did this imitation of that phone under the door, it's the same identical floors. Ooh. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? When the reporter put the phone under the door to mimic what Stephen had been doing, it's the identical fucking floor. So I'm going to ask somebody, is this the same apartment? If so, why? Are you still renting to people in this fucking place where your grandchild was killed?
So that was just me wanting to see her and spend time with her.
Did Madeline stay at your mom's house fairly frequently?
Every few weekends here and there, like just for the weekend kind of thing.
So like if she described it to her friends,
probably not Kat.
At home, and like kind of offer up it's better jacuzzi and pool. Does that sound like that's the place?
Yes.
Where does Madeline sleep when she's over at your mom's?
She will sleep in bed with my mom.
Okay. Did she ever have sleepovers? Like have friends come over and sleep over?
Slumber parties, no.
Did she ever go and attend any? No. Is there any particular reason? And she's a 12-year-old girl on the cusp of being 13.
Yeah, I've been very uncomfortable with sleepovers just because I know what can happen. Anything can happen in a sleepover.
Well, then you can be the host house like we kind of were.
I know what can happen at a sleepover. Kind of like what was already going on in your house. Checkmate. How ridiculous does it sound to tell this person why your child didn't have a life in a childhood because you're worried about her being SA other places? I'll let this sit right there. Exactly. Mad cow. You allowing somebody to sleep with your child, assault your child, but your child can't go sleep somewhere else. Kids can't come to your house, and then you make up some lame excuse about somebody on the airplane filming women under the fucking door. And Mr. Strategic said that has been verified as a true story, but they got caught, didn't they? Because how you gonna go to the back of a plane and put something under the door without somebody coming back there saying, hey, what the hell are you doing? Oh yeah, we can tear this damn airplane up. You didn't want nobody else sexually assaulting her because she already was being sexually assaulted. Checkmate. You already had a designated demon, did you not, ma'am? What's even more baffling is you wouldn't let the children come to your house. Why not? That don't make no sense to me. Okay, she can't go over to Pookie Ray Ray house, but can't nobody come to your house. Okay. Exactly, Sam. More like a fool. A damn fool. Well, you can't go over there because I don't know what's going on over there. But yet you still wouldn't let no girls come in your house. Why not? Oh, I just remembered. Oh my gosh, Queen, how did you miss it? Because Stephen would be there. And he already likes your daughter. Ting, 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 ting. Of course. Of course. It makes perfect sense now. He's already molesting mine. I can't let these girls come over here because he would have an assortment to play with. Isn't that right, ma'am? And you wouldn't want to risk somebody running out that house and saying, I spent the night at Maddie's house and her stepdad, whoever the hell, was putting his hands under the cover and touching me. Checkmate. Wow, wow, wow. Exactly, Sam. You knew all along he was messing with your child, you dirty bat. That's why their child didn't have a life. She didn't go anywhere. She didn't have kids coming around her. You only let her go around your family members. And I won't doubt that some of them are probably essayers too. Yeah, I'm saying it. I don't care who don't like it. I don't trust nobody in this story. I don't have to. We already got two demons toe to toe. Why can't somebody else be nasty? His father's already said some stupid shit about, oh, I don't know if I should be flabbergasted or condoning his endeavors or what he was doing, however he worded it. The daddy said. Him and that mother, something ain't right with them either. So now I got to check Jen Soto's mother. Who is she and what is she about? Because I think it's strange these people living the good life while she's hoarded up in a fucking apartment with all these fucking roommates like she's in a boarding house, stuffed animals in every corner, rooms piled up with junk, no pretty pictures on the wall. She's living like a fucking college student. Make it make sense.
Where you never hosted any sleepovers for her friends?
Excuse me.
Did she ask about it?
Yeah, she did ask.
Was it probably a source of contention or arguments?
It was, I guess what was the source of argument was her and she wanted to really sleep over her best friend's house, and I just kept saying, no, you never know what could happen. I don't know the dad, I don't know the brother, I don't know anybody. I don't know what can happen to you. So, just afraid of her getting assaulted.
Did Madeline do her own laundry?
Yeah.
Did she cook for herself?
I was teaching her how to make a few things, so I mean, yeah, she could, I guess.
Okay. What's her normal routine for getting ready for bed?
We give her meds.
I'm sorry, take your time.
We get ready for bed. I'd give her her medication. She would get in the shower.
Take a long shower, I understand.
Like an hour plus, yeah.
Okay.
She loved it. She'd get out, she'd get dressed, she'd let her hair towel dry for a while, and then she would brush it. We would watch some TV. She'd probably have a snack before bed as well.
Okay. What were kind of her nighttime uniforms? I mean, everybody kind of has their pajamas, but they're not necessarily pajamas. What was her routine nightwear?
She really liked wearing shorts. So she had a few pajama outfits, but she really liked wearing shorts and baggy t-shirts.
Okay. How about her routine getting ready for school in the morning? What's that about?
We'd wake up. The alarm would start ringing around 7:30. We'd snooze it up until 8 o'clock. Then she'd get up. She'd get dressed. And then she'd lay back down in bed while she would wait for me to make her breakfast.
So she's a breakfast eater? Okay.
Breakfast eater. But yet on this fateful morning, there was no breakfast for Madeline Soto. Why is that, Jennifer? You normally made her breakfast, but not this morning because you talked about going to McDonald's the night before. How convenient is that? Now make sure to take her to McDonald's. Make sure you take her to McDonald's, Stefan. All this is orchestrated. This is what makes you kind of think these people planning this death of this little girl, because it's too orchestrated. The conversations don't make sense. Nobody talks about going to McDonald's the night before. Who the fuck does that? That's like me right now sitting here saying to myself, and I'm grown, I think I'm gonna go to Taco Bell tomorrow for lunch. Why do I need to talk about it tonight? I'll just go when I go. Because it never happened. See, the one thing we've learned about true crime and the people in the story, whenever they add extra details that don't make sense, it's because they're being deceptive. Nobody talks about going to McDonald's the next day. We get up, we get ready for school, we're out the door, we talk about it on our way to McDonald's. Hey, you want this, you want this, you want Burger King, you want McDonald's, what you want? Talk about it the night before, for what? You only talk about things the night before if you're planning something. Ding, 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 ding. Did you hear that, Jennifer? So it looks like to me, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this because I'm getting more frustrated listening to this bullshit. You either planned the murder of your child with him, or he killed her and he came down and told you he killed her, and then you all started talking all this out from start to finish. We're gonna say this, this, and this. She came home at this time. You did this. She did this at night. We talked about this. Play around with the phone, so on and so forth. Because in the end, you two, and that's something nobody's talking about, and I may do a video about that tomorrow, it has to be orchestrated to some point, because you've got to be able to rehearse all this shit to be in unison of he said and she said. Checkmate. Exactly. She refused it. So 1 minute we say, no, they didn't orchestrate it. The next minute we say, yeah, they orchestrated. There's got to be some orchestration, because you got to be able to talk it out to match the stories. And that's been said by a few people on YouTube. Well, their stories match. Well, it matches because they're lying. And we know they're lying because we have a dead kid. Madeline's not alive. It'd be different if she was alive, but she's not. So we know that they lied. So that means you had to talk about it. In order to talk about it means what? You had to have some time talking about it to get the story straight. Ding, ding, ding. You say this, I say this. Ooh, I went here, I went there. We already know she's a bobblehead. She's doped up, drugged up. I'm supposed to sit here and believe she can remember all this shit? At 8 o'clock to report her missing? That's why she didn't call 911, because she couldn't do it. Like Candace Blah, I said that. You can't call because you know the truth. Who doesn't call to say their child is missing? All this running around in your car and shit. Oh, the school was closed when we got back. Well, why would you leave the school? That's where your child was supposed to be. Why didn't you run into school? That's peculiar. Suspect. Everything you and Stefan has done is suspect. Every story version you told is suspect. Because it's deception. It's obvious. But what I want people to understand is this shit had to be rehearsed. Because the one thing we've learned about rehearsing a story, in order for it to stick in the minds of the two fools, you both had to go over it together. Hello? You both had to go over the story together. And we have learned that sometimes people forget to spin the story. Now, what am I supposed to say at this point? What am I supposed to say? Their stories are identical. From the night on to the morning, all the way up to 4 o'clock. Most people ain't gonna remember everything. Come on now. Just the way the world's made. It's always gonna be somebody that's gonna forget something. So he's spinning all this to you. I took her to school and we went here to McDonald's. She didn't want it, blah, blah, blah. Dropped her off at the parking lot. I ran around, went to the vape shop, went over here, went over there, came back, food with the dog, left back out, ran some errands. Blah, 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 blah. But there's still parts of the story where it looks like Jen knew her child was dead just from the commentary I'm playing here. All these, I don't know, and sighing and shit and whispering, no. Up and down. It ain't normal conversation here. That's why it looks suspect. So what we have to ask ourselves with what we're seeing and hearing, if perhaps this was orchestrated, it just was poorly executed. Checkmate. Was this an orchestrated hit on a kid? Because you have to ask yourself how bizarre to commit this crime on the day of somebody's birthday party. Come on now. It's too bizarre. Why this day? Why unalive her this day? We learned the birthday party came days after the actual birthday. So help the queen understand. Why this day? Why? Was this girl pregnant? Is there something the medical examiner wants to tell us later? I would assume they'd go ahead and tell it. Why not? Because something's off here. What was so special this damn day? Is it just coincidence? Things popped off. He got carried away. She rebuffed him. She started talking back. She started saying, I'm going to tell. What's the truth? Will we ever get to the truth?
She'd have breakfast. Then she would start, with brushing her hair, brushing her teeth, putting on makeup. I would give her ADHD medications for school.
Is that every day or just school days? So it sounds like you're heading out like 8:45 or 9?
I didn't hear her answer. He asked her, is it every day? So what was her answer? I didn't hear it. Did she feed her child breakfast every day from home? I'd like to know. Or just school days? What? I didn't hear her answer. What was her answer?
It takes what'd you say, 15, 20 minutes to get to school?
Yes.
And first bell's 9:38?
9:20.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on Monday the 26th, 7:30 seems like a really early time to depart to go to middle school, even if you're getting Mickey D's. What was the discussion about when Stefan and Madeline were going to leave on the 26th?
There wasn't.
So you didn't know anything about these plans, or did you? Or
I knew that they were going to go to McDonald's, but not 7 o'clock in the morning. That wasn't.
okay.
I had assumed 8 o'clock. But even then, 8 o'clock is kind of early, 8:30, because you could just go to McDonald's, be done by 9, and then drop her off at school. But the McDonald's is right in the block away from the school. So
Madeline's not driving, so she can eat while she's riding.
Yeah.
And she takes about an hour to get ready in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
So if they were leaving at 7:30, you'd think she'd have to get up at 6:30.
Exactly.
Get ready.
Bingo card.
Routine, right?
That's extremely early.
Okay. And is that what Stefan told you?
Let's stop here. What did we say? He asks questions according to what he already knows. So what did you all gather from this conversation? About the getting up, going to McDonald's? Did you have a conversation about going to McDonald's? She says, no, I didn't know he's going to take her to McDonald's. Well. I think that's a lie because we have heard that you did talk to Stephen about going to McDonald's the night before. Checkmate. Going back to what I said a few minutes ago. Who talks about going to McDonald's? For what reason? Why do we need to talk about taking a child to McDonald's? We just take her. We don't need to talk about it the night before. So he's asking you, did you talk about it? Did you know he's going to take her? And you tell him, no, I don't know anything about it because you done forgot that you all texted each other about going to McDonald's or talking about McDonald's. That's obviously the version he's given to police, Jennifer. You can't make this stuff up. But obviously you can. She don't know nothing. She don't remember nothing. She was just a deer in headlights, I guess, when all this went on. You saw how she was looking in the tax office, swaying back and forth, eyes bulging out, giving people orders, throwing her hand over here. That's when I knew then she was lying. She threw her hand over like she was pointing to something. And I said, who acts like this and her child is missing? Because I said, at first, you might think, okay, she's just upset because her child's missing. But then my spirit said, no, there's more to this. There's something wrong with this lady. She's acting peculiar. She seems like she's upset, but not upset like her child is missing. She's upset that she's there as a difference. And that's what I peeped about her at the tax office. She was sharp. Her answers were sharp. That's not how you would be acting. You'd be concerned about your child. And she was studying that cop who had the body camera on. I found that peculiar. She was eyeing him up and down like he had stole her kid. And I said, something's not right here. There's something up with this chick. Her behavior was off during that Q&A at the tax office. That's because she knew all along the child was dead.
After these events unfolded, was that they left early, like 7:30? What did he ever tell you?
It was early, I can't remember the time. I think I dropped her off in front of her school sometime between 8:15 and 8:45.
You say I. What do you mean by that? Did you drop her off that
No,
morning?
I'm speaking, sorry.
Okay.
As what Stephen was telling me. Stephen let me know that he dropped her off sometime between 8:15 and 8:45.
Would I say if my boyfriend dropped my kid off? No, I wouldn't. Which is it, Jennifer? I, we, or he? Because you did this all throughout your interrogation. I, we, and he. And now, April 18th, you still doing it. I took her to school. So were you trying to give him an alibi? You didn't want your boyfriend to go down. You knew your daughter was dead. I got to give him an alibi. I got to say, I was there. We were there. And then it went to, he was there. Oh, he told me he did this. So what? People tell people stuff all the time. They don't say I. Why would I say I if my boyfriend took my child to school? I would say, oh, he took my baby to school. He dropped my baby off. He said he was going to McDonald's. He changed his mind. She changed her mind. I'm not going to say I. This is what I'm saying. You don't really know what's the truth because you're talking about two diabolical people. You don't really know what happened in the house. You don't know who did what. You don't know who else sat and listened and didn't get up and get out their bed. Yeah, I said that. I'm talking about them two damn roommates. Were they home the night the girl got assaulted and murdered? Where was she murdered? What time was she murdered? All that's going to be evidentiary.
On on the road by the church close to her school.
Mhm.
And I remember asking him, why so early? That's too early. School doesn't start until 9:30. Why did you drop her off that early? Oh, I don't know. We just left the house. I made good time. I wasn't paying attention to the clock.
Okay. Did Madeline ever have like effects from taking the hydroxyzine in the morning? Like still be kind of sluggish?
Yes.
How often would that occur? Was that like every morning or not every morning?
Not every morning. If we happen to give her medication later than normal and routine, that would happen. But
Okay. And were there ever any instances where she had taken too much of medicine? Perhaps you and Stefan had given her medicine, not knowing that the other person had?
yes, that's happened.
How many more? Just once or more?
I want to say once.
Is that
Are you
true?
taking medicinal marijuana in pill form at any point for THC?
Yes.
And what do those pills or tablets or capsules look like?
They're purple capsules.
Did you ever suspect or confront Stefan about giving those medications to Madeline?
No.
So during this incident where Madeline had been double dosed with hydroxyzine, do you recall any conversation you had with Stefan and inquiring as to whether or not he had accidentally given her any of your THC?
That hadn't occurred to me. I had asked him the one morning Maddie wouldn't wake up and get ready for school, and she was just out of it. I assumed it was medication related, but I didn't really, I'm like, did this one medication hit her too hard because we gave it to her late? I felt poison control. I needed to see what would happen. Because at this point, I think I had gotten Stefan to admit that he gave her a second dose of the sleeping meds as well. Because
This conversation sounds strange too. I had to see what would happen. Are you not thinking about what you're saying, sweetheart? What you mean you had to see what would happen? You mean you had to see what would happen if you kept pressuring him? Or you deliberately gave your child something to knock her out? So now I was wondering why this guy earlier in his live stream was talking about this drug, marijuana in a pill form. So, Stefan, did you get a girl something, this pill? Because we're going to hear that she was inquiring about the pill. So did you give her a pill? She took it, knocked her out. You played funny games with her, strangled her, and then killed her. And mommy, did you notice your pills were missing, or what's the truth? Because we're now hearing of an earlier incident, and we have to know that this person is asking you questions because you all had to have talked about it. Somebody's talked about it. Why is he asking? Or it's in her bloodstream. Checkmate. Wow. That part. Is that what we're going to hear next? That this drug was in her bloodstream. That's why they're asking. Because it can't go but one or two ways. It's in her bloodstream, and or you all discussed it before in conversations in your data, or all of the above. Wow. You all are dirty.
he thought I had given it to her in the first place.
Okay.
But that was with hydroxyzine. I didn't know anything about THC, marijuana.
I'm just asking you.
Oh.
I'm asking if you remember having that conversation. There was a conversation on your phone about you were relaying that Madeline said that she suspected that it was different bigger pills, and you relayed that to Stefan and had a conversation with him. And if you don't remember it because it was a year ago, that's fine. My next question is...
Wow, they've gone back a year in the text messages. So they've been reading a lot of text messages, I would assume, in everybody's fucking phone. So the daughter suspected he gave her something. obviously it belong to you, THC pills, then you go call him to talk to him about it. You all just never thought that this shit would ever come to fruition. They ain't gonna know. Ain't nobody gonna never find out nothing. Ain't nobody gonna never find out what we've been doing with this little girl. Ooh, you're wrong. That's what we keep trying to tell people about that damn cell phone. Gotta be careful what you text. Gotta be careful what you inquire. Gotta be careful what you search. Gotta be careful if you threaten people in a text message, it don't go away. You're gonna have to get rid of that whole damn phone. And she's still sitting up here playing dumb, like she don't know what the hell this man talking about. Oh, I don't know, I don't recollect. You can't make this stuff up.
You have 2 female roommates.
Yes.
And one of them has a child, a son that sleeps part-time over there.
Yes.
And so my understanding is they're kind of, it's like a, I don't know what to call it, like a bed and breakfast. There's numbers on the doors upstairs.
Bed and breakfast.
I don't know. I just, to make it easier for the roommates, I just labeled each bedroom.
So they're in 2 and 3.
Yeah.
All right. Now bedroom number 4. At one point you told
she labeled them
that your sister was staying with you, and that's why the sleeping arrangements were as they were. Was your sister ever staying with you, or did I misunderstand what you said?
No, my sister wasn't staying with me.
Okay. So let me ask
probably made that up.
At what point did Madeline's bedroom kind of become the living room? When did that setup start?
Exactly, Kat. I've thought about that being a brothel. Let's talk about that. Kat is on the money, because it crossed my mind last week. Was this a brothel? Was the father running a whorehouse? Checkmate. Damn, Queen. Because everything is trying to be put off on the father, but now we hear she put numbers on the doors. Interesting. Was this lady seducing herself? Is that why we have people coming in and out and Stephanie assumed that these were boyfriends, girlfriends? This was a whorehouse. They're running a whorehouse with a child there and another child coming in periodically. Is the father running a whorehouse? Brothel. Well, Daddy, you want to answer? Because when you start putting numbers on the doors, don't look good. Apartment too small. Don't people know which direction to walk in? Got a 12th grade education, you know left from right. Come on, Queen. Exactly, Sam. You want this service, go to room 2, please. Woo! Shut your mouth. Because something ain't right. Something ain't right with that night that ain't nobody heard nothing. Ain't nobody heard nothing about this place. We hear that the room was supposed to go on the marketplace to be rented, blah, blah, blah. So how's he making the mortgage payment without room number 4 rent? Did that ever occur to anybody in the audience? Different amounts for each room. She's only paying $400. One person pays $650. Somebody else paid $850. Why is everybody not paying the same amount? Wouldn't I be pissed off if I found out I'm paying $650? I mean $850 and you're paying $650? I think that'd be a problem. Hey, landlord, why are you charging me more $200 more? Ding, ding, ding. Stay woke. Excuse me. I smell smoke. Child don't have her own room. Different amount of rent paid. This stinks. This stinks real bad. Everything in the house is sterile looking. So when he set this up, Jennifer Soho, oh God, please stop. When Daddy set this up, because they talked about that at one point, how it all became set up with him coming to stay with her and the kids. Excuse me. It looks to me that the daddy designed this as a breakfast, whatever the hell you want to call it, Airbnb from the beginning. That's why the shower curtain's white, the curtains are white, the dressers are white. There's refrigerators in every room. There's a refrigerator on the top floor. If you look at the crime scene photos, there's something off here. This place was designed to be just that, a hotel, brothel, whatever you want to call it. So now you got to ask yourself this here. If the father designated this place as a hotel, brothel, Airbnb, whatever, why would you think this is appropriate for your daughter and your small grandchild to be living in this type of situation with a bunch of strangers? Bingo card. Exactly. It isn't a home. I noticed that off the rip when I saw the crime scene photos. Because Queen pays attention to everything. All the dressers are white. The curtains are white. The shower curtain is white. It's simple. It's not feminine. Only one person has a cityscape over their bed. There's a refrigerator in every room, mini fridge. This ain't no fucking apartment. There's nothing personal. I saw one picture in the kitchen. I think it was of a fruit, a dark wooden frame, fruit picture. That's it. All the rooms are sterile looking like it is a hotel. And that's bothersome to me for the obvious reason there's a child staying in there. It's not homey. Even her bedroom was sterile. Black racks piled up with a bunch of junk, clothes, stuffed animals. Jennifer's room looks like a college person's room. There's no personality for you to be as old as you are. There's no pictures on the wall. There's no mirrors. It's just stuff. Your closet was full of stuff, blankets, tubs. I get it. A lot of women live like this, hoarders, keep a lot of shit. Something's still missing here. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. How about that? So, Daddy, don't get insulted if you see a thumbnail that is not to your agreement. Were you running a brothel, sir? Is this a whorehouse, sir? Is this a hotel hostel, sir? Because something's off here. And the fact that a child has been assaulted for 8 years, and we learned that Stephen came in early in the girl's life and in that same hotel apartment, then we have a problem. Empty husk, girl, you see. Exactly, the wood floors were white. But, I like light colored stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's no personality in the ladies' rooms, which would be bizarre. Every woman would have her own aesthetic, her own style. A white shower curtain? Why would I put a white shower curtain up in a... That don't make no sense to me. That's what they put up in hotels. White shower curtains. White sheets. There's something off here. That's why I kept trying to tell everybody it's way more than this Stephen Stearns bullshit. There's something way funky going on.
A few months into us moving back into that townhouse.
And when would that have been?
Can't answer?
Sometime in 2022, but I'm not sure when.
Let's go back.
Yes.
Why is that?
So even though you're broken up, I still consider him one of my best friends.
Wait a minute. I think I jumped a bit. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. I don't know where I'm at. I done went too far. Hold on. Can't find where I was. Oh, Lordy.
So let me ask you this. At what point did Madeline's bedroom kind of become the living room? When did that setup start?
I think as soon as a few months into us moving back into that townhouse.
And when would that have been?
Was it June?
See, this is a problem for me. How, you don't remember when you moved back? You all don't find that strange? Yes, it's cold. When we moved back, well, where were you living before that? I tell everybody pay attention to everything because everything is relevant. When we moved back, now she has to stutter and contemplate when she moved back to the townhouse. What's so hard to remember? It's just February, April 24. You can't remember 2 years ago? Come on now. You can't remember 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago from this interrogation. April 18th, this was filmed this year, and you can't remember moving in June 22. Oh, moving back in there. So where were you at before, and why are you back in this place with your child set up in a fucking living room? Because he's asking, well, when did this setup start with the girl sleeping in the living room? Where was Jennifer living before with her child? Because you got to remember, these people have been dating her and Stefan for about 7 years. So 2 years beforehand would have been 5 years into a relationship. So where were they living? Help me understand. House, condo, trailer, what? 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? You know what's going to be messed up? Listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. If we go back in life and find out Jennifer SOTO has been living in a 1 bedroom her entire life, bingo card. Hot damn. Wake up, everybody, because I'm woke. What if we find out she's been living in a 1 bedroom her entire life, raising Madeline SOTO? Wow, wow, wow. That damn queen. Shut your mouth. Because what you got to ask yourself, where did you come from to move in a condo and not even offer your child a bedroom? This don't make no sense. I'm going to move in a swanky neighborhood, a nice condo, and have my baby sleep in the fucking living room with a partition. Make it make sense. Because I wasn't impressed with that condo. The outside looks better than the inside. I said that. You got gates going up and down, clicker, 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 clicker. Everybody walking around looking at this fucking condo like it's something great. And then you walk into their apartment, it don't look like shit. I said that. Don't give a damn. Birchwood floors, white all the way through, which I love light colors. That ain't the problem. There's no personality in this condo. So I need to know, where did Jennifer SOTO come from? Where did she move from? Are we going to find out she's been in a one-bedroom studio efficiency for years with a little girl? Now you got to ask yourself, when she was entertaining men, women, where did her baby sleep? Oh, shit. Where did Madeline sleep when she was entertaining other people in her life? I'll let that sit right there.
Sometime in 2022, but I'm not sure when.
Okay, it's my understanding that it's December of 2022 that you and Stefan kind of break up,
Yes,
but he still remains in the townhome.
yes.
Why is that?
So even though we were broken up, I still considered him one of my best friends.
Not me.
I wanted to give him the opportunity to live there, and he had gotten a job at Disney.
Oh, Lord.
And I didn't want him to continue to lose that because he had been struggling for a long time to get a job or do anything.
I don't give a fuck that you went and got a job at Disney. I don't care. I want you out of here. We're broke up. Bye. Bye. Bye, Tito. Bye. I'm not getting ready to break up with no man. You're already messing with my child. And I'm going to let you stay here because you had a hard time finding a job, and I didn't want you to have to mess up your job. And I'm so concerned. Oh, you thought about your daddy is what you thought about. For all I know, you've been having sex with your own daddy. I said that. Now somebody going to be like, Queen, damn, come on. I'm not leaving a stone unturned pertaining to Madeline SOTO because something is off with everybody that people have interviewed. There's something off with all these people. You all better wake up. Something stinks. And it ain't the obvious shit that we done heard. There's some other hanky-panky shit going on. Oh, I wanted to hang around because I feel bad for him. He ain't been working and he need a place to stay. His mom and daddy got a nice ass house down the fucking road. Go stay down there with your mammy and your daddy. The fuck? Not worried about where the fuck you gonna stay. I want you out my house. Bye. Get your shit out my house. Now we hear, oh, he's renting a room. Ask yourself, does this make any fucking sense? He's my best friend. I trusted him. Take care of my little girl. Oh, well, your best friend killed your little girl. Oh, no, let me stipulate. Your best friend's been having sex with your kid and killed your kid. Checkmate. Exactly, Gold Runner. Anything and everything is possible. Your best friend's been having sex with your kid and kills your kid. Come again? What is this? An episode of Child's Play? Hi, I'm Chucky. Want to play? Heidi ho! I'll be your friend to the end. Heidi ho. So basically, we got us an oversized Chucky doll for Madeline to play with. God forgive me for what I just said. Is that what you're saying, Jennifer? You had you a life-size Chucky doll? Well, now. Heidi ho. What did the mother say? She found a blow-up doll in his house, in his bedroom, and ran outside and cried for Madeline. I want you all to let that sit right where I just left it. Because somebody ain't listening to the queen. I don't know what he's capable of. Say it again, queen, because somebody need to hear you in the back. Because somebody is asleep. I found a blow-up doll in his room. No, let me repeat that right. I found a life-size doll in his room. It looked real, and I ran outside screaming, Madeline, Madeline! Hey, Solo. Come on with it, queen. This gift of discernment has never served me wrong. Say it again, queen, because somebody need to hear it. I walked into my son Stefan's room and found a life-size doll. And I said to myself, oh my gosh, I'm running outside screaming, Madeline, Madeline. Make that make sense. Why would you be screaming Madeline's name because you found a fucking blow-up doll? What the fuck are you talking about? Ask yourself, does that make any fucking logical sense? This girl is missing. I don't know where she is. I go in my son's room and see a doll that's for sexual purposes, and then I run outside my house screaming Madeline's name? Exactly, Sam. Who would repeat this? Please, somebody talk to the queen, because I'm drowning up here. 6+ hours of a live stream. God forgive me. Why would I be screaming Madeline's name after finding a blow-up doll in my son's room? Blow-up doll, plastic, whatever the hell it's made of. You see where I'm going. Why would I run outside screaming? When she said she was running outside, I thought she was getting ready to say something else. But then she said, oh, Madeline, Madeline. Why am I crying for Madeline just because I saw a fucking blow-up doll? This don't make no sense. Go runner, you hell. What you said, another mad cow? I gotta use that. Hell yeah, these some mad-ass cows. Help me understand, mommy dearest. What's the correlation between Madeline and the blow-up doll? Damn, queen, you just answered your own damn question. Shut your mouth. Lord have mercy. Woo! A chill just went up my arm. You just answered your own question. Mrs. Stearns, why would you be running outside calling Madeline's name after finding a blow-up doll inside of Stefan's room? Say what, runner? Is it because at the moment when you found the doll, you realized you were dealing with a sadist in your house? So if I find this doll in his room, that means he's using the doll for sexual purposes. What else is he capable of doing? Because one would say many people masturbate, touch themselves. That's their preference. But some would say it's a bit further with a whole doll. That means you're penetrating the doll. So we also have to say that the doll would have an opening in a certain place. Hello? So if I'm looking at the doll and the doll is mimicking a human, I now have to say something's off with my son with this doll. So now I also got to say there's a child missing that's been in his care. He was last seen with the child. Have I spawned a demon? Maybe so, you Bob. Did the doll look like Maddie Soto? Shut your mouth. Damn, that's deep.
His own mental health issues. So I just wanted to give him a chance to like do something, be something. So
Did he pay rent?
yes,
How much rent did he pay?
$600 a month. Or I'm sorry.
Careful. No footsies. Nice moments. So in December of 2022, kind of when the breakup happens, prior to that, what were the sleeping arrangements in your home? Was he sleeping in your bedroom as a couple?
Yes.
So who's in bedroom number 4, if anybody?
Okay, I got you, go.
I think that room remained empty for a while. For a little bit, there was another roommate there, but it remained empty for the most part.
And were your female roommates already there in 2 and 3?
Yes.
Why doesn't Madeline have that bedroom?
So that shows us the dynamic of the condo. She has moved back to the condo. 2 people are there. Don't know if they came there right when she came or before her, but she's basically saying they were there. So we've got 2 roommates. She's there. Said she moved back. Stefan's gone December 22 or whatever this is, June 22. Something is still wrong. And you haven't rented the room out? So how long did he rent the room, the father rent the room to Stefan? Because we learned he left in December of 2023. So in that short while, 1-2 months, he comes back, a child's now dead. Something's off. Help the queen understand. How long was the room unoccupied from June 22 when they broke up? They broke up June 22. Did he immediately rent the room?
Bedroom 4.
I wanted her to have bedroom 4, but my dad really wanted rent. That whole unit that I live in is owned by my father.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you pay your father anything to live there, or does he just handle the collecting the rent from your rentees, lessees, whatever they are?
I pay him rent as well.
Okay. What do you pay for the rent?
My portion of the rent was $400 a month.
All right. And what did the 2 female roommates pay?
$850 and $650.
Okay. Prior to Madeline,
$850 and $650.
having her own bedroom set up in the living room.
Wow,
she
wow,
was
wow.
sleeping in that townhome.
In my bed with me.
Okay. And this is during a time frame when you were together with Stefan, so is it the 3 of you every night?
Well, when we had first moved in, it was just me and Maddie. So it was just me and her on the bed. Then I think we eventually got her own bedroom. Stefan moves in eventually, and then, yeah, at that point, it does become the 3 of us on the bed.
Oh my God. This is when I believe the pictures and videos started of Madeline is at 11, is what's been reported. So when he moves in, this is when they have the evidence against Stefan Stearns of the SA. He's now documenting it by film and video, pictures. What is disturbing is the obvious. You move into this townhouse and you don't even give your child a room. You don't think to say, well, maybe I need to pay my father more money for the room so my child can have a room. You're trying to nickel and dime everything you can get out your daddy. So it looked like to me you were pimping your father. Checkmate. Come on with it, Queen. Make this live count. Like, share, subscribe. You were pimping your daddy. What type of woman don't want her child to have a room? Your child had to have said she wanted a room. And then you say, oh, yeah, she wanted room 4, but my daddy wanted to rent it out. Oh, no. Don't put it all off on Pawpaw, because he's obviously a hustler. You are supposed to be the orchestrator of your child. So here it shows you never had priorities in line for your child. Come on with it, Queen. See, the proof has always been there. That's why I keep trying to tell you the story is deeper than Stephen Stearns. The story is not really about Stephen Stearns. Oh, do you hear what I'm saying to you? The story is not really about Stephen Stearns. He's the end result. The story is about Jennifer SOTO. How she has never put her child first. She has never been number one priority for this hag. You're going to move in some swanky apartment to only sleep in a room with your child. So now Queen got to ask the ultimate question. Drum roll, please. When was she going to come out her mama's bed? Uh-oh. Woo! Don't do it, Queen. I did. Exactly, Kat. You didn't think to apply for HUD? You could have got HUD with or without your disability. So long as you have a child in the United States, you could apply for HUD. You could apply for an apartment to go by your income. You could have got your lazy ass up and got your full-time motherfucking job. You could have went to school, got an education. Let Miss Stearns tell it, you was doing all kind of shit that you never followed through because you didn't want to work, because you want to claim you're crazy as hell. So I'm going to ask you again, Heifer, when did you ever plan on getting Madeline SOTO out of your bed? This is why I told you there's more to the story than Stephen Stearns. This proves my point right here. This dodo bird moved into a fucking 4-bedroom townhouse with an 11-year-old and was content with allowing an 11-year-old to sleep in her bed. And then she went and brought this pedophile for all 3 of them to sleep in the same bed, which would lead me to believe that wherever she lived before, it was 3 of them sleeping in the bed together. Checkmate. And you're going to tell me this bitch wasn't probably fondling her own daughter? The fuck out of here. No way. No way you're going to make Queen believe she wasn't doing something with her own fucking kid. Because this don't make no sense. 11 years old, she's still sleeping with her mother. Exactly, though. Make it make sense. She just told us the story. That's why he's asking her. Because they need to show a pattern of abuse. You moved there with her in your bed. So that will lead us to believe before you moved there, she was in your bed. Come on, Queen. She ain't never left your bed since you gave birth to her. Checkmate. So now you got to count all the people she'd had sex with and slept with, men and women. Where was Madeline SOTO? Oh, shit. I'm on a roll. That baby's been in the bed with how many other people? Woo! Come on with it. How many people slept in the bed with Madeline SOTO and Jennifer SOTO? I'll wait. You see, you got to always pay attention to the details, because a lot of people are focusing on Stephen Stearns. As I heard some dizzy broad saying, what is all this talk about Jen SOTO? There's more hate for her, because you're missing the picture, Dodo Bird. Stephen Stearns is the end of the train, not the beginning. What did I tell you about true crime? In order to get to the truth, you have to start at the beginning. Stephen Stearns is the end, not the beginning. Even one of SS friends said in his interview that he wouldn't put it past Jen to have had threesomes with Maddie and Stephen. Why would someone say that if she wasn't a freak herself? So if that is true, Sam, that's a terrible thing to even say about a human being, because you're talking about incest. So why would a human being say that this mother would commit incest with her child, number one? They're also implicating that their friend would sexually assault a child. That's just as bad. Because Stephen must have told this friend something, if I'm to believe what you're saying in the chat. And we know that he knows how to talk and tell his business. He likes to pillow talk because he told the lady where he worked that he got an erection from the child. So if you would tell a woman that, you would surely tell a man something similar. Checkmate. Say it again, Queen. If you would tell a woman something filthy, you would also tell a man. Because we would suspect you to tell a man that type of filth versus a woman. Frankly, I wouldn't tell anybody that. That's shit you take to the grave. The fact you told that same woman you have to cuddle with her to get her to go to sleep. And some people in the chat have said, we don't know if that's true or not, Queen. For all we know, they were grooming her to make her feel like she needed to be in the bed to be cuddled. Exactly. Because you're never gonna know the truth. Who's to say she has not been grooming her own kid before Stephen Stearns came into the picture? That'll be the next slide. Because there's more to this bullshit.
So Madeline's 12, and she has her own bedroom. And how often is she sleeping in her own bed alone?
Hardly. She doesn't like sleeping alone. And she doesn't like the living room. It's too big, too quiet. She said it would be too dark and that there would be spiders. She would see spiders.
Do you believe this? The room's too big. There will be spiders. She don't like sleeping alone. I don't know if I believe that. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe this allegation. I'm also going to put a poll on the community page because that smells like bullshit. Do you believe this child couldn't sleep alone? This was her choice. Put a number 1 in the chat if you believe that. 48 people watching. Something ain't right here. Because what you have to remember about SA is the obvious. The groomer will make up anything. We heard that with Stephen Stearns' assertion of the child being happy. She was happy that day. Oh, she was joyful. She's this. She was love in this house. Don't sound like love to me. When did SA and incest become love? Help me understand. There was no love. They got this cute little picture of her with her teeth missing. Looked like she had a fireman's hat on. I got a feeling Madeline's been abused a long time, and it goes back before 7. I believe that. Because 1, she's never going to admit she allowed other people to molest her child. Why would she do that? But she's too comfortable with Stephen out of the blue. And if you've been allowing this child to sleep at 11 in a new apartment, back to the apartment, see, it's something off here. Oh, we moved back. Well, why did you leave the first time? Ding, ding, ding. She said that. We moved back. Back from where? So had you been living in this condo before? What happened? Where did you come from? Why aren't you at that place? Why does your child not have a fucking bedroom? Who puts a child in a fucking living room with 4 bedrooms? This is bullshit. Exactly. She's been suffering.
So you say hardly. Were there ever nights where she just slept alone in her bed? Or is it 100%? Because there's a difference between hardly ever and 100% to me.
Exactly. Come on with it.
If she ever slept on that bed, it was like once.
Okay. All right. So now you've broken up with Stefan.
She's been growing her own fucking kid.
Right?
Fuck that.
He's still paying rent, and he's there full time in bedroom number 4. Is that where he goes after you break up?
No, he stayed in my room for a few months. We had broken up, but we weren't sure how to discuss it with Maddie because it was the middle of the school year, and I didn't want to affect her in any way. So we just played it off, acted like everything was normal and fine for the first 6 months. And then eventually she caught on, and then when she did, we admitted to her that we were broken up. And then, at that point is when he moved up to bedroom 4.
Okay. And once he moved up to bedroom 4, were there instances where Madeline would sleep alone upstairs with him?
What are you signing for?
I'm gonna say.
Oh, wow.
I want you to think carefully before you answer.
Oh, wow.
Gone through your phone, and we've seen all the conversations that you've had with Stefan. So it's clear that that's occurring. So I'm giving you the chance to answer the question.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to scream.
Figure out how many times it's happened.
Okay. Why are you allowing that to occur?
Exactly. Once again.
I saw Stefan as someone that I completely trusted with my life, my child's life.
Exactly, Sam.
I thought he had cared for her as a father would. He had been in her.
I can't do this. Oh my God, I'm about to scream. Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Now she is excusing what has already been known by her. I thought he cared for her. This makes no logical sense, you fucking cunt. Why would you allow a child to sleep alone in a bed with a man? Alone in a bed with you and the man? There is no logical reason. This is not his kid. And she's too fucking old. We're not talking about a kid that got pneumonia. Stomach virus. Yeah, come get in the bed with mommy. This kid was never going to leave Jennifer Soto's bed. Well, he stole more than that, Sam. This woman was never gonna put a 13-year-old out of her bed. Don't you all see this? There's no way nobody on earth listening to this content could say she didn't know that man was messing with her kid. Ain't no way. She's justifying it now because she knows it sounds fucked up. Because it is. Well, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't do it if it was my husband's child or whomever, boyfriend's child. She's too old for that. There's something more to this. What it is? Sick mother, pedo mother, threesomes, I don't know. It's something. Because this ain't adding up. Because what you have to use is deduction. We know she knew he was messing with her. That's number one. Number two, when were you going to put her out of your bed? Like he said, well, which is it? Some of the time, all of the time, she's up in room 4. What? That's why he told her, think about what you're going to say. Think about it carefully, because this is how they're going to hang her ass if they decide to bring charges on her. That's why he's telling her to think about it. Because if you got immunity, don't matter what her answer is. Stay woke. Stay woke. Hell, what's the purpose of the fucking interview altogether? Just let it go. Let her walk. She's walking free now. Who cares? Because it don't seem like nobody cares. Think about it carefully, what you're going to answer. How many times has she been sleeping up in room number 4 with Stephen Stearns? I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to think. Because one minute it's not often, then it's something else. So what is the truth? You've already told her she ain't never slept in a bed but one time since moving back to the apartment. So we've gone from not sleeping into her bed to sleeping with her mother all the time, alone and with Stephen, to then sleeping at room number 4. Are you hearing this? Lord have mercy.
In her life for more than half of it, playing the father role. I thought he cared for her the way I did.
Oh, okay. So this is your idea of caring for your kid. I thought he cared for her like I did.
Does there come a point in time in 2023 where you kind of had enough of roommate ex-boyfriend Stefan and asked him to hit the road?
Yes.
And is that fair to say it was like October?
Maybe like the end of October, because then I gave him all of November and told him he had to be out by December 1st kind of thing. But yeah, that sounds about right.
And then did you kind of ask him to leave a month earlier and it was a source of arguments?
Yes.
Okay. So now at this point in time when he's being asked to leave, have you had any conversation with Maddie that mommy isn't together with Stefan anymore and this is kind of the ways of the world? Do you have that conversation with her?
She had, by June, she figured it out already, so she knew we weren't together or anything like that. So she, by December, yeah, she had already known he was leaving, and
okay.
But that was okay.
Why is he coming back to visit after he's out?
We're still friendly with each other at this point.
Oh my Lord.
Christmas is coming up.
She got an excuse for everything.
We wanted to spend Christmas together.
No, you want to spend Christmas with him.
He's doing Christmas. And then he does visit a few more times after that, but for the day. And it's to pick up packages. He keeps getting mail delivered to my house, packages.
She has an excuse for everything. What did they fight about for her to want him out? Was it what was going on with Maddie? She was tired of him. She wanted somebody else. Was she dating somebody else? Trying to hook up with somebody else? Want to move somebody else in? Because we know she's lonely, so that's a given. What? What's the reason they were fighting when she wanted him out? Oh, that's right. He was a slob. So for 7 years, you just decided to find out he's a slob 5 years in? Okay. What was the reason she wanted him out? Because that ain't adding up either. Oh, I kept around with friends. You want him out, but yet he becomes a roommate in room number 4. Ask yourself, how does this make any sense? He's your lover, part-time. He wants sex that you don't like. He's sleeping with your kid, but you want him out, but then he becomes a roommate. Help me understand what the hell I just repeated. I want you out of here, but you can go to room number 4. I guess that's what happens with married people. You cannot sleep in this bed with me, Arthur, but you can go to room number 4. This gives new meaning to all in the family. Now, Arthur, I really don't want you here, but do you want toast with your eggs? As long as you let Maddie sleep with you in a room 4, yeah. She should be so embarrassed to tell these investigators this, but she's not, I'm sure. Exactly. That's what's appalling. Not the content alone. It's the fact she speaks this and it doesn't seem to be any shame. She knows how it sounds, but she's repeating it, and that's what's so baffling. You would think the average person would not want any of this divulged. She didn't ever have to tell that this little girl slept in a room with a grown man or slept in her bed with her. But they have read her text messages. So now we have to go into the belly of the beast. What do the text messages reveal? Because it's obvious the text messages between the two tells the business. Because that's why he said a little while ago, we've read the text messages between you two. That's why he's asking her these questions. They've read the text messages. So what do the text messages reveal? Because obviously they're talking about something that don't sound right and moral. That's why you keep asking about where everybody slept when they moved in this condo. How long was he there? Where did the child sleep? When did the child get her own room, not get a room? Because these dodo birds obviously were talking about something in the text messages. So let's ask that question. Jennifer, what were you and Stefan talking about in your text messages? Because whatever you done told, the cat is out of the bag. We don't know everything, but we will find out eventually. This ain't good. This ain't good at all.
So he just comes up and picks them up.
And let me go there. Why would he be sending packages to your house and his parents have a whole house and an address? See, that's he still got to be attached to Madeline. That's his attachment. Oh, I ain't staying there no more, but I'm going to have Amazon send my shit all the way up to northern fucking Florida. For what? You're going to drive 2 to 3 hours to get your packages. That's so he can have a connection to the child. He can stay have reins on the child to molest her. Get his packages sent all the way up there when he already has an address with his parents. This is some bullshit here. It's going to be crazy to hear what comes out in court. Exactly from the get-go. She didn't have to tell them that she needed sleep, so I sent them to room 4. Exactly. That's what's so baffling about this case. Day 1, she spins the story of room 4, knowing how that has to sound to an outsider. He's telling a girlfriend, I'm getting an erection from this little girl. I got to put her to bed. She needs my cuddling. She needs cuddling, whatever. Do you all see what is going on here? They are complicit to the child molestation. There's no, she found out later. She found out when the little girl went missing. Oh, no. She's always known. She's always known. Because she's making excuses here why the little girl's sleeping in the room with him. Well, I thought he was going to treat her like his own, and we were close, and I trusted him, and that don't even make any sense what you're saying. What does trusting him have to do with your child sleeping in the bed with him alone? The man is not your boyfriend and he's in room number 4, and you think it's okay to send your fucking child up there in a room alone because you trust him? Oh, I need a good night's sleep. Go sleep in room 4 with Stefan? Him sleeping in a bed with you and your kid? Oh, but I trust him? That's why she went to room 4, because she's been sleeping with Stefan Stearns. Day 1. Day 1. That little girl has been in the bed with her mother and Stefan day one. So why would anything change because they're broke up? They still were aiding this foolishness, heinousness, whether he lived there or not. It's as if they had an understanding. You can touch my child, do whatever you want, so what? Whether you live here or not, that's how I'm looking at it. I don't have no other way to look at it but like that.
And when he comes to visit after he's been kind of kicked out, is he paying rent or how is this working, or is he just coming to visit?
He's just coming to visit.
Is your father making any arrangements to rent bedroom number 4? Because this is his income that he's losing.
Yeah, we have had it.
May have been sleeping there the whole time, Kat.
We have had like an ad.
You got to remember, she just started that job.
To see if we can get any renters. So we were trying to rent it out, but then we had to stop.
And what happens if you end up renting room number 4? Is Stefan going to still come up and visit you and sleep in your bed?
I don't know. I hadn't even thought of it at that point.
At one point, you told investigators that Stefan was quote-unquote stuck down there until they could afford for him to come back. Were there plans for him to come back?
We had discussed him coming back and living with me. We weren't sure if temporarily or like for me to help him out with the place for a little bit before he can find his own place and move out. Or we were also considering talking about living together as a companionship.
So basically, Jennifer, what the fuck are you saying? This was going to be what? Some type of sister-wives situation? Because that's what this looks like to me. This was a sister-daughter-wife type situation. That's why I keep trying to tell people, I don't think you can keep saying this mother wasn't doing nothing with her kid. Come on now. It's just most people don't want to accept that. I don't see how you couldn't accept it. Why not? What's the big deal? Because what did I say? If you lie about one thing, you lie about another. If you're aid a killer, you can be a killer. You can aid a sadist, child molester. You can be one yourself. What's the difference? So, come on back. I'm going to help you get on your feet. Although I was mad at you. You left for a reason. I kicked you out for a reason. But hey, come on back. You sleeping with my kid. Come on back. But then we're thinking about making a companionship so he can really just have reins on the little girl. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Why did I say what I just said about the little girl getting out the mama's bed? When was the girl going to get out of her mother's bed? If they had gotten back together, she's making it sound like, what? They gonna move out the apartment, go get a place together? So we're going to ask that question. Well, if they moved out, would Madeline have gotten to bed then? Come on now. Because I'm going to be truthful with you all. The little girl is 13. She only had 5 more years to be 18. Is somebody following the queen? 5 more years until a legal adult. When was she going to put that girl in her own fucking bed? She wasn't. What's the difference between 13 and 15? 15 and 17. She only had a few more years, she'd be legally grown. This woman had no intention of letting this little girl grow up, have privacy. Why? What was the formula to this disaster? Because it's something. And it starts with Jennifer SOTO. When was she going to give her child privacy? Was the girl pregnant? Was she pregnant by Stephen Stearns? I would assume they would have told us that, but I don't know. Has she ever caught any venereal diseases? That y'all ain't asked those questions. Why not? Well, go runner. You heard what his mother said. That family knows, and they're willing to let my son take the rap. So what does the mother know, Mrs. Stearns? What does her family know? What do the roommates know? A whole lot. Who else has a story to tell about Stephen Stearns' pillow talk? His confessions. Because he seems to like to talk a lot. And that ain't good. That people have commentary about a man and a child and nobody thought to call fucking 911. Now, you think about that for a minute. And these are people who didn't even live in the house. So imagine what the roommates know. This is why I keep trying to tell you, the roommates ain't no better. His ex-girlfriend knows about the erection. His friend is, you all are alleging that he believes that Jen was in on doing stuff. Okay, so what do you think the roommates knew? Come on, you guys. Let's stop this. Those people are also culprits. How much whispering can you do in that small ass apartment? Stephen Stearns' queen got a question for you. Did you ever assault this girl with her eyes open? Checkmate. Did you ever assault Madeline SOTO while she was woke? Because I'm supposed to believe he only assaulted her while she slept. I don't know if I believe that. They're saying the pictures go back 2 years, video. She looks asleep. But as that guy said on his channel, when you're doing certain type of sexual acts, I would think you would wake up, if you get my drift. Did he ever assault the child while she was awake? And if so, why didn't Madeline tell her mother or somebody else?
It was my best friend who's helping me out with my child.
Because you told investigators that a lot of the reason your relationship fizzled off with Stefan was that your antidepressants. You had moved on to other people, had you not?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
And so despite having moved on with other people, you were still having Stefan come up and visit, and there were plans to cohabitate with him again, potentially.
Possibly, yes.
She was cohabitating with other people while still planning to get back with Stephen Stearns. Make that make sense. Exactly, go runner. Oh my God. Say it again, Queen. Yeah, I heard about the pictures on the algebra paper, which that ain't good. Because now you got to ask, was that her drawing those pictures on arithmetic paperwork? So I'm wondering if she was awake on some of these sex acts. Number one. Jennifer, where were your lovers sleeping while you were dating them and was off with Stephen? Yeah, I think she was awake too. Jennifer, where was Madeline sleeping when you were inviting your other guests over while you and Stephen were on the outs? That's why I keep trying to tell everybody, pay attention to the information because it's sitting right in front of you. She's been doing this for years. You think she's going to stop? put her kid out the room because she got a new boyfriend or girlfriend? Hell no. Now you got to ask that question about those people. Did any of you all come to that house and have sex with Jennifer in the room while her child was also in the bed? Bingo card. Hot damn. Did you have sexual relations, man, with people in your bed with your daughter while broke up with Stephen Stearns? Of course you did. Because old habits die hard. You have been allowing this man to abuse your child with your consent. You're sending her up to a room with him, God knows how many times. They have photos of him being in her room assaulting her. So I'm supposed to believe that when you decided to pick up with new lovers, you didn't bring them home to have sex with them? And you also made Madeline go back to her room or room number 4? No, of course not. Madeline was right there with the new lovers. Ding, ding, ding. What did I tell you all? There's more to the story than Stephen Stearns. There's no way she put that child out that bed while she started screwing new people. If you believe that, you're high as hell. So now you got to ask this question. What fool's crawling in the bed knowing there's a child in the bed with her? Checkmate. I'll be damned. Wait a minute. You want me to get in bed with you and your daughter in the bed? Yeah, it's okay. She's got trouble sleeping. No, I can't do that. No, it'll be okay. Don't worry, she's asleep. Lord have mercy. So, Gingerbread, Queen gonna ask you now, are we gonna hear a story that Madeline has been having sex with your other partners while broke up from Stephen Stearns? Because there's no way I'm going to think that she had not been having sex with other people while you're on and off with Stephen Stearns, because you have become complacent and accustomed to your child being in the bed with you and him, her having sex with him. You were probably also having sex with your own child. And I won't doubt you've probably found some more sadists to hop in the bed with you and Madeline SOTO. Checkmate. Sweet Jesus. So now we have to find those people she has been dating on and off the past 2 years and ask them if they'll tell the truth if they had had sex with Madeline SOTO. Lord have mercy.
Maddie had the opportunity to go visit her biological father in the fall out in Texas. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember texting the biological father, hope nobody touches Maddie or tries shit or films her under the bathroom? Remember sending that text?
No.
Orange County Sheriff's Office back in February?
No.
Because that seems like a very oddly specific thing to text the father, so you didn't know anything about what was going on filming underneath bathroom doors?
No idea. I don't know why I would have texted him.
Yes, you do. This man's saying back in February. So is he saying February 24 or February 23? Either way, it is an odd request. Jennifer, you know you lying. This ain't about no airplane and her flying unattended and somebody trying to do something to her on an airline flight. You knew that he had been filming them ladies under the door in your house. So now we have to ask the ultimate question. And I bet a lot of people ain't ready for this. Drum roll. Lord, I'm about to throw up. Oh, Lord have mercy. Because you've been in on this all along. You have been in on the abuse of this little girl all along. You knew he was filming your roommates because he told you, and he probably showed you the video. You've seen it with your own eyes. You either picked up his phone, you have seen the pictures of your child being molested by Stephen Stearns. You have seen the video of him filming your roommate, because you are evenly yoked in the child molestation of Madeline SOTO. That's why you made that commentary to your ex-husband, because you know what's been going on inside of your house. The very reason why you would not allow Madeline to go spend the night with anybody else, because she was already being groomed with you, and you allowed it, and I believe you partook in it. You did not want to share Madeline with anybody else, because I believe you were having sexual relations with your child. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Because you really can't have one without the other. In order to aid the child molester, you have to be on the same mindset as the child molester. There is no in between. There can't be, well, I didn't mean to, and oh, I love him so much, and oh, I didn't want him to leave me, and oh, I needed him. We know that's not true, because you started fucking other people when you two broke up. So you ain't that lonely the way you couldn't go out and get another partners. So that takes me back to ground zero. You started the grooming of Madeline SOTO. You were grooming your own daughter, were you not, Jennifer? Because this kind of looks like where this story started. You started with her. Prove me wrong. Prove Queen wrong. You have been grooming your own girl child. So it wasn't hard for somebody else to be attracted to you, because you sent an aura out into the universe. Take us both. We are both right for the taking. And Stephen Stearns kindly obliged. Because there's no way I'm going to sit here in my right mind and believe that a child from the ages of 11 to 13 was not having sex with other people in your house besides Stephen Stearns.
June 16th of last year, about 9:30 p.m.
Actually, I can't actually think back to that.
Okay. What?
I think around the time that Maddie was going to fly out to Houston, there had been an airline person that had gone into the bathroom and placed their camera on the toilet to film. And I remember thinking, I don't want Maddie, I'm afraid of Maddie being alone on the plane, because what if an attendant does that to her? I said, hold on, let me do something in the bathroom. And in reality, they're setting up the camera.
Who is going to leave their phone in a fucking bathroom on an airplane? Why would somebody do that? Most peeping toms are there with their devices. They don't leave their phone to film somebody. Try again. You are fishing. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. As small as that stall is inside of the cabin, where would a phone sit without being noticeable? Dodo bird. We're not talking about a hidden camera. We're talking about a fucking Android or iPhone. Who is not going to see a phone sitting out walking into a fucking bathroom? Exactly. Absurd.
Did happen to that girl. So I want to say it may have been concerns over that.
Okay. Now, June.
See, she lied so much she can come up with a lie that fast.
27 seconds. You texted Stefan this. Maddie's no longer sleeping with me. I can't risk it. What does that mean? How often was Maddie sleeping with you?
Often, all the time.
Well, you keep on saying often versus all the time. Was it 100% of the time or not 100% of the time?
If she wasn't with my mom and she was with me, then yeah, she was sleeping with me.
And if she's at mom,
Weigh in. She texts Stephen. She can't sleep with me. Can't risk it. Put your answer in the chat why she would say that. Is it because she was molesting her child as well? Or she was basically saying she can't sleep with us, but only said me? Put your answer in the chat. What are you talking about, Sam? Why would she say, I cannot risk her sleeping in the bed with me? Put your answer in the chat. Is she talking about the child sleeping with her per se, or she's talking about both of them? Which one? Who was she speaking of? Herself or she and him? Sam says, I think both of them. Tropicana, not sure. They've been texting. What will the text messages reveal between Stephen and Jennifer? Because I believe there's more information in the text messages. That is where all these questions are coming from. They have read their text messages. This is not shit they're pulling out of their hat. There's a reason for these questions. Was Jennifer having sex with her own girl child? If so, how long had it been going on? Were they all sleeping sexually together, simultaneously, threesome? Was the child sedated only in a sexual assault by Stephen Starnes, or interchangeably, awake and not awake? This is bad, really bad.
She's 100% of the time sleeping with mom.
With my mom, or she does have her own room, I guess. Like there's another spare room she could use, but for the most part, she prefers to sleep with my mom.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that you had some sort of period tracker that you kept track of Madeline's period with?
I had a calendar app that I would write what days she would get her period, yeah.
And obviously, Madeline doesn't have a job, so she's not going out and buying products that she would need if she had her period, right? You would have to do that for her? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So, do you remember her using any of those products at all in February? Because I assume you take the trash out, or does she take the trash out, or how does all this work?
I take the trash out. In February, no, I didn't notice her using any of her feminine hygiene products.
Did you have any conversations with her about that?
No, but I didn't notice until after everything.
Because it would have been due like at the beginning of February, and this all happens at the end of February, so she's almost due again in March. So you never had any conversations with her about not having her period at the beginning of February?
No, there have been she's had other periods that have been missed or like super late, so I just assumed this was gonna be one of those situations again.
Okay.
But no, I didn't.
Did you ever discuss her periods or lack of periods with Stefan?
I don't think so.
It's my understanding that Maddie had to take Miralax. I'm familiar with that myself because of my daughter when she was little. So she had constipation issues?
Yeah.
Would it ever cause her discomfort, physical pain, bleeding?
Yes.
And how are you aware of that?
She would tell me. There have been.
Before we get into this Miralax business, would some of you track your daughter's periods or no? Why would she be tracking it? Well, if your daughter's sexually active, that would be one reason. You know she's sleeping with your man. That's your best reason. Was this girl pregnant? Is that the reason why Madeline SOTO is not alive? Because she was pregnant by Stephen Stearns. They orchestrated the murder of her to get rid of her and the child, to keep the secret. Because once it's found out she's pregnant, now the mother's going to be investigated, possibly. People are going to be asking questions. Well, how'd she get pregnant? How'd she get pregnant? Who's she dating? Blah, blah, blah. Then once they start checking cavities, somebody's going to know that somebody's been penetrating her anally as well. Checkmate. What would she say? Oh, yeah, the little boy, he goes back there too. They found something. You can't make no sense out of it, sweetheart. Some of you believe she was pregnant. They found out or assumed she was. Maybe she gave her a test, made her pee on a stick. Be a hell of a secret to carry around at 12, 13. Don't tell your friends, girlfriends you're pregnant. Was she pregnant? I thought about that when I saw her in that dress. I said, look, she got a little pouch. But I don't know how she was, made. So I'd like to see her in fitted clothes before death in order to say she looked like she had some stomach on her. Then she could have been the type of child that had stomach. See, I don't know, so I don't know her. To say either way. Was Madeline SOTO pregnant? Could she been pregnant by somebody else? Did she confront her mother about the abuse? Did she confront Stephen Stearns about the abuse? Did she rebuff him the 25th, 26th? I don't want to do this no more. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. I don't like it. Don't like you. Why are you here? Stop it. Stop. Then one would have to say that somebody else in the house heard it. Bingo card. What do those roommates know about child molestation of Madeline SOTO by Stephen Stearns? It all come out. Might be you, Mom. Yes, could have been messing with a little boy, liked the boy, thought she would pillow talk, tell somebody, read her phone, text messages, she's been talking, telling somebody something. See, we don't really know what was going on in that house besides the obvious. But something is off with this story. Because there's got to be a reason why he chose this day to murder her. What was the reason? Necrophilia, went too far, deliberate homicide, she was pregnant by him, a kid, somebody else, she threatened to tell, combination of all of it. Don't know.
Moments. So we've gone to doctor's appointments. They've run a lot of tests on her. They told me why her body is doing what it's doing. But she's shown me if there was blood or if she's in the bathroom and she just can't go, like it's stuck. She showed me that too. So
Did she ever specifically seek treatment for tears or bleeding or anything due to her bowel movements?
No, I don't think so. Tears or anything like that, no. I don't think there was ever a tear.
On February 26th.
Well, he's been penetrating her.
Stefan coming and taking Madeline to school was so that you could get some sleep. You had missed your medication Saturday night, so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
Is there any particular reason Stefan couldn't have driven your car to take Madeline to school and therefore not embarrass her and he could just drop her off normally?
Yes, but because he's not on my car insurance, I was very nervous to let him drive my car.
You did let him drive your car after this occurred, though, right?
Yes, but he was very insistent because he wanted to go look for Maddie and he had a spare on his car because he had a flat, so he couldn't drive his car. So he just really wanted to go out. So I just let him, but I wasn't comfortable with it.
During your previous interviews, and you did it once today, you kind of interchanged I, we, or Stefan dropping Madeline off at school. Did you see Madeline at all on February 26th, 2024, that Monday? Do you know anything about how she died? Did Stefan tell you anything about how she died? Did Stefan tell you about his plans to go back down to Northport in your car that Wednesday morning?
Why does she whisper on every answer of these questions? No, 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 no. She talks fine when she feels like it, but anything incriminating, dealing with her having knowledge about the child, she whispers. She knew exactly what the hell was going on. She knew that girl was dead. What we have to decide is her role in the murder of Madeline SOTO. What is her role? Because she knew the girl was dead. Nobody will make me believe different. I'm tired of hearing he told her this and she just repeating back what he said, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe that bullshit. Yeah, she's just as guilty. Queen, this is another lie. Her other interview, she said she only knew he drove her car because he got in it and the seat was moved back. So she asked him if he drove it. Now she is saying she knew.
Got any questions, Mark? And I'm getting close.
I'm going to jump through, because I'm making notes as we're going on.
Let's go back to that.
Got any questions, Mark? Did you see Madeline at all on February 26th, 2024, that Monday?
She didn't see her.
Do you know anything about how she died? Did Stefan tell you anything about how she died? Did Stefan tell you about his plans to go back down to Northport in your car that Wednesday morning? Got any questions, Mark? And I'm getting close.
I'm going to jump through, because I'm making notes as we're going on. So how frequently did Stefan come up here after he moved back to Northport?
I'm going to say
How many times total do you think he came back here?
2 to 3 times.
Do you remember if those were around specific dates?
One was like the week of Christmas. I can't remember when the other one was.
Was Stefan in town the week or two prior to this last time he came?
I don't remember. Oh, it's possible, but I don't remember. Everything is becoming a blur.
Do you remember sending him a text message asking if he can babysit Maddie while you go have lunch with your friend?
Wow.
Just a few weeks before. I remember going out a few weeks before. I don't remember asking him to babysit. I don't know where he was.
Did you ever go to lunch with your friend? And he babysat her?
I I did go to lunch with my friends, but I don't think he was here. I think Maddie stayed home alone for a few hours.
Okay. When you mentioned,
Why would they ask you this, ma'am? Why would they ask you such a random, mundane question about you going to lunch with a friend and Stefan babysitting your child? Well, you're not going to demand anything if you're a part of the murder. See, that's the whole point of the story. I'm not going to demand something I already know the answer to. I'm not going to act concerned when I already know she's dead. See, something's off. There's no concern for Maddie. There's no nothing. No, she teared up once in this interview. That's it. Other than that, she's back to normal. She didn't even cry in the beginning when they went to talk to her at the tax office. Swaying and pointing her finger. She knew then the girl was dead. Oh, she may have stayed at home by herself a couple of hours. Well, if she could stay at home a couple of hours, she could have been staying at home all these other times. You didn't need Stefan Stearns and you didn't need him February 25th. Checkmate. Say it again, Queen. You never needed Stefan Stearns. We have children who stay alone all the time, and they're younger than 13. Just call them spade a spade. You wanted him to keep your child for nefarious reasons. Ain't no other way for us to look at it. Who's going to drive 2 to 3 hours to babysit somebody for a couple of hours? I'm going to let that sit right there. When you have a mother and a sister, you also have roommates who I'm assuming you would be cool and close with by now. What were their schedules? See, it's a lot to this story that's missing. And I'm praying it all comes out in the end, in the wash. Who's going to call this man who's a child molester that you know he's molesting your child, excuse me, come way up there to keep your kid? This is why I was hoping this child would have just said something to somebody. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm tired of these men touching me. Because I think at some point she knew. Because you can feel when something's not right with your private parts, whether you asleep, sedated or not. You know if somebody's been downtown or the backside. You would feel something, I would assume. And then, like I said, I don't know how he's made downtown. If he could have caused this girl damage, there's got to be some signs at some point. Yes, she did. She started on a silver platter. Somebody says it's a lie the child stayed alone. It's in the text. Well, that's my point. It's that the child could have stayed alone 1,001 times. Why not? People leave children alone all the time. The only time you don't leave your children alone is if you know you have a child that you couldn't trust to be alone. And these people are sick, obsessed with her. She can't stand her, but it's like she's obsessed with her too. Because she's been using her child as bait for this man. Why? And I can't just ride that she just wanted to keep him around. So she served up her daughter. I think it's more to it than that. I got a feeling she's a part of this filth. Because what don't make any sense, she just said here she had other people coming to see her. She was dating other people while still wrangling with him on and off. That's why he went back and told his mother that she had other partners. Mrs. Stearns got that from Stefan because he knows something. He saw something. You would be so devastated knowing that you chose sleep over your child and now she's dead and was essayed and has been for years. You wouldn't be able to stand yourself. She's cool, calm, and collected. Yes, she is. Because it's been going on. That's why. She's always known. That's why she's behaved the way she has behaved. And that girl has had to show signs in her undergarments that she's been penetrated both ways. Ain't no way she ain't. The mother just never took her to the doctor. But something happened on the 25th to get us to where we are today. It's a matter of, are we going to find out the truth to what happened to her and the circumstances? Do you think they were selling pics and videos so it was a money-making scheme for Jen? It could be. It could be. It could have been uploaded. I can see him uploading because he likes porn. So he would get a folly out of selling and or uploading content to a website. He's not filming her because he's bored. He took pictures, he filmed her. More than likely, he put that shit out there on the dark web. And that's what's going to be even scarier to know there is content on the dark web of Madeline Soto. Okay? So we will be waiting to hear that as well. Somebody who goes into that type of world pulls up shit about this baby. Because even if I was an FBI agent, I definitely still would want to be looking at kiddie porn, trying to put somebody's face with a picture or a video. But I'm sure they probably do it. So is there porn out there with this child's face and name on it? Because we got to ask that as well. Did her face ever appear in the footages? Because if so, he's really a dirty motherfucker.
Mention Maddie caught on about you guys being broke up. How did that happen? What did she say? Or
I forgot. We were having a conversation with each other. You guys broken up? And we kind of looked at her. Like, why do you ask? She goes, because you guys are kind of acting like you're broken up. You guys haven't hugged and kissed in a long time. Okay. So we just kind of.
how do you think she felt about that?
Fine. She didn't act sad or happy or anything. She was just like, whatever.
All right. Now, you mentioned to me before, too, that you found her phone on her dresser in, like, her little bedroom area. Does she have a specific spot where she plugs in her phone to charge? How does she charge her phone?
So, on her side of my bed, she's got a long charger. She'll connect it there to charge. Don't know how she charged it that night, though. Don't know if she took her charger and moved it to the room upstairs. Not sure.
How do you charge your phone?
I charge my phone with my charger next to me on my side of the bed.
Okay, is it one that you plug in, or?
Magnetic one.
Okay. Now, when you go to bed at night, is there any kind of routine that you do with your phone? If you're texting, look on TikTok or whatever, and you go to bed, you just set your phone down and go to sleep, or what's that routine like?
I'll TikTok until I start dozing off, and then I'll put my phone on the charger, make sure my alarm's on, and then just lay down, close my eyes, and hope not to think of too much, just fall asleep.
Okay, that night,
Hope not.
Saturday or Sunday night, when spending this half hour of time together, was all that you were doing was talking about gifts and counting her money, or were you guys doing anything else?
Just asking her for more details about the party and tell me like what I missed. She seemed like she had a really good time.
When you got home from work that day, where was everybody?
I think everyone was in my room. Me in my room.
Okay, everybody meaning?
Maddie and stuff.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Now it's obvious that you and Stefan communicate via text message and phone calls and stuff like that. What is Google Meet?
What is Google Meet? That is like Google's version of FaceTime. So just face chatting.
Okay.
Video chatting.
Okay. When her birthday party was planned, was this planned before you got your job or after?
The birthday party? I think it was planned before. Because once I saw my schedule and I saw that it was during a training day, and I I was gonna call out. I considered rescheduling the party, but my family was insistent to just keep it that day. I said, okay.
All right, so Stefan moves out of his room, and I think you mentioned that your dad had plans on renting that room again to somebody else. Is that right?
Yeah.
How was that room set up? How was Stefan's room set up after he moved out?
Pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. The bed was in the same location. The TV, the dresser, the desk, and the mini fridge. Everything stayed in the same location.
Okay, was the bed, and did it have comforter, blankets, and all that stuff on it, or?
When he moved out, everything was empty. There was a mattress protector cover on it. But I had clean sheets and clean blankets to put on, like they're available. So
Where were they available?
in the closet.
Okay.
And I did, yeah. Now that I know they were there.
Do you know if he made the bed?
I don't know, but I'm going to assume.
What did the blankets look like?
Well, he's a slob. Why would he make a
That would
bed?
be used to make that bed.
They would be white cotton linen sheets with, they're white, but they're white stripes, different shades of white. So white stripes going down it. That was a fitted cover, then a sheet, and then the pillowcases. And it should have been like a warm blanket in the closet somewhere.
The same color, white or?
Maybe gray.
Okay. When you say there's pillowcases, how many pillows were on the bed?
I'm not sure. I know that we had taken things out of that room before. I don't know if we used those pillows. I'm not sure what pillows were there.
Okay, did you ever go into the room after you discovered that she was missing? Did you go upstairs to that bedroom? No. So when you go to sleep in your room, and you're either with Maddie or without Maddie or with Stefan, is your door open, closed, lights on, lights off?
When I go to sleep?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a cat. I can't shut the door. I have to leave it cracked.
Mm-hmm.
So it stays cracked. With a little door stopper behind it so it doesn't open all the way because my cat will just knock it over. Yeah, but we sleep with the door cracked.
Okay, lights on, lights off?
Lights off with a YouTube video playing in the background, playing rain sounds.
YouTube, of course.
Okay, would the screen be illuminated, or is it something where a screen like a phone, where the screen goes black and it still plays?
It goes black, yeah. So.
Okay. Do you remember it that night if you were listening to those YouTube videos, or?
Probably was. I listen to it every night, so I probably was.
Does it shut off automatically?
Around like 4 or 5 a.m., but then I'll notice and I'll press play again.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you're easily woken up or no? By sounds like that, or?
I'm sure I'm easily woken up.
Sorry.
I don't know.
She don't know.
Okay. Now, the purpose of you telling or having Maddie sleep with Stefan upstairs is because you told me before that you needed a good night's sleep. If you needed this kind of sleep previously to when Stefan wasn't there, what would happen?
Come on with it there. Come on with it.
You mean if Stefan wasn't there and I needed this good night's sleep?
Exactly. No answer.
If I had missed my meds the way I missed them that night, and I wasn't feeling, or I was feeling just how I was feeling, I'm not sure if I would have had her sleep with me on the other side of the bed, or if I would have sent her upstairs to the guest room. But she sleeps like a monkey. She rolled.
Jen can't answer the question. She's a monkey. Which is it? She can't answer the question. See, they're trying to set up the pattern to catch her in the lies. That was the whole purpose of this other person coming in to interrogate her, is to catch her in the lies. And I think some of you should know the lies. Number one, Google Meet. That's the new terminology for Google Duo. So you can do that on your phone, Android phone, to set up Duo with your phone number, blah, blah, blah. It's a video chat with people if you don't have an iPhone. Did it not occur to you all why he asked her about Google Meet? Because they have something on her phone. When you do Google Meet, Duo, the old Duo, it's going to show in your contacts, just like you would if you had dialed somebody's telephone number. It's going to come up that you did a Duo with them, Google Meet. So they have it on her phone that she did probably Google Meet that night. What were you doing with the Google Meet, Jennifer? Anybody have any ideas? Were you looking at something on Google Meet with Stephen Stearns? Jennifer. Woo-hoo-hoo. You wouldn't happen to be looking at a dead person, would you? Because I'm getting ready to go in the belly of the beast. Close your ears, because you're not going to like what I'm getting ready to say. Were you also looking at him have sexual relations with your daughter on Google Meet? Wow. Damn, Queen, that's deep. I know. That's why he asks. Because you were on Google Meet when you probably were lying, saying you were asleep. That's why they're asking you about Google Meet. That's why they're asking you about YouTube and the TV shutting itself on and off. You know why they're asking you that? Because when you go in your phone, come on with it, Queen, because they ain't ready. In order to hit repeat, you got to be awake. Bingo card. Woo! Have mercy. Shut your mouth. So how you going to be sleeping through the night hitting repeat on a YouTube video? There you have it. You see, these phones tell all of your business. You go into YouTube, it shows your history of what you have watched on your phone. Say it again, Queen. When you go into YouTube, YouTube shows your history unless you erase it. So you told on yourself when you said, I hit the repeat to play it again, the sounds. So that means you are not sleeping all the way through the night as you claimed. So they're tying in Google Meet along with hitting replay on YouTube videos and also TikTok. What were you doing on TikTok? What were you looking at on TikTok? When did you last clock out of TikTok? Wow. And I bet you sat there sick as a motherfucker when he was asking you them damn questions. Exactly. Nothing is ever deleted. They're showing a pattern of her lying because you can't say, I sleep through the night, I need rest, I don't want anybody in the room with me so I can go to bed. but they're asking her these questions because they've got proof she was up on her phone doing something with TikTok, Google Meet, and YouTube. That's the point. They're not asking her these random questions. These are not random questions. No detective is going to ask you about Google Meet. They have no reason. If they're asking you, they saw you talking to somebody on Google Meet. Who were you talking to? One of your new relationships, lovers, or Stephen Stearns? And if you're talking to them on Google Meet, that means you are video chatting. That's all Google Meet is, a new word for duo. So you're video chatting. Who were you talking to and what are you looking at and what are you showing them? Bingo card. Are you showing somebody your face, your body, or you're looking at something they're showing you? Are we going to find out she was looking at something through Stephen Stearns' phone, such as he and Madeline SOTO? Lord have mercy. See, that phone has been the death of many people, literally. That phone can get you killed. That phone can get you time in prison, and that phone can get you the death penalty. And as you see what has transpired with Stephen Stearns, he will possibly face the death penalty because of his own fucking phone and what he was doing to a girl child and downloading pornography of children. And I got a feeling it may also happen to this little birdie. Your phone has told them a story, Jennifer SOTO, and you didn't even give it a thought because you didn't factory reset your phone because you didn't think you would get caught in anything. But I do believe they've got a lot on your ass as well. That's why they're asking you all these damn questions. Because you've been texting and you've been Google meeting and it ain't been good.
Well, she'll start on one end.
No. Ooh, sorry about that. Brief intermission. So what, baby? I'm thinking they made a snuff film that was hard to type out loud, dear God. Well, yeah, I know, baby. That's why I told you it's probably a whole lot more that was going on with these people.
I was feeling, I'm not sure if I would have had her sleep with me on the other side of the bed, or if I would have sent her upstairs to the guest room. But she sleeps like a monkey. She rolls. She'll start on one end of the bed and end up on top of me by the end of the night. And she's a gymnast, I guess. But
she's a gymnast, I guess.
Have you ever sent her upstairs to sleep?
Dead. Talking about a dead person.
Not for any of these reasons.
Not for any of these reasons.
Have you ever sent her upstairs to sleep by herself?
Alone.
Never sent her to sleep upstairs alone.
I'm gonna need to wrap this up.
One more question.
Guess that's our lawyer want him to wrap it up.
Does anybody use your phone other than you?
No, except for the day that we were sitting in front of my house and forensics was in the house. That was the only time I've ever let anyone use my phone, and that was Stephen. Stephen has my phone.
What about, do you wear an Apple Watch?
Yes.
Does it track any of your movements or anything like that you know of? Do you sleep with your watch on?
No, I hardly ever put it on when I sleep.
All right.
Do you have anything real quick, Daniel? Do you have anything that you think we should have done that? Unfortunately. Get down there? Yeah, good. All right, it's 10:06 a.m. We will conclude this investigative interview with Luna SOTO. Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's the end. Yes, you can get the death penalty. If you knew that she slept like that, Jen, then you wouldn't want her sleeping with a man. I've been on this live 8 hours. I don't even know how it happened, chopping this video up. I never knew it was going to take this long to chop up this commentary. I'm about to pass out up here. I haven't even had dinner. Let me wrap this up. Chop this live up at your convenience because it is winded. I had no intention to go this long. I didn't know it was going to take me this long to chop it up. I should have just played it straight through because it's just a little over an hour. But I had already dropped up other audio from the news. They've done a rendition, a recap of what happened to her and the allegations, evidence. So I chopped that up, and that's what also made this longer. Long story short, oh, thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Thank you, Yvonne. They're asking if anyone else uses her phone, so she can't deny anything that was done on it. Exactly, Sam. And that's the gist of the story. They got something on her phone. And I think it's probably the worst case scenario. Because why even bring it up? You've done something on your phone. And it was done the time that I believe you claimed you were asleep, which will be after 11 o'clock when everybody else went to bed. They know you've been on YouTube because you're hitting the repeat button for the sounds. You're either dozing off, it's going blank. But see, what don't make any sense about that, if you got autoplay on, the next video is going to come up. So that could be anything, music, 48 hours, whatever. Google Meet. Who were you talking to? And what were you videoing? Yourself? Or were you looking at something on the other side of the person's phone? Who was that person and what were they showing you? How long were you on it? Were you looking at something nefarious pertaining to Madeline Soto, ma'am? Your text messages are nefarious in nature pertaining to the child sleeping in your bed no longer. What does that mean? Were you trying to say she can't sleep with us, but you said I? What's the truth? Because there's something nefarious about that. And they keep asking you about your timeline of getting home, what time you went to bed, what you all talked about, what the child did when she went upstairs, how many times she slept up there, her sleeping in her own room, her sleeping in her own bed, them asking you about the Apple Watch. Do you have an Apple Watch? You say you hardly ever wear it. I think you're fucked. Because they don't ever ask you about no Apple Watch for nothing. Oh, I hardly ever wear it. You mean you didn't think somebody was going to track the watch, is what you mean. No way they're going to bring up an Apple Watch just off the top of their head. They've been clocking your movements, his movements as well, just like they clocked that girl's phone for 10 minutes after 7 o'clock in the morning. We have no proof that was Madeline Soto going up and down the stairs from 7:05 to 7:15. Because we don't really know when she was unalive. And we know that it's nefarious business because they found her dead. One shoe in your room, one shoe in the dumpster. Wearing clean socks, dressed. You don't think she wore shorts and a hoodie to bed, then somebody dressed a dead person. Checkmate. Who might that be, Jennifer? And what have we ever learned about dead people when they're found without their shoes on? They were killed at their house. Because people rarely take dead people out of the house as a stranger to the victim. Checkmate. When people are found discarded outside in the wilderness, it's usually somebody that knows them that has murdered them and discarded them. So they had a start right there, which would be you and Stephen Stearns. Voila. Killers have no reason to take shoes off of victims when they kill them in the street. Why am I going to take your shoes off if I murdered you outside? Have no reason. That's sign number one. She was murdered at the house. They knew that as soon as they found the body. But this is what happens when you are a fool and you don't know what you're doing. You forget things. And that's one thing you didn't know, crime 101. No shoes, killed at the house. No socks, killed at the house. Pajamas, killed at the house. Strangers don't take off shoes. Checkmate. So they knew that off the rip, now that I think back, before they even got to his phone to find the porn. When they found her with no shoes, clean socks, they knew she died at her own house. Because I was saying to myself, oh, they found the porn, that's how they knew. Oh, no, no, no. Clean socks told the story. Off the rip. You were doing something on your phone February 25th, 26th. We have no inkling what happened to Madeline SOTO except she was strangled. We don't know the circumstances, the reasoning. No real reason for killing a child. But the killer had a reason. I do believe you had full knowledge of her death and possibly participated. Your interview here tells me you are complicit to everything. Everything. And I don't see you ever telling the truth. I don't know what version he's going to give, but in order for him not to face the death penalty, he's going to have to give you up, Cookie. That is the only way Stephen Stearns is going to be able to preserve his life, is to give up you. He's got to implicate you, no matter what. Whether you aided or not in their death, he got to give you up. Because that's the only way he's going to be able to get that death penalty taken off or work his way out of it, which I doubt it'll come off the table. You are the orchestrator of your child's unaliving. Whether you strangled her or not, because you started this party, and I believe you are a willing participant in sexual deviance against your child as well. Because what people have to ask themselves is the obvious. You had no plans of your child ever going into a single room alone. So one would have to use deduction. That means you were never going to allow any children to ever come to your house to spend the night with your daughter. You were never going to allow your daughter to go spend the night with another friend. So that only leaves the obvious. She's going to continue to sleep in a bed with her mother and a man or woman until she's 18 or leaves your house. What would you gain from that? How was that going to continue? A child getting older, and sleeping in a bed with her mother and a man. It couldn't. Was she pregnant by Stephen Stearns? Was she pregnant by somebody else? Did the child fight, rebuff his advances, woke up during sex, and he strangled her? Or was this an orchestrated crime for whatever reason, needing to get an ultimate high, keep the secret? What's the truth? My assertion is Jennifer is evenly involved. She's codependent. She obviously is very lonely. And as I have said before in my commentary, if she can pick Stephen Stearns, she could easily pick a bad roommate. So I don't trust anybody in the story. I also find it interesting that they asked her about her sleeping with her mother. Where did she sleep at that house? Same thing. Oh, she sleeps with my mom. Why? See, this ain't good. A child getting older and older and steady sleeping with all these different people. So what you have to tell yourself is the obvious. If the boyfriend can molest her, other people can molest her. And you can't assume a woman would molest a girl child because it is heard of. And I won't doubt that Jennifer was touching her own child. Because we don't know her. And she does not have good judgment. And you have to tell yourself, what is the gain of a 13-year-old still sleeping with her mother and her boyfriend? It can't just be, it's all about Stephen Stearns. I can't just weigh on that. Because the mother has got to be getting something out of this as well. She don't really get along with Stephen. They're breaking up, getting back together. He's renting rooms. He's moved out. Now he's coming back up. Something ain't right. He ain't staying there, but yet the mother sends the little girl up to this room so she can sleep, and she needed help getting her ready for school. That don't even sound right. There's something else going on here. Jen's been involved the whole time with the essay of her child. I believe that. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But there has to be an end game to the girl sleeping with her mother. That's where I'm trying to take this. How long was she going to continuously sleep with her mother, getting older, 14, 15, 16. You want me to believe this girl's going to keep sleeping in a room with her mother and a man? And what did I tell you about the other partners? Where was Madeline sleeping when she was dating these other people? Bingo card. You want me to believe nobody ever came to that house and had sex with Jennifer SOTO? You know they did. Where was Madeline? She don't sleep in her bed. She don't sleep in room number 4 because she slept in a room with her mother and them other lovers. Oh, shit. Now, let's go backwards. Because old habits die hard. You allow Stephen to abuse her. You break up with him. Somebody has come in that house and had sex with her. More than likely they were in the same bed with Madeline. Possibly also getting abused again. So who was abusing Madeline before the age of 7 and 8? Ain't no telling. This child has probably been abused since birth. And the old saying, a dead man tells no tales. That also goes for a dead child. There was a reason for her death. I don't know why, but there is a reason. Because why now? 13. Something happened. Something was said, and as she said in that text message, I can't risk it. That was, I believe, in February. That text message. She dies in February. We believe it was February 2024. Something was said. Something was said, and something had happened. And it could be the obvious. Somebody was talking, whispering, that little girl, or she was pregnant. And they had to get rid of her. That's why they keep asking about her phone. Who had access to her phone? Texting, Google Meet, TikTok, YouTube. She has texted something nefarious about Madeline to Stephen Stearns. And we will wait to see what that information is. I want to thank you for your time. God bless all of you. Thanks for holding on to a very winded live. Like, share, subscribe. And if you'd like to donate to this great network, $Beganji 129 Cash App. Thank you all so much. I will put a movie of the week up. Right now, I did put up this show I found on Hulu about Mormon wives. Feel free to watch it. I could let that be the movie suggestion for the week, but check it out. It's a very interesting TV show. I hope they come back with a season 2 because it is pretty good so far. Prayers for justice for Madeline SOTO and all children, because sadly, Madeline SOTO will not be the last case of sexual abuse. There will be another Stephen Stearns. There is another Stephen Stearns out there, and there's also another Jennifer SOTO lurking about. And that's the sad part, is that we're not even probably hitting the tip of the iceberg of sadists roaming around, lurking in the shadows, and walking around in plain sight, abusing our children. Thank you so much, Gold Runner. Thank you all. Tropicana, Sam, Yvonne, Tiffany. If you see something, say something. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. Mind the children. This is a terrible, terrible story. And as I told you, one day when I decide, I may share a story with you. And it is a true story. And it is a horrible story of child abuse. And know that people aid child molesters in their own family. And they allow the person to abuse their children and do nothing. Because we live in a very sick world. And sadly, I know of a Jennifer SOTO. They are no longer alive, but they had knowledge that their own brother was touching their girl child, and they didn't do anything about it. And I don't believe they confronted their brother. And as time went on, they heard stories that he was molesting his own girl children. And they did nothing. And they allowed this person to still come around them and their adult children, knowing the secret. And the secret goes back to their childhood. Because you see, the brother molested his sisters. And everybody held the secret. And nobody did anything. Nobody cared enough. So what should have stopped in childhood progressed into adulthood. And nobody obviously confronted this brother about his dirty secrets. So he molested his sisters as a child. He molested his sister's children. He slept with his niece's friend. And he molested his own girl children. And those girls grew up to still defend their father, knowing he sexually assaulted them. And even one of the nieces still upheld this monster. Even as his nieces got older, he was still trying to assault them. Knowing it was wrong and knowing that they could say something and fight back, but he did not care. He also made commentary sexually to his other nieces because he did not care. And the sick part is the obvious. He never stopped. His sisters and brothers knew that he was a pedophile, and nobody tried to do anything or call the law. And the sister who knew that he was fondling her children, she got information once, as I said, that he had been accused of messing with his own girl children, and she did nothing. True story. So, I have no respect for Jennifer Soto. I have no respect for Stephen Stearns. I have no respect for anybody that slept in that house. And I have no respect for any family members that saw signs that something was wrong with Madeline. I have no respect for any of you. And as I brought you commentary the other day, the investigation is still open. And if they have any information to anybody else involved, they will prosecute your ass as well. Thank you for your time. You've been listening to the Vault XL.